Medzy's America would like to remind viewers that any education experienced during the viewing of Medzy's America is unintended and purely coincidental.
G'day, it's Daniel. I'm sitting here in my bedroom in Hobart, Tasmania, drinking a little bit of cider, a little bit of cheap cider. So I'll be headed out tomorrow on the bus, which will take me 3 or 4 hours to Devonport, which is a little town in the top of Tasmania where the boats leave from. And taking the spirit of Tasmania over to Melbourne, staying there a night with a friend, and then on the 8th of May, headed over to LA, Los Angeles, city of tits. I don't know why I said that. I'm not a mental case. I'm merely eccentric. It's been 8 years. I've fought very hard over the last 8 years to get a visa. Finally got a visa. Got my name cleared from the mess in 2008. I'm terrified of tornadoes. I hope I don't see one out there. And if they do sort of, if you are watching this footage, I've probably survived the journey and I'm fine. Unless I've found this in a ditch somewhere in Kansas. Not sure what to expect from Los Angeles. A lot of vain people walking around with, I don't know, good teeth, looking good. But we'll see how it goes, and I will check in periodically on this little doodad. Alright, see you later. Barely getting to the boat in time, and in my first official act as traveller, I decided on this trip I will forego any sense of dietary restraint and begin by ordering an expensive $13 small pizza from the ship bar. Get some pizza, Remy. I'm in good spirits. Just arrived off the boat into Melbourne here, and haven't had any sleep at all. I couldn't sleep a wink. And I heard on the news that the US is being pummeled on both sides of the Americas with crazy storms. Exactly now. On the morning of the 8th, I get my Qantas flight to LA, where I meet a lovely couple, Shane and Kerry, who bury babies and other non-living people for a living, and also marry other separate living people to each other on the side.
So that's our next step, yeah.
Oh, well, good to meet you, and good luck on your journey.
Good to meet you too.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you.
After a grueling 4 hours being interrogated by the TSA at LAX, I finally arrive at my Holiday Inn and ramble to camera for a while about the fear I would be sent back to Australia again, and the relief of that not happening. Sent back to Australia. So I'm just incredible relief right now. I brought my own pillow along, as I like to do, because these pillows, shit, look how soft that is. I brought like a Three Musketeer. Junior Mint. I saw it on Seinfeld.
What are you eating? Junior Mint. You want? No.
Tomorrow, I will head to Anaheim, where I'll meet up with my friend Sarah, who, like most everyone on this voyage, I'll be meeting for the first time, despite having met online almost a decade ago. But first, I would venture out to find the only barely edible source of food I could within walking distance. You guessed it, McDonald's. I bought a cheeseburger, the first cheeseburger I'm going to taste in McDonald's. in LA. So we're going to see if it's actually, you know, if the Australian one is better. It's not good. It's not good. Hopefully meet Sarah today. Not the best day to meet her because I don't know if I'm having a panic attack or I don't know how to get even to LAX without paying a taxi, and I'm sure there must be buses or something. My panic attack more or less over, I take a bus across some crazy LA freeway to Disneyland. Apparently the happiest place on earth, the first thing I run into is a sign explaining to me that there is some sort of ominous cancer-causing chemical contagion that exists somewhere within Disneyland, and the only thing we know about it for certain is it's definitely there, and definitely giving people cancer, and deforming their babies into some sort of horrible mutant scum. No one seems to care about this, and I decide to get my mind off of it by purchasing a hot dog and something called Jamba Juice. I just bought something called Jamba Juice, and this stuff is really amazing. It's like mango, but there's chili in there, which you wouldn't think would work. Next, I talk to a homosexual gentleman with an Amazonian bird. This is the first time of many I will encounter an American with a terrible sense of geography of their own continent.
The Amazon, like Bolivia, Brazil.
I met Sarah and we headed off to explore the local Walmart, something I've been hearing about for many years. Alright, I'm here with Sarah. Hey.
Hi, welcome to America. That one's caramel.
It's starting to make sense why like Americans die of heart attacks and things now. Like it's all coming together. Like there's the heart attacks are high here. Because if I lived here, I would die within a week.
Yeah.
I'd just be dead already. I'd just eat all this stuff. I'm already doing it.
Well,
I'm well on my way. I've already put on 4 kilos. I've only been here a day.
I don't know what a kilo is, so it's okay.
Our exploration of Walmart complete, we left with our unhealthy items and headed to Sarah's car for what appears to be a private product placement tasting of Mother's Circus animal crackers. Oh my god.
Right?
Oh my god.
Right?
It tastes like tiny teddies.
What is that?
It's on, it's tiny teddy time.
Oh yeah, there's a rainbow in the sky, 6 miles high. There's a rainbow in the sky, tiny teddies making it, shaking it.
I have no idea what that is.
That evening we headed out to represent our respective nations at mini golf in a head-to-head battle of the century at a venue called Camelot Golfland.
Okay.
I'm going to get beaten by a girl, which is which is just shameful in LA. It's a tradition.
We are at Camelot Golfland. We are gonna miniature golf. Seriously? Oh yes, I have a chance to catch up. If I could film and slap him at the same time, I would.
Oh!
4! I don't know how I did that. I was angry with the camera for catching that ugly throw, not even hit. No! Are you kidding me?
You must finish. It's the American way.
No, it's not.
Isn't it? You know, the joy of doing it or whatever.
Joy? There's no joy here. You kidding me right now? You just got a hole in one.
Hole in one, finish the game. And that's how you play in America. Tallying the final scores with her math skill.
With my calculator math skills.
Excellent math skill. And in Australia we say maths, not math.
That's really weird.
We think math is weird. It's like you've left the S out.
If I added correctly.
Yeah.
Daniel got 65 and I got 77. So Daniel wins. But when I was younger, I used to come here every once in a while on weekends, like with my dad, because we would like run errands, like go to the bank and that kind of stuff, and then like we'd do something fun, and we'd like do like a fast food lunch or something, and then come here. After humiliating Sarah by utterly annihilating her at mini golf on her native soil,
I'd golfed up quite the American appetite, was ready to prospectively anger some potential vegan viewers and orally consume something which had once been alive. So Sarah takes me out to eat some of the best dead animals in burger form LA has to offer, at a little place called In-N-Out.
You're at In-N-Out. Aren't you excited?
I'm excited. I'm really tired, but I'm excited. And there's an N. I thought it was in and out.
No, it's In-N-Out.
In and out. I didn't even know that. Open the door. Look at chefs with little hats and things.
I know. Cheeseburgers. Shakes.
Too hungry to examine the sexual connotations of the name of the venue, I focus instead on my struggle to pay the cashier with American money, which all looks exactly the same to me. I notice an employee casually checking for counterfeit bills, one subtle sign of many to come, reminding me of the increased level of crime in this society compared to my own.
That's how you check if they're real bills.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's a way to do it. 74 cents? Alright.
You ready?
Okay. Oh, the mother load. Look at that. Look at that. That's an American burger if I've ever seen one. I mean, God, look at, they've even lightly crusted the top. Look at that, yeah. Oh my God. That's incredible. Australia's got nothing on this. Kangaroo meat is awful compared to
You
this.
eat kangaroo?
Yeah, you eat kangaroo.
That's awesome. So he's been telling me about Australian food and how it's not as good as American food. And I'm like, well, we put butter and grease and everything.
Australians probably live longer,
Probably.
but they have, the quality of life is just not there. Like, you might die 10 years earlier in America, but you had a good time. You had a good life. The voyage to Vegas had been an arduous one, and after spending 4 hours or so on a poorly ventilated bus with some nefarious-looking characters, I was more than ready to find my hotel on the old Fremont Strip and get a drink. But I had to find it first. My stupid iPhone had died due to Apple not making lithium batteries properly. Just arrived in Las Vegas. It's busy, it's crazy, it's awesome. And a dry mouth, I'm gonna have to get something to drink soon. Trying to find my hotel, I think it's back there. And here's the Golden Nugget. So we're close, I know we're pretty damn close. There's a stormtrooper over there somewhere. But we'll see how we go. I've been walking quite a long way from the bus stop, so it's been a bit of a drag. It'll be good to get down. Some characters around. Yeah, so here I am in the Vegas hotel that I'm staying at the Fremont Hotel and Casino. And on the bus to Vegas just now, there were all sorts of vagrants on that thing. The bus stop was even worse. The bus stop is the bowels of hell. It's one of the most dodgiest places. My overpriced iPhone now partially charged, I texted the only person I know in Vegas, my Mexican and or Hispanic friend Mayra. A friendly woman in her mid to late 20s who messes about with other people's hair for a living. We vaguely organise to meet somewhere in the building for a drink, and she waits patiently somewhere downstairs as I spend the next few minutes failing to find a lift, which I later would discover from a doorman I should have called an elevator here.
Gotta be a lift here somewhere. Where the hell is a lift?
Time don't fool me no more. I throw my watch to the floor. It's gone crazy. Time don't do.
Hi!
Hey, this is Myra. How do I say it? Is this what special way to say
You
your
always say
name?
Myra, it's Myra.
You could be interesting if you drink Dos Equis.
You could be. I think you're rude.
How long have you been in Vegas?
27 years.
I feel like in Vegas you get away with a lot more than you would in other places.
You want to gamble?
Which is okay. We'll do something.
No, the other way.
Oh,
There we go.
Doesn't matter what way.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
Okay, I think that's it.
I think I lost.
Okay, you lost $1. At least it's not like your whole bank account.
It's horrible to lose.
People come to Vegas, lose all of their money.
Yeah.
My head still spinning from the senseless loss of my $1 note, Mayra takes me on a stroll deep into the heart of the old Fremont Strip in downtown Vegas, where I witness much debauchery and weirdos, many of whom I am too polite not to stop and indulge.
When the clock says 10, this girl won't wait for the out of time man. Time don't fool me no more. I throw my watch to the floor. It's gone crazy. Time don't do it again. Now I'm stressed and strained. Anger and pain in the subway train.
As the evening continued, a drastic increase in police presence became apparent. Choppers in the sky and boots on the ground, I became concerned something frightening was going down. Yet disturbingly, no one seemed to notice or care, and everyone seemed to be ignoring what in my mind could well have been an active shooter or terrorist attack. Earlier, I had asked a man what was going on, and he replied, "Who cares? It's Vegas, baby!" Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Baby, can't you see? No use in waiting. It's a time of tragedy.
It was getting late, and our bodies were giving us the usual signs of needing food put into them. We came across a place called the Heart Attack Grill, a restaurant clearly designed to kill fat people.
Weigh 350 pounds or more, you eat here for free.
Time made a fool out of me.
What are they wearing? My God.
You're wearing hospital garments, or what would you call those?
Yeah, like.
The hospital
Yeah.
vest.
Do they have to be naked underneath? No.
They should be.
They should be. I think if they're going to do this, do everything. If they have a heart attack, at least they're already in the gown, so it saves the hospital money.
Yeah, there's the
It saves
ambulance
everybody.
there. Here's a fire.
They're all ready to take the heart attack victims away. So anytime I think I've seen the weirdest thing in Vegas, I see something weirder. It like keeps topping itself.
I'm sexy and I I'm sexy and I know it. Yeah, when I'm at the mall, security just can't fight them all. And when I'm at the beach, I'm in a Speedo trying to tan my cheeks. What? This is how I roll. Come on, ladies, it's time to go. We headed to the bar, baby, don't be nervous. No shoes, no shirt, and I still get service. Watch! Girl, look at that body.
Alright, this is a game called
Cornhole.
Cornhole, which sounds filthy, but it's
It
not.
does. It's really cool.
It's not filthy at all.
Girl, look at that body. I work out when I walk in the
You gotta make it, Dad.
This is what I see. Everybody stops and it's
Oh, you made Joe! You almost fell.
show it, show it, show it, show it. I'm sexy and I know it.
I'm getting good at this game.
I'm sexy and I know it. Check it out. Check it out.
As the moon rises in Vegas, so does the blood alcohol content of most of its inhabitants, and this night I'm no exception. While playing a strange traditional drinking game called beer pong, we meet a load of crazy middle-aged women, out on the town, and ready to rumble. And somehow, we end up on a party bus with them, careening across town with no idea how we're going to get back. But at this point, even I didn't care.
Baby got back.
I know this.
Ladies, y'all can dance on the bar in there too if you want.
Yeah, you can
So
dance
ladies,
on the bar,
feel free, you can dance on the bar.
We can
instead of
dance on
hugging
the bar.
Yeah, I think this girl's got to do it.
I mean, if you want to, you can.
Let's go dance on the
Then you
bar.
can go even if you want to, donate your bra. They have plenty of bras that you can donate. Well, then they'll replace it with pasties.
There you go.
So you can replace your bra with some pasties. Now make sure you don't give them your nice expensive.
What are pasties? I'm Australian, right?
They're little stickers that go over the nipples.
Oh, so why is
They're nipple stickers.
What? Yeah, but why is the
They're
nipple?
nipple stickers.
Why is the nipple a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing.
Like, why does that have to be covered up?
It shouldn't be, but it
You
does.
can get on the bar and dance and they'll give you pasties.
And you can
That was so cool. That was like my favorite thing ever.
It's fun too. That's the freak show. You gotta go down that way.
Yeah, what is it? What's that?
Freak show.
What's the freak show?
Like a dude with only one leg playing like a guitar.
That's cool. I want to see that.
Freak show.
I love freaks. Freaks are awesome.
We still need to get my card from...
Oh yeah, we should do that. We'll join you. We've got to get some shit.
You want to get some shit.
I don't know. She said it. We don't have guns in Australia, so it's like no. There's like illegal. Yeah.
Guns are illegal.
We don't have any guns. Big knives, but no guns.
The US is too far out of hand now.
Yeah. It scares me a bit.
It's at this point where your GoPro gets shut down.
I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay. 'Cause I got it. Ooh, never be like you.
The Nevada weather was pleasant on my final day in Sin City, and we decided to see it from the highest vantage point possible, the High Roller.
Never be like you. How do I make you wanna stay? Hate sleeping on my own, missing the way you taste. Now I'm fucked up.
The world's tallest Ferris wheel, the High Roller towers high above Las Vegas at a whopping 550 feet. The views were amazing, with only Trump Tower to offend the eye.
The best view of Trump Tower that you can get, and it's kind of fitting that Trump has a big building in like just a city that was built by criminals. Al Capone's did something here. I don't know what he did. He was involved.
He was involved with the flamingo.
Oh, really? Okay. And then he ended up in Alcatraz, didn't he? Eating at the yard stick. What's it called?
Yard house.
The yard house.
We have a meal and beer at a place called the Yard House, where my nationwide search begins for two extremely rare alcoholic beverages, claimed by some to be the best in the world.
Still can't find the one that I wanted.
Whistle Pig and a beer called Allagash White. The Yard House had neither of these, but did have some nice brews.
Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making.
And as we get more and more intoxicated, we decide to just randomly venture out and enjoy the city for what it is.
We're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. All I wanna do is the world today. That's the hero race. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause. I'm kinda low, but I'm aiming for success. I'm really sorry if you lost it. Never take drugs, but I'm high up. All the music from my MC in the hood, growing up. It gets hard when you try to blow it up. So stressing, you say fuck it, you be like I'm giving up. All I wanna do is hey, yeah, and take your money. All I wanna do is and take your money. All I wanna do is and take your money. All I wanna do is and take your money.
I was at home, making my visas, sipping on my government juice, you know how it does, man. I'm fresh from Lagos, fresh from Nigeria. If I look angry, it's cause someone stole my visa. If you walk into my kitchen, you will see the white powder. I'll be by the cooker, whipping it through harder. Don't be alarmed, I'm just cooking pounded yam. African boy, I'll never be a drug dealer. I rap
First time I've seen them. Take that off, put your jacket on, back in. Simple but genius.
As I attempt to leave for the airport, my backpack decides to fall apart and panic sets in.
The bag, which is coming apart at the seam there, so any minute this is all going to fall apart and all my shit is going to come tumbling out, possibly in the aircraft today, in the baggage area.
Soliciting weird looks earlier as I frantically ran downstairs to ask the concierge if he had a needle and thread, I finally called Mayra instead to fetch a sewing kit, hoping she would not take racial offence at having to help an Aussie gringo patch up his bag.
So I've got my friend Mayra, who's coming over with a needle and thread, but she doesn't know how to sew, and nor do I. So I'm gonna have to sew that up, and the plane leaves in like an hour and a half. Stress again. Mayra trying to put this together way better than I could do.
Have a Mexican do it for you.
It's almost racist, isn't it?
It is racist.
It's only because I can't do it myself. Like, perfect.
Yeah, right.
You said you couldn't do
It's
it.
not very neat.
Yeah, but it's holding together, and that's like the point. That's like the main thing.
I would hope so.
That awkwardness behind us, we set off for the largest, most confusing airport in America, McCarran International. I bid Mayra farewell and rushed off with my heavy gear to catch my San Francisco flight. Already in a rush, this is made worse by 3 separate staff members giving me the wrong directions to my terminal. When I finally received the correct directions, they were too long and rambly for me to remember, so I politely requested that the security officer sing them to me for easy recall.
Ready? Yeah. 55, white bus, level 2, AB gates. 55, white bus, level 2, AB gates. Off you go.
Thankfully, he was helpful and I made the flight. Goodbye, Vegas, you crazy, crazy place. Arriving in San Francisco was like a breath of fresh air. I even caught a security agent smiling to himself joyfully, as if he'd half remembered a joke he'd once heard at a party. This was already my kind of place.
Alright, I'm in San Francisco, I've arrived. I've got to take something called BART. I'm not sure what BART is, I think it's a train.
Finally figuring out that this elusive BART was not a bus or train named after a Simpsons character, but instead referred to the entire San Francisco transportation system. I attempted to navigate my way through the city toward my Airbnb where I would be spending the evening. San Francisco was one of the few locations on my journey where I was without a friend to show me around, and my heightened skill at using Apple Maps would soon come into play. My friend Brittany from West Virginia had once warned me against travelling through a place here called the Tenderloin, an area which sounded like a hub for overworked prostitutes. Since my Airbnb happened to be on a street bordering this region, I had no choice but to at least voyage through it by bus, which I figured would be fine. As we headed into the loin, however, it wasn't long until we ran into some shit going down in the streets and had to detour around the calamity.
What the hell is going on out there?
Something like that, with a bite or something.
Oh, it's something bad, yeah?
Take one out. Yeah, shit. Yeah, they got an accident, like somebody must have died or something. Did they get the yellow?
Yeah, they wouldn't be blocking that off.
Yeah, no, they got the yellow. Take it off. They got the yellow tape. Come on, Pat, we're gonna walk. Come on. I see you later. All right.
Something's smoking up there.
I'm going all the way around. Down here, you got to watch yourself too.
Yeah.
After a peaceful 10-minute walk from the bus, I found the Airbnb. An assuringly well-fortified location with barred windows and doors and friendly travellers. I was feeling better about things already, and I settled in for the night. Tomorrow would be a big day.
Oh, they've got this little American... Oh, wow. I don't know why we don't have any of those in Australia. I've never seen the old clicker on the light globe. Yoink.
Yesterday evening I had met a fellow traveller at the Airbnb called Berik, who was kind enough to agree to give me a lift in his rental car to Fisherman's Wharf so I could catch my boat over to Alcatraz. A Dutchman from Dordrecht in the Netherlands with a mild obsession with bees. Berik gave me a chance to brush up on my Dutch and we bonded over our mutual culture shock.
Deze man is helemaal gek geworden. Do you see some homeless around? We don't have homeless at home, and I don't remember so many homeless in the Netherlands.
Not many. Here in America, it's really different.
Yeah, lots of bums.
Lots of them.
Lots of
in
bums.
every city, you can find them. What I really love is the gardens here. They're full of these plants that, well, we in Europe don't have.
Yeah.
We only have them maybe on the kitchen table, but definitely not in the size and the beauty that they have here.
The air, I don't care, my love waits there in San Francisco. Above the blue and windy sea.
It's got so much history, that bridge.
When I come home.
I still had an hour to wait for my boat to Alcatraz, which I was glad I had booked well in advance, as all the tickets had long been sold out. I ate a meal and drank my very first root beer as a pigeon unceremoniously walked into and around the eatery as if it owned the place. With no one shooing the bird in sight, this became my first indication that birds were more or less treated like kings here in the city. In stark contrast to what it must have been like for the violent evil scum transported to the Rock in its heyday, the voyage across the bay was a peaceful one. I make my way to the starboard bow of the vessel, and there I see it, Alcatraz Island. A military prison in 1868, and then a federal prison for naughty people from 1933 until 63, according to Siri.
San Francisco residents on shore get a long-distance view of one of the most spectacular prison revolts ever attempted, as Alcatraz guards are overcome by such vicious criminals as Bernard Paul Coy with a lengthy prison record, Joseph Paul Kretzer facing a life term as a cold-blooded killer.
From Al Capone to Machine Gun Kelly, Alcatraz once held the very worst of murderers and criminals America had to offer. But I always remember it from the movies I grew up with, like Escape from Alcatraz with Clint Eastwood.
Some men are destined never to leave Alcatraz. No one has ever escaped from Alcatraz. I'm in.
And movies like The Rock.
General Francis X. Hummel, United States Marine Corps, from Alcatraz. Out.
With Sean Connery.
81 tourists.
The Rock has become a tourist attraction.
Fire.
Welcome to The Rock.
As I exit the vessel, the first thing I see are the words Indians Welcome, clumsily spray painted above the main structure by what I assume were local ruffians. I can't decide if it's some sort of racist graffiti no one bothered to remove, or if the place was just being extra friendly to Native Americans and or tourists from Dubai.
Enter into any closed areas, that is a violation of federal law and will result in you going home today with a very unique and expensive souvenir in the form of a federal trespass ticket.
Almost exactly the same as a Detroit prison.
As I walk through the prison, listening to what might perhaps be the only audio tour in the world that won't bore you senseless, I was reminded of my time in jail in Detroit, where I was slipped a little pink ice donut for breakfast through the slot in a very similar looking cell block. But back in its time, there were no pink donuts to be found divvied up amongst the rapists and murderers of this godforsaken prison, and walking through the halls with posters stood erect, like shrines to the very worst of the worst, it was at times difficult to decide if I was looking at a tacit glorification of evil men and women, or a loving memorial to a dead grandma.
I'm not sure if it's American birds or American seagulls. They're fatter than Australian seagulls. Look at them. Beak is fatter. They make kind of a more annoying sound. Definitely fatter. America fat. I mean, really fat.
Being shat on by birds must have been half the torture for the inmates of Alcatraz. In my time here, I dodged many a share of falling bird shit, deliberately excreted from the feathery butt cheeks of these weird fat American gulls here that seem to have it in for me. A local park ranger filled me in on the reasons why this island was so infested by these irritating flappy little beasts of the air.
Oh shit.
It'll be all nests.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So they breed like crazy then?
This is where they are. And the reason they come here, there's no predators. There's no raccoons. There's no skunks on Alcatraz.
Because I guess you'd have to bring them here.
Right.
Yeah, so because no one's bringing anything new, they're just free to sort of roam about.
Yes. Pretty big. Look at the size of their eggs there.
If you're going to San Francisco, be sure to wear some flowers in your hair. If you're going to San Francisco.
Once I had experienced all I could of Alcatraz Island, I headed back to land and rode a tram to Market Street, where bus drivers were some of the most unhelpful in the world.
Will this bus get me to 33 Avenue? Do you know when it leaves?
Scarcely acknowledging my existence, I wondered if I had not actually died back on Alcatraz without realizing, and was now a ghost, roaming the streets of San Francisco, trying to find the 31 bus. To save myself a sleepless night in an expensive hotel, I decided to instead catch the Amtrak night train to Portland, Oregon, which would take around 20 hours. But first, I would need a late bus to a place called Emeryville, where the train departs from. As I checked my baggage in, I wondered to myself aloud. This was one of those unspoken situations where the local American culture required me to tip an individual. The bagman had been extremely rude to me, however, and I remembered being told once here that you were not required to give gratuity to rude individuals. So the rudeness had settled it. The man would receive no tip. A decision that would later prove to be a grave mistake. I boarded the train, which was my first positive experience of American transport thus far, and despite Amtrak's poorly designed network and limited schedule, remains my favourite way to travel in the United States.
On the move.
At least I made it in a train toilet. In a train toilet on the way to Portland, Oregon. And looks like someone made a mess of it. It was a long trip to Portland, but my eyes were glued to the windows the entire way. I'd never seen such beautiful nature, and I half expected to see bears frolicking with glee amongst the Christmas tree-like pines. I felt like I had finally found the real America.
What I have found is, if one person leaves a mess, the next person will leave a mess.
Let us be lovers, we'll marry our fortunes together. I've got some real estate here in my bag, so we bought a pack of cigarettes and Mrs. Wagner pies and walked off to look for America. Kathy, I said as we boarded a Greyhound in Pittsburgh, Michigan seems like a dream to me now. It took me 4 days to hitchhike from Saginaw. I've come to
Oh boy, I believe we've even seen lingerie in that tree from time to time. I can't imagine how it got up there, but never mind.
Yes, this message is for Daniel Meadows. This is the San Francisco Amtrak ticket office. I work the morning shift here. My name is Michael. I noticed your bag was not put on your bus on your train last night, so I just want to let you know that it will arrive the next day because we're going to have to put it on tonight's train. If you have any questions, feel free to give us a call back.
Oh, for f***'s sake. My train arrives in Portland, Oregon, in what later would be described to me as typical Portland weather. I exit the train at Union Station. The fact that there seems to be a Union Station in every city in the US so far does not score any points for creativity in the naming department, but I'm willing to let this slide for now. I congratulate the head train conductor on making good time and a job well done, and head off to collect my baggage from the baggage area.
Arrived here in Portland and I can already smell the weed, so I know I'm in the right place, which is good. It's a good sign.
My bag was not at the station, however, and I would be without my things that evening. I would later receive a phone call informing me of this fact, and it turns out that my lack of tipping the rude bagman in San Francisco had resulted in him seeking revenge. In the only way he knew how, bag leavage. I had learned a valuable lesson. Always tip anybody who has the ability to exact revenge upon you through their product or service, regardless of rudeness. A valid amendment to my personal US tipping constitution.
Swanky.
Picking me up from the station was my primary contact in Portland, Alexis. A strange young photogenic Winona Ryder type who doesn't like to be on camera. However, is forced to be at various intervals because, like it or not, she will be a part of this documentary. And though she requested her face be blurred if used, in the end it was too time-consuming in post-production, and I decided against it. The penalty for my ignorance of this will now be for the courts to decide. She took me to my hotel.
What do you call that? A pickup truck?
Yeah.
Just call it a ute.
I had spent the night at a Rodaway Inn hotel, and upon waking had some surprisingly pleasant toilet coffee, and marvelled at the new American inventions I had come across.
Little like a light timer, you know, just for the energy conscious. I love it. I don't know if it's a hotel thing or an American thing. It should be in every household, in my opinion.
Today Alexis would be taking me to a town called Astoria. The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't yet understand why, as she struggled with her navigation system that spoke in an American accent. I enjoyed my Starbucks coffee, as it was a step up from the hotel toilet coffee from earlier. An enjoyment as of yet untainted by the knowledge that there existed far better coffee, even still, in this city. She pours a good portion of hers out onto the road for some unknown reason, and we continue on our way.
The Portland way.
It was a long yet pleasant car ride, and my obsession with American trees and foliage is needling into the red zone. The trees, the weirdos, the logging. Everything reminds me of Twin Peaks and movies like Fire in the Sky from the early 90s. Magnificent.
Oh, I'm like a massive Goonies guy, and I didn't know any of this.
I
spring this on me.
I forgot to tell you. So yeah, so that'll be exciting. The beach that they're on at the end of Goonies,
Yeah.
where it's like the big rock is
And that's it.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
That's so cool.
We reached a place called Cannon Beach on the way to Astoria and stopped for lunch at a friendly little eating hut.
Yeah. Are you hungry too? We should.
In no place was America's obsession with condiments more apparent, and this obsession would only further be underlined as my journey across the states continued. Condiments are very important to people here, and you got the feeling that if even an obscure one was not available, there would be some kind of terrible backlash. I certainly felt like restaurant owners in these parts did not want to take the risk.
There's even Kikkoman sauce in there.
Yeah.
Which we have. That's the only thing that I recognise in there. The rest is all foreign. We don't even call sauce ketchup anyway, it's just tomato sauce.
It would mean like spaghetti sauce.
What's catsup?
No.
Is that catsup?
Yeah.
What's the difference between catsup and ketchup?
Nothing.
What kind of plant is, but it's pretty.
We made our way onto the beach and I was struck by a monolith from my childhood, the Goonies Rock. A child of the 80s, I grew up obsessed with this film. Voyaging here had been an almost religious experience.
The Goonies.
I watched that movie like 50 times.
Yeah.
And then I returned to it as an adult another 20 odd.
Perhaps overcome with emotions, it is at this point for some unknown reason Alexis decides she would walk, with a Virginia Woolf-like depressive zest, into the sea, wetting her socks in an act of outright rebellion against what we may never know.
What have you done? You're just like, well, let's just jump in the sea.
Next we travel into the heart of Astoria to the Goonies house. I immediately recognise the area from the film.
It's Chump. I just saw the most amazing thing in my entire life. First, you gotta do the truffle shuffle.
Oh,
Back in
access
the day.
closed to Goonies house, so we can't see it.
I just want to see that. Even the sign.
It's this white one right here with that roof. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get out?
No.
No. They won't even let us in.
No, you're not allowed to walk up.
What are they going to do?
Look at this. You see what I found?
See, those guys are taking a picture too. They're tourists.
Oh, okay.
They probably said F it and walked up that street.
Yeah, they're going to do it. They've come a long way.
While a group of bros ignore the signs and venture up into the property, we remain respectful to the owners and observe this national treasure from a healthy distance.
So I guess we're not going into the Goonies house because they've shut it off. But we got to see the sign, and that's it right there. I think, yeah, that's looking like it. We can see it from here. Awesome. Didn't realise that we could. Hang on. That porch looks.
Porch, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the porch the kids were sitting on.
Yeah.
That's definitely it.
It's fun.
It's really
I've
fun.
never actually seen it. I've
Really?
never driven past. No.
Pig and pancake. Pig and pancake. Two things that I would never put together. It was like butter and it was like everything together. And I was like, oh my God, you're going to die if you keep eating this.
Yeah, we are.
You can't keep.
We are.
Like,
We're gonna die.
I feel like Morgan Spurlock going around just in this short time. Like this month, by the end of this month, like a doctor will look at me and go, your liver is shutting down, everything's dying. Like, where I
What
left.
has America done to me?
Yeah.
Houseboats are pretty popular in Seattle.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. I want to live in a houseboat and go down the Mississippi. Just I don't know what I don't know what that area is like, but
I've been to all these places and I'm like,
it sounds right what you're saying.
the Mississippi River is not here. I know that.
You know that for sure. We can definitely take that to the bank.
I know that for sure.
Okay, so that we know floating down the Mississippi on a houseboat in Oregon.
So embarrassing.
I feel in America here, I feel like a newborn baby that's just slipped right out of the vagina, just ready to see the world. And I've not seen, and I'm not even catching up at the rate that a baby would be. A baby would be putting stuff in its mouth and going, that's a good condiment.
We're going to Multnomah Falls.
Finally, we made our way to Multnomah Falls, a place I struggled with the pronunciation of for quite some time.
I'm just here with Alexis at Something Falls, Manitowoc, Something Falls. Multnomah Falls, I think it is. I love it. It's raining though, pretty much all the time.
The most beautiful place in Oregon, Multnomah Falls has been wasted on such terrible movies as the Twilight series. But I try to put my mind off of that and enjoy the falling water and alien-like plant life.
love these. I don't even know what sort of tree that is, but it's the coolest type of tree ever. It's great that they put that little bridge over the top just at the right spot. Like,
Next, I attempted an interview with acclaimed authors Zach and Molly Elwood, who were kind enough to shout me one of the best meals of my life at the famous original Popeyes in Inner Portland. The battery on my camera died, however, and the interview was a complete and utter failure.
I'm here with sort of acclaimed author.
Oh no. You have a salad?
Zach Elwood and Molly.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
It's the mushroom.
how you doing?
Hello.
And we're here, where are we?
Hot pot. Portland, Oregon.
Yeah. Oh, it didn't work at all. How much does that suck? Well, we had a good chat. It's 11 a.m, 17th of May. I'm about to jump on a train to Seattle. I'm doing the thing again where I'm about to miss the train. And look at all this stuff. I'm not ready. Nothing's going well, so I better go. Hope I make it.
Today I would say a sad farewell to Alexis and catch a train to Tacoma, Washington. A bag of Doritos my only sustenance for the voyage.
Arrived in Tacoma, Washington, and I'm waiting to be picked up by Abby. I'm a little bit early. I got my baggage, I got out here pretty quick, so I should be here any minute. I'm actually feeling tingling in my legs anytime I pick up this bag, which can't be good. It seems like a spinal injury. I know, it's hard, it's difficult. It's crushing my spine. It's really heavy. Oh.
I have a sewing machine at home.
Oh really? Like no one knows how to sew, so... Oh, it's so good to see you. We got to do this every 20 years.
Justin Bieber was just
It was surreal to be in a car with the person I'd known the very longest of any other in the virtual world, Abby. An ex-Navy military fighting machine, Abby could snap my spine in two faster than you could say Jack Bauer if she wanted to, finishing the job my bag had almost accomplished on this voyage. It's a good thing we get along well. As we drive in the general direction of her home in Spanaway, she scares me verbally with an unsettling discussion about a local volcano that may well cause the destruction of all mankind in the area.
Can it turn active like overnight, or does it take like 10 years?
No, it usually takes, I don't want to say 10 years, but they'll tell like if there's any seismic activity.
Yeah.
And it could be a matter of days, it could be a matter of weeks.
On the way, we reach a mysterious eatery called Popeyes, featuring food made primarily out of chickens, which prior to being made spicy and delicious, were once living creatures, but like me probably never terribly happy with their lot in life.
Honey, butter, and jelly. And hot sauce.
Everything here here is like a movie to me. It just feels like a movie. It's weird. It's so weird. It is that feeling, but it's just...
Oh, perfect. And there's breasts and wings, and it's probably one of my most favorite chicken places ever.
As we tear into the delicious flesh of these unfeathered pre-cooked beasts, America's love of excessive condiments rears its saucy little head yet again. I fall in love with the Popeyes hot sauce, a condiment I would use liberally on the chicken, both on this day and upon reheat of the leftovers in the days to come. It is truly a condiment amongst condiments, one that I continue to dream about to this very day.
That's so good.
Good, right?
Oh, that's not fast food. That's not fast food. They've gone beyond that. You want to try this Chumbawamba or whatever it is?
Jambalaya.
Your bin is freaking me out right now because I was like walked up to it, it went up.
It's motion activated.
It's like going to the future.
I don't know how much you want. I don't know if you use a fork.
I mean, we Australians, we just eat with our hands.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yeah, we do.
Don't lie.
That evening, we copiously apply alcohol to our brains and bloodstream before sitting down to watch the movie 50 Shades of Grey, a film I had heard some very lecherous things about that may or may not be accurate.
I haven't even seen a trailer.
Okay.
So this is good.
Not once? Never?
No, never. I don't even know about the book, nothing. I've only heard like women on buses talking about it. So
they are hardly reliable.
Actually, don't tell me. I'll tell you what I think just based on what I've heard. There's a guy, and he's like a rapist, and but because he's good looking, he's not a rapist. Like, because because he's good looking, people don't think he's a rapist. If he was ugly, he would just be a creepy guy in a house.
So I feel like that is an incorrect analysis because...
Is there rape involved? Because I feel like there's a lot of rape involved.
There is no rape at all.
Okay, so they're totally... I thought it was about rape. I thought the whole movie was about rape.
It's not.
That's why I didn't want to watch it.
It is about a guy who has...
I thought it was you.
Mommy daddy issues. And mommy issues.
Yeah.
Do you stock cable ties?
Cable ties, yes, we do.
And he takes it out.
Don't tell me the ending, though.
No, he just takes it out on random women.
Rope, tape, cable ties. You're the complete serial killer.
Could just take all my clothes off.
So he's a psychopath.
A serial abuser.
It's called a flogger.
It's
the greys involved.
Well, yes, you'll understand why the greys
Is that
involved.
because it's a grey area, whether it's rape or not?
Say I did stay. What would happen? You dare come near me.
The setting is in Seattle, but we won't talk about that.
Really? So this is a thing in Seattle, bondage? Like
No,
huge.
it's not a thing in Seattle.
It's something weird like that. There's bondage, he uses his tie to tie her up.
Yes.
Something like that.
He uses
I've just guessed that because I can
see the tie.
Yeah, but look at his face. He's going to do something with it.
And you see he's very stern in his features and everything.
Yeah, I can see he's got a stern expression.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he's like a desirable person
No.
like at all. Like he seems like he's gonna. Yeah.
And anal fisting.
I'm all ears.
That's 50 Shades Darker, which is the second book.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they filmed that one already.
How many shades do they want?
There's 4.
The night before, my brain had finally received the only decent amount of sleep I've had in America, but still waking up was further stimulated by the bin from the future.
Jeez.
Later that day, Abby drives me towards the city of Seattle. 50 Shades of Grey still corrupting and polluting our brains, the conversation quickly turns to butt plugs.
There were Donald Trump butt plugs.
Yes!
What are butt plugs?
So you have to show them that.
Yeah, well, I'll be putting this up on the screen at the moment as we speak. And they do exist, Donald Trump butt plugs. If you want to shove something in your ass, let's make anal great again. And put these up our ass.
Let it be Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because he is a person.
Yeah, he's exactly. It works well.
It does.
Look at these pretty buildings there. got lights and everything, electricity. You know, like most cities, really. There's a cop up there.
Yeah, you saw the lights. So the radar detector went off a little bit.
I'm always looking for the man.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one crackhead.
No, it's not here. Like if you go closer to like King Street area, you'll see tons of.
That guy looked like a bro. I don't know the distinction between drunk and disorderly. Like there's drunk and there's disorderly. So you can be drunk and be fine. Because I'm drunk, I'm never disorderly.
A lot of people who are drunk though are disorderly.
Yeah, but there is a distinction. I like that. Like they do just say there are some that can handle it.
You just be drunk.
Yeah.
As darkness begins to fall on Seattle, Abby takes me to the famous Seattle Space Needle, which I loved, but quickly learned had nothing to do with NASA or space in general. However, it was an odd choice of place for a girl with an obvious fear of heights.
I've traveled all over this country.
When you guys get up top, scan your tickets at our computers and you can email yourself the free photo.
Nice.
And this will go to
We'll do it.
Australia.
I like how there's like 40 checkpoints for tickets. It's so secure though. Like this could be being counterfeit.
In the elevator on the way up was a wise elevator man with a photographic memory who claimed to know everything about anything you could see with your eyes from this vantage point. I decided to test him on this boast, and he quickly shut me down.
Pointed out, I might have a little bit of information about it.
Ooh, Jesus.
What's that big house on with the lights?
Looks like a mansion.
Yeah.
That was actually built as a high school back in 1909. Closed down in the early 1980s, and nowadays it's luxury condominiums up there.
You weren't kidding, you know your stuff.
Finally atop the Space Needle, my thoughts naturally went to the possibility of infant suicide amongst the children and babies of Seattle. Abby reassured me that this was unlikely, and I calmed down about it.
Probably a little kid could probably get through there, but see, there's got rungs there, they could probably fall down and still have a chance.
Oh God.
Well, I'm more scared that there'll be something like an earthquake or something
That's
while
exactly
I'm up here.
what I'm worried about, so we should not talk about that.
No, we probably shouldn't say the word earthquake.
It's at this point, hearing incorrectly, I casually confused the hip-hop artist Macklemore with director, satirist and troublemaker Michael Moore.
He's here.
Oh, really?
Moore's in Seattle.
Really?
Yep.
I thought he was like a Michigan guy.
No, he lives in Seattle.
Oh, I thought he was like Flint, Michigan.
He's from
right.
Seattle. He's from Washington State.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's like sitting on his couch right now.
Is there a woman involved? like they really, like if I lived in Seattle, I'd probably invest in some more curtains or something. Oh, that's cool. There is something very soothing about that. I don't know what it is. I could do that for an hour. Yeah, it does have a ooh. Seriously, they could make some sort of therapy out of that.
It's like popping the little bubbles from the packing.
Yeah, it's like that. Seriously, I wouldn't still be doing it. I love it. Don't tell you this, but they just add that to the Homeland Security list.
Oh no!
And I'm back on, just like that, I'm back in. Are you gonna get scared?
No, because it's covered. Everything's completely covered.
Everyone have a good time?
Excellent.
Oh, Jesus.
Do you guys have any last minute questions on the way down? Just feel free to ask.
I hate that so much.
If there was an earthquake, would
you stop?
It would be probably one of the only buildings in Seattle still standing.
Really? So it's on a specially built?
Yep. The center of gravity is 5 feet off the ground, and it's can withstand a 9.4 earthquake.
Really?
Yep.
But that's not going to happen even.
Probably not.
Probably.
Finally, atop the Space Needle, my thoughts naturally went to the possibility of infant suicide amongst the children and babies of Seattle. Abby reassured me that this was unlikely, and I calmed down about it. After leaving the Space Needle, we head to another place anyone with a fear of heights has no business being. Seattle's Great Wheel.
This amazing person here is giving us tickets to the wheel. Let's just say he did.
So has anything ever gone wrong with the wheel?
Nothing that I've heard of.
You always think about it though. It's always in the back of your mind that it's going to stop.
I hope that that's not the case.
Yeah, or yours is the one that falls off.
Why do you say these things?
Yeah, sure. It looks wobbly.
Yep. So we're gonna go around the world 3 times. Any emergency, press the red button.
Will there be? Is that
Don't say that.
Is that likely?
Why would you say something like that? That is not okay. Oh my god!
Has it ejected the parachute?
Has there been an emergency before?
I don't know.
He didn't sound confident, that guy. He did not sound confident. Well, this is worse because it's wobbling.
I know.
That's why I'm kind of like a bit...
Dan, no.
I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about the fact that how strong are those beams, the thing that connects the thing.
So we should not talk
No.
at all. Stop talking.
Oh my god.
This is so high.
I'm going to sit on this side.
Yeah, don't sit on.
Actually,
I'm trying to equalize it out.
Oh yeah, we should. Yeah. Oh shit.
Dan, please don't move it.
Well,
Why did they stop it again?
I don't know.
After a few minor freakouts, Abby calms down and we discuss the state America has now found itself in politically.
What's your sense of America at the moment? Where's it
really,
going?
I really feel like it's taking a downward spiral, just because of the amount of arrogance, hatred that seems to be coming from the media so much lately.
Yeah. I think all that stuff was Trump. Has trumped it all back up.
Oh, it's completely Trump, and it
Yeah.
sucks that that's the case. He's
ruined things.
He's such a misrepresentative kind of individual.
But he's not. I never saw him as a politician. I just saw him as like a reality show guy.
Yeah, I know.
Like I didn't think he knew anything, and then when he opened his mouth, I realized that was true.
Well, people like thought he was joking when he said he was going to run for the presidency.
Yeah.
Back in like the 90s.
He was going to build a wall or something.
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke for about 2 months. Like, there's no way no one's going to... It's not 1930s Berlin. 1940s Berlin.
Outside of the wheel, we randomly run into a gentleman Abby immediately had some sort of unspoken New York-related camaraderie with from her New York City days. At some point he begins to get riled up about something I gather was sports-related.
Sends you a video, and he's a Patriots fan. I'm still trying to figure out how somebody born and raised in Seattle is a Patriots fan. He sends me a video, yes, of the worst, just the worst play call in Super Bowl history.
People over-passionate about sport has always been a bit of a mystery to me, and unfamiliar with the local American variety, I've become quite adept here at vaguely pretending I understand, feigning a kind of foreign sports empathy in order to fit in with the other humans, a growing skill evidenced in this brief exchange.
NFL history.
That sounds like torture.
It was torture. I admit. No, if I could reach through the phone. And you born and raised here. You guys have a great night.
You too.
Thank
you.
Oh, when they're around.
It's like, oh yeah, what you doing?
Proceed about 7/10 of a mile to your destination.
7/10 of a mile.
To your destination.
But how confusing is that? God, 7/10. Don't make me do math while I'm like, gee.
She counts down for you.
7/10 of a
That way
mile.
your brain's not hurting towards the end of
Oh,
the day.
that's so confusing. Just go, get the metric system. This is like Grand Theft Auto, really. Like, it's the same kind of road as that main bit at the start in 4. Feels like that.
Well, they put those there and make sure they go into the other side of the
Yeah.
are you talking about?
It's starting to rain here in Seattle.
Yeah.
Our stomachs by now were crying out in hunger, a hunger reminiscent of the 1981 IRA hunger strikes. And so we head to Kel's Irish Pub in downtown Seattle. I don't know what comes over me, but I can scarcely contain my inner hooliganism in this environment.
I feel like we should just start smashing shit.
Flags.
Wow, yeah. Irish Republic, the IRA, everyone's
What are you drinking right now?
drinking some Guinness, real Guinness.
Is that actual Guinness?
It's real, it's the proper Irish Guinness. You can taste even the froth tastes Irish. Like it's good, it's the proper stuff.
So how is it compared to Australian Guinness?
Australian Guinness is a piece of shit. It's terrible. They don't know what they're doing, they're not real Irish.
Yeah.
See, the froth is even, like the head is even perfect.
Yeah.
I could drink it if it was gold. Why we're here.
Yeah, the meat patty is definitely why we're here.
I've been told it's good.
You just wait till it comes out, it actually comes out sizzling.
They threw a rope around your neck to watch you dance the jig at that and left you for the starboard cross. Hovering like hungry horse, one foot down, put down your right, the other he had in such a snarling, so he can say, I need the bugger so I can see.
We talked about the homeless problem, we talked about 9/11, we talked about a lot of things, and then left the pub through a back alley. I was utterly astonished by the low public alleyway crime in Seattle. Late at night and without a bum in sight of any variety, this was my first fearless alleyway experience in America so far. I've always said that a society grows great when its alleyways can be walked down without fear of murder or rape, particularly in the dead of night. And here, in this alley, on this night, I certainly felt no fear of rape.
You know, you just got like girls walking by themselves. That wouldn't happen in LA.
On the way back to Abby's place, still unaccustomed to seeing girls safely walking the streets alone in the evening, I casually mistake a group of local women out on the town as hookers.
Oh, there's some hookers.
Those are not hookers.
It was my last full day in Washington, and even though Abby had made sure I had enough food and Snapple Apple to last me for months, I once again became curious about this so-called Walmart. As word on the street was there existed an even bigger one here than the one I had been inside back in California. I had become acquainted with Abby's housemate Antoine, a military veteran, who generously offered to journey with me to this giant Walmart.
We kind of look down upon Walmart. Some of us
Really?
Target or
Yeah.
Target.
Oh, they own it. I don't know about
Yes.
that. That's a.
The Walton family is in one of the top points of 1% of the country.
The Walton family, a bunch of upper-class twats, greedy, affluent, born into money. 'Tis not a wonder they would go on to not give half a shit about the health and well-being of the general public.
It's because, like I said, see, this is Walmart. This is Walmart.
Yeah. It's an example of the assholes that hang out at Walmart.
I was struck once again by the overwhelming choice of unhealthy items, a veritable sea of delicious demise and gluttonous gluten-free gimmickry.
This is typical American fare.
That is huge.
This is one burger.
Yeah.
Okay, this is typical American food. 38 grams of fat, saturated fat, 75% of your saturated
Wow.
fat. But wait, there's a silver lining. It's gluten.
It's gluten-free, so it's fine.
Slapping it on your Texas toast. It's MSG-free. This is mayonnaise.
Holy shit. That's the biggest mayonnaise thing I've ever seen. Who's going through that? Like a family of 50?
Eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia.
The search for the elusive whistlepig continues. A beverage made further famous by appearances in AMC's hit series Breaking Bad, whistlepig has achieved somewhat of a mythical status in my mind. Distilled in Canada and bottled on Whistlepig Farm in Vermont, this rare top-shelf whiskey is my favourite type of whiskey, a rye. Rye whiskey, in my opinion, is much more complex and delicious than any of your Ponzi corn-based varietals, and the rumours that Whistlepig is king of the ryes has made the locating of this particular booze here even more mission-critical.
Well, I like how you sell alcohol in your supermarket, because we can't do that. We have a special bottle shop for that.
Next, we check out something very important to many Americans. Guns.
Australia, Walmart sells guns.
Well, we're going to have to see that. They're not going to believe me.
Certain places in Texas, you are actually given a gun if you voted.
They're not going to check out your mental history.
NRA, National Rifle Association, it's all about the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't tell you the rest of that amendment, but you just need to know.
You just know that bit. So, do you know these guns? Do you know what kind of guns they are?
Yeah, we have your typical long barrel shotgun Remington right there, right? We have just a basic 220 rifles. Hunting rifles. They did get smart. Walmart did stop selling the infamous AR-15 rifles, but they were here last
They were
month.
actually here.
Oh, nothing says ego boosting like a big freaking magnum in your hand.
Yeah, so that's a working thing. That's why they've locked it in the thing.
That is correct.
Yeah, so, but these aren't locked up. Someone could just grab one of them.
Oh, they had a little thing on.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Because, that looks like a sniper rifle to me.
Exactly. And that's what we do. We make things that make you feel like you killed.
Yeah.
Watermelon that oozes slime
when you shoot it. Wow, that is incredible. That's another world, that.
These are today's Twinkies, right? They still last 20 years, but they put some chocolate on.
Okay, I'm going to grab one of them.
Oh, there you go.
Pennies, and I'm wondering what the point is of having pennies. We don't have those.
We wonder sometimes.
Teachers, keep on teaching. Preachers, keep on.
Heterosexuals, we have homosexuals, we have amosexuals.
Yeah, so they're just creaming over the bullets and the guns.
Washington is an open carry state.
Oh, it's open carry, so what's that mean?
That means that they're allowed to hold their guns on their side at all times.
Everyone. So you need a gun license, but that's easy to get. And so any
I have
old...
a harder time finding weed. Well, let me help you out with something about America and their guns. When you take a man's gun, it's like taking their right to procreate. You're literally taking his penis.
Yeah.
Do the math.
Yeah.
I'm not paying $50 for the same things I just paid $5.
No way.
So...
That evening, Abby took me to a place called Samurai Steakhouse, where we would encounter the Asian Walter White of Japanese cooking.
I guess I wasn't feeling okay. I thought that space and time went back and forth and sideways. I'm putting out fires all over the place. I guess it knocked me sideways. Oh, she made me go. Uppercase and underline. We are as prickly as a couple of porcupines. I'm putting out fires
you go.
Oh no, run, Japanese people!
I'm reviewing it 4 stars out of 4.
At least 5. Okay, that's cool. You're too. All right.
Holy
my God.
shit!
Over here, freaking retarded.
That guy was insane.
He was drunk too.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Like I smelled the alcohol.
After an unpleasant encounter with a drunken psychopath on the road, we head to a local karaoke bar to meet up with Abby's interesting assortment of friends.
Anybody date this year? It's like
Nathan Fillion!
Somewhat exhausted from lack of sleep, Abby transports me to Seattle Airport to hopefully catch my flight in time.
But I did have some alcohol to help that.
Yeah. So
lubricate,
much alcohol.
lubricate. I can't say that today.
Yeah.
Lubricate the brain. This is not the right area.
When traveling with pets, please use an elevator instead of the escalator.
At SeaTac, I met a lovely former crackhead by the name of Charles Walton, a name that sounded quite frankly made up.
Charles Walton. Dan Meadows.
He had 2 service dogs with him. The service. I was too afraid to ask.
I went on a bus to Vegas, and that bus, I don't know if you've been to Vegas, but that bus stop at Vegas at the Greyhound, that's a crazy place.
Right.
Yeah, you want to look out, you want to watch your money in that place.
Oh yeah.
Is Chicago good like otherwise? Like
Yeah,
if you
it's
stay out of
good
the bad,
as long as you don't go.
stay out of the gang areas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the South Central.
Finally on the plane, I almost spilled tea on myself before failing to catch some quick shut-eye before my arrival in Colorado.
Daydream, I fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day. Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful day.
Welcome to Denver, where the local time is approximately 3:16. If Denver is home, we'd like to be the first to welcome you home. And if you have continued travels, we wish you the safest of travels.
I dream a dirty dream.
Daydream.
It had been a long and turbulent flight to Denver, Colorado. I was glad to finally be off the plane. This was Denver International Airport, an airport steeped in controversy and conspiracy theory. I'd heard nothing but odd things about it my whole life, but initially at least, it seemed quite normal. This opinion, however, would quickly change. Still sleep deprived and in search of the baggage claim area, I became lost on the endless train tunnels beneath the airport. The rumours I had heard about this place being built by aliens or what have you all started to make sense. The airport went from seemingly normal to the weirdest, most creepy airport I've ever encountered in the world. Sickles and long ghostly fingers lined the tunnel walls, small fans with no known purpose, and maintenance tunnels snaking off the main track to God knows where. I asked an airport staff member about them, and he said he didn't know where they went and had never been told. Ooh.
Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful day. Daydream, I fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours.
I was in Colorado to see Becca, an old friend who had been waiting for me back at the airport in Detroit on the day I was falsely arrested there for no reason in 2008. That day, 8 years ago, we were supposed to get a coffee and meet for the first time before my connecting flight to Pittsburgh. That meeting never happened. Homeland Security didn't believe she even existed, and I was shackled and transported to prison, while she was left wondering what happened.
Coffee's good though.
I'm gonna get my bags, of course. Okay. Yeah, it's coming out. I don't know, they said 1, 2 or 3. Is this like the Denver way to be like creep everyone out, or is this just the airport?
We located my backpack from the baggage claim, which had descended into even further depths of deterioration. It was dreadfully heavy, and rather than risk minor back pain, I decided to use Becca as a pack mule to carry it. She was a little slow, but she got the job done.
Can you walk any slower, Becca? Jeez.
No idea that the world's largest Hercury beetles is in my town.
8 years for a coffee we waited, so this is gonna better be a damn good coffee, I'll tell you that. Woo, coffee! Yeah. Alright, condiments
has
too?
milk and sugar and chocolate already in it.
Oh, so it's already sweet.
We finally grabbed that coffee that was 8 years overdue and talked about how weird it was that this airport had no roof, but instead was tented. An odd choice considering the ever-present possibility of a tornado in this region.
You don't have any rooms without windows. You go to a door frame because the door frame is supposed to be like strong or whatever.
Yeah.
What happens is the weather comes up over the mountains and it does weird stuff.
Yeah.
Things only became even weirder as we continued our exploration. Was this an airport? Or a mental asylum for former pilots and airline staff who were allowed to occasionally roam free and attempt to express themselves artistically? Perhaps we'll never know.
What the hell is that? Worms. Yeah, I'm not going to touch too much because I feel like there's going to be agents coming.
Legend has it, the Illuminati was somehow behind this place. Talk of underground bunkers beneath the substructure was surely the ramblings of tinfoil-hatted mental folk. But even so, I come across a plaque with the Masonic G. I had questions like, what in the hell is the New World Airport Commission? Why did the runways resemble a swastika? And why all the Nazi glorification?
Oh, this is just death now. Just, that's not good. That's not good at all. No, you don't want that. You don't want to live in bricks. And more Darth Vader type Nazi Germany, rainbow Nazi Germany, like a gay Nazi, and a dove dying for some reason. That's just creepy.
From Masonic symbology to a gargoyle living in a suitcase for some reason, Something was clearly very wrong at Denver International.
Even in sitting in the suitcase?
This guy here.
Apocalyptic murals lined the walls, space Nazis and death everywhere.
People... No, a little sort of Indian baby. Everyone's happy. And then that. Okay, it's very friendly. Slightly less friendly. Well, that's not good. Oh, it's all gone wrong. What are they doing to that poor bird? Tornado shelter in here if we need it. That's creepy as hell. I was happy with this one, but there's like animals dying and stuff. I'm like, that's...
Every extinct animal and...
That's...
But the zombie girl in the coffin is
yeah,
like...
it's being created by a psychopath in Denver. Alright, so all these conspiracy theories about the Illuminati, like having a base under like Denver airport and like running the world up from under there or something, I believe them all now. Like after having come here, they're all totally true. There's like the Illuminati are running the world. They're probably going to set off some bomb that will blow like Yellowstone. I believe all of it now. Like I'm converted in like 3 seconds after seeing that art that we just saw. I totally believe anything anyone wants to say about Denver. Aliens. Whatever's under here, it's no good. They're all up to bad news. The TSA is probably involved.
Finally escaping this airport of doom, we come across an accursed sight indeed at the exit. A terrifying statue resembling the murderous fourth death horse of the apocalypse. The locals call Lucifer. The creepiest part of the presence of this beast is that the statue's artist Luis Jimenez was actually killed by the statue in 2006 before it had been completed. As the story goes, a piece of it fell on him and severed his femoral artery in his leg. He bled out on the spot, cursing his creation as he died, his blood bleeding red as the all-seeing eye of Lucifer.
Does she look homeless? She looks clean as
See, she could actually just be making money.
I could have been a sailor, could have been a cook.
Our first stop in Colorado would be a visit to Stranahan's Whiskey Distillery for a tour around the facility, followed by a free tasting.
Oh, this is so American. It's cute, though.
How many people pet him?
I find that a bit creepy to pet him. Full of it. There must be so many weed dispensaries here. And so it's totally weed. It's weed like you don't need to have a medical. It's completely, you can just walk in. It's like Portland. You can walk in and just say, I want like 1,000 pounds of weed.
But no.
Okay, so you can't have as much as you want.
I could have been your pillar, could have been your door. I could have stayed beside you, could have stayed for more.
Who knows the requirements to be a bourbon?
Kentucky.
It is a common misconception.
I could be oh so true. I would be, I should be through and through.
Formic acid can attack your optic nerve.
You heard of something I've been looking around all America for, called Whistle Pig.
Whistle Pig?
Yeah, Whistle Pig.
Whistle Pig.
What's it called again?
Whistle Pig.
Whistle Pig.
Yeah.
Alright, I got it.
Ask around on that one.
I could have been a signboard.
This is the bottling room. Has anyone heard of what's unique about our bottling process here at Stranahan?
Rats.
Who knows what comes after bottling?
Drinking.
Yeah, unbottled.
Immediately forgetting everything we had learned from the tour so far, we enter the tasting room, for the reason all of these local alcoholics are here to begin with, the free tasting.
So they went and talked to that distiller, and they were like, "Hey, what's going on with that note that you wrote? 1 Mile High, 3 Finger Steep." And he's like, "Oh, like a 3-finger pour. You know, it's a whiskey term used to like pour the 3 fingers on your glass." And we're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. That's what we thought."
Before partaking, we are asked to briefly analyse the whiskey before us.
It's coming from that barrel and that char level. So it's brown, it's probably long enough for us to look at. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and nose the whiskey, or smell it. So the best way to do this is to hold that glass at an angle, and then we will, when you're smelling it, breathe in through your nose and your mouth. How about a spice? Or any kind of like cinnamon, or...
Just sort of a hint of elk, you know? There's no wrong answers, that's what I heard. I got to see an elk while I'm here.
Anybody get in any kind of like citrus in there at all?
Bit of tarragon. Bit of tarragon in there, just a hint.
We're going to take a little sip of that whiskey, just kind of prime our taste buds, wake up that palate a little bit.
Oh yeah, he's woken up.
Drink to that.
It looks like a nice area. Like, it doesn't look like someone would go mad with a gun here or anything. Like, it doesn't look like it.
There, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it.
I was in that parking lot where that Jeep's pulling out right there.
Yeah.
The cop pulled in and said, "Did you see a crazy guy with a gun?" And I was like, "No, but I'm gonna go home." if
So you
there's a
went
crazy
straight
guy
home.
with a gun."
Yeah. She was just showing me a little video earlier. There was like a bear just coming down into town, just playing with a dumpster, just taking it away. It's wheeling it off like it's a shopping cart. Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
It's a doggy bag. It was just bear size.
Yeah. So you get like bears come in this area, or like?
And deer come in my backyard.
Really? So, but it's possible a bear could come down to your house. Like, that's actually within the realm of...
Today we will head to a mountain called Pikes Peak, which towers high enough above sea level to possibly require extra oxygen to survive the ascent. Becca trains me in the use of the oxygen canister before we head off.
Is it this way?
You can put your nose... Well, you can do it whatever way it kind of gives you a good seal, but I think it goes the other way. And now you just increased your levels of oxygen in your blood before you went up.
I kind of feel better.
Yeah.
Look at that mountain. Look at how beautiful that is.
It's very few places in the world where you can drive to 14,000 feet.
I love these rock formations. They're really interesting.
We start by crossing through a mystical place called Garden of the Gods, a beautiful area where large rocks get a lot of respect.
I mean, look at that. Yeah.
Look, there's the camels and they're making out! Aren't they so cute?
Wow.
They're kissing.
That's kissing camels.
They love each other. I don't know, like, I'm not a spiritual person per se, like, I'm like naming gods or something like that, but like, this is a very spiritual place for me, so.
Well, it feels, you know, there's a sense about it, like it's peaceful.
There might be some bighorn sheep on this ridge.
I would love to see a bighorn sheep. I'd love to see a small horn sheep.
You know who Nikola Tesla is?
Yeah.
He built his lab here in Colorado Springs because we have so much lightning here.
So he was the guy that He was the guy that made lightning. Like,
He made
well, he like invented the way to find it or something. Well, I don't know. What did he do? What did Tesla do? He experimented with electricity or something.
There was alternating current and direct current.
Yeah.
You know?
Tesla was the one who thought that we might potentially be able to wirelessly communicate, which we have that now.
But he only built his lab out here because of the weather, the lightning and stuff.
So he was all into lightning. He was just a dude that was really into lightning, really. That house, that's kind of what I expect from Detroit. Maybe, actually, it'd be falling down if it was in Detroit.
This guy makes art out of skis. And there's our Colorado flag on a bunch of them. So those are all made out of old skis. Good afternoon, how you doing?
2 adults? Yeah.
Yes.
24.
White-tailed deer.
I didn't know, I'd never heard of a mule deer.
There's 2 different kinds.
So it's half mule, half deer.
We continue on toward Pikes Peak. On the way, ominous signs and statues pepper the landscape, warning of Bigfoot, a legendary ape-like monster. Spotted in these parts by drug-addled hippies in the 1970s, Bigfoot's existence remains questionable. We keep a careful eye out nonetheless, making several stops to explore the local hotspots and hoping to avoid running into any trouble in the forest.
Crap it! It sounds. It's so like. I don't even know how to.
It's almost hollow.
No, it's so solid. It has so much water in it. That's why it's easily carved because it's really solid. But it's so like.
Actually, it is solid. It's not hollow at all.
Because when I was a teenager, I probably would have done something like this had I seen this and.
Yeah.
You know, I was 16. Carve your name in the tree.
Yeah.
This is actually part of the tree, and these all have these creepy eyes all over them. See if you look up.
Yeah, yeah. And look, people have been riding on all of them.
Yeah, because they're assholes.
Finally, we reach the base of Colorado's infamous Pikes Peak, a mountain named after American explorer Zebulon Pike, who, unlike us, was unable to reach the summit. As we gradually ascended Pikes Peak, in the comfort of Becca's automobile, I wondered why I myself had not been named after more things I was unable to achieve.
Just switched up.
As we proceed closer to the summit, the atmosphere gradually thins. With my poor lungs crying out for air, I dip into our precious, quickly diminishing supply of oxygen. Noticing the fragile layers of snow and ice on the mountain above, I become concerned of something I'd often seen in cartoons growing up: the possibility of avalanche.
I feel like that could just collapse and push us off the mountain.
Yeah.
You know, that's a scary thought. Is that a funnel cloud?
No.
We finally reach the summit, which towers a staggering 14,115 feet above sea level, making it the highest summit of the southern front range of the Rocky Mountains of North America. While seeking entrance to the gift shop, I touch something I shouldn't have, then quickly move on.
Whoops. Just hook me up to an oxygen tank and I'll just be sitting on that, sipping off, huffing on oxygen.
Becca, who has by now put up with her fair share of my constant complaints of altitude sickness, suggests we head inside to sample one of the world's most sugary donuts and consume a warm drink. Two things that would hopefully quell the complaining of my oxygen-starved brain.
And the reason why it's so good is look at the layer of grease.
Whoa.
That's why it is so good.
It's really good.
Because it's like pure grease.
I know, it can't be good for you, but
No.
it's amazing.
Before heading back down this amazing mountain, Becca shows me how to smash a penny. Something I would continue to do all over America from here, as my excess of pennies steadily increased.
I want the one with the elk. I want the elk on it. The one with the elk on it.
And on the back you can still see the pennies, says "In God We Trust."
Huh.
And then on the front,
Yay! It's the only bighorn sheep I'm going to see. Black bear. So the black bears are the thing here. Oxygen here. I'm going to have to get back to the car to get the oxygen because I can't breathe. People flying down this mountain on skis and stuff. It's totally unregulated.
We make our way back the way we came, back through the Bigfoot zone, back toward the Garden of the Gods, and despite being off the mountain, the Colorado altitude is still messing with my head and causing the brain to become tired and experience altered states, void of emotion. But one emotion remains, the emotion of hunger. But is hunger actually an emotion? The answer is no.
have you had Chipotle yet?
No.
Do you have Chipotle in Australia?
No,
Do you know what Chipotle is?
not really.
Do you know what a burrito is?
And with that it was decided we would eat at this curious Mexican restaurant chain by the name of Chipotle. Little did I know this place would soon be entering the top 3 of my fast food experiences in America.
Like, it's a fast food restaurant, yes.
Yeah.
But it's a fast food restaurant with somewhat of a conscience.
Because I thought Chipotle was a sauce.
We are at Chipotle.
Yeah.
For Dan's first Chipotle experience.
Which I think is a sauce from Subway.
Do you get a veggie? Guacamole is not extra.
Oh.
That's the meat of the
Okay,
guacamole.
yeah. Like, I love how Americans always explain to me like something with something else that I don't know. Still don't know what pinto bean is, but we'll we'll have it.
You're the best at that.
Yeah. Right, where are we going to sit?
Look at how big it is.
It's massive. Got some weight to it.
It's like a small child.
It does. It is like a small child. So I'm grabbing the underbelly. I'm wrapping around like that. That's the technique, right?
Yeah, because you don't want to eat the foil.
Yeah.
It's extremely popular. Yeah, it's just Mexican food in a handheld form.
Made by Americans.
Made by Americans.
Just eat them.
Mm-hmm. Just go to town.
It's hot. Sour cream's nice. It's beautiful. Rice and beans. Rice and beans.
Mm-hmm.
Like so simple, but yeah, they knew how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How many hours drive is Boulder then from here?
Like 2 hours.
Okay, it's not too bad. Like you visit it.
Yeah.
If you had time, like a week, yeah.
I took Reese there, I think.
Back at Becca's, we explore her backyard, then turn our attention toward the sky.
This is awesome. I love junky kind of stuff. It reminds me of that show Hoarders.
My wish didn't come true.
It's all natural. It's all perfectly natural.
See, look at that one. You should blow it. They're hard,
Pathetic,
aren't
pathetic. What do you think of chemtrails? Because I see, is that chemtrails?
Yep.
So describe these chemtrails. Is it the Illuminati? Is it part of the Denver stuff going on at the airport?
Do you see where it starts? That's where he was kicking on his engines.
Only really, I guess I haven't been in America more than 2 weeks, but I've only seen these chemtrails out in the sticks, like in the country places like this. It's almost like they're
Well, I'm
experimenting.
surrounded by military bases. I've got Peterson Air Force Base, Air Force Academy, Fort Carson. It's a different direction. They're not in grid form today, but sometimes they'll draw them in grid form. So they'll actually draw like 3 parallel lines.
DDT, chemtrails, military experiments, Illuminati. Those words, again and again in Colorado, in my youth. The X-Files had me well informed about such things. My God, it's happening again. Thanks to Becca, my 90s paranoia had returned in full force.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of military experiments going on the local populace here.
This is actual newsreel footage taken in the 50s. They're spraying DDT, a chemical the government did release and determined to be safe.
30 years later, they found out that women exposed to it had higher rates of breast cancer. They convinced local officials it was even safe to spray on children. It took a decade of bureaucratic and industry heel-dragging before it was banned.
There's a lot of people that wouldn't object to LSD experiments in this day and age, but now they're probably putting something in that's making you appreciate Trump or something.
Have you noticed that a lot of the new pop songs are all about like working?
Yeah.
Work hard.
For the money.
Work this.
Yeah.
Work that. Like Rihanna's like work.
Work, 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 work. You see me heavy work, 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 work. You see me do me da 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 da.
And
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
like
Just-
what kind of messages are they trying to send us, and what are they trying to homogenize us so that we don't use our own brains and we just work?
Yeah.
We go to work every day and
Just-
then we go home and we watch our TV and then we work.
Yeah, and then just retire and die. Oh, we'll see when I get to Kansas. I'll keep my eye to the sky.
I think you will though, but I don't know.
And then you guys got to go up to Denver in the morning?
Nope.
Oh, you don't?
Nope, change the
Yeah, I figured out how to change it. The stop is actually coming down here to Raton, New Mexico.
All right.
Well,
Cool.
You guys have a great drive.
Yeah.
We expected something better than before.
And you're like, if it's still a standing museum, why couldn't they keep this the courthouse? It's
Yeah, it looks
beautiful.
fantastic. It looks like something out of Back to the Future.
Lock it up and leave. Do you really think you can just put it in a safe behind a painting, lock it up and leave? Walk away now, and you're gonna start a war.
Before nightfall, we head out into the canyons on a creepy night drive. Our destination, the allegedly haunted old train tunnels of the fabled Gold Camp Road.
I have followed this river so far up into these mountains, like 6 miles up into these mountains, and still have not found the source.
Road narrows. Shit, falling rock? Is this a good idea, Becca? But this is honestly the sort of creepy place that I'd expect, you know, I don't know, some psychopath to be. Like that guy from, what's that guy's name? The guy with the, like the Zodiac killer?
Yeah.
That guy, yeah, this is kind of like a perfect spot for him.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah, we should move
The
along.
kids stuff, yucca plants.
I haven't seen them before. Will they prick me? Are they like poison
They are
ivy?
so sharp.
Oh yeah,
Like,
you don't want to sit on that shit.
They are like needles, and they will like go straight through your jeans, straight through your
Yeah,
socks,
really?
and right into your skin.
Well, I'm glad you told me about this now.
Yeah, it's like a haunted tunnel. Something about turning off your lights and putting your car in neutral, and the little kids go and push along because some school bus had an accident or something, or the train tunnel collapsed on a school bus or something.
What?
I don't know. It's all fucking legend. I don't know. You have to Google it,
But it's
I don't believe any of it. Just throwing some serious dirt.
Even though I don't really believe it, I don't want to give him a chance to do it, because that's freaking me out. Even though that seems pretty harmless, ghosting. Who the hell is this?
What do you want?
Heading back for the night, we pass an old folks' home where there are enough police vehicles present to handle an entire army of crazed senior citizens.
Yeah, I want to know what's happened up there. In a way, in another way I don't.
On the way back, we had picked up some so-called curly fries from a place called Arby's to take home with us. My stomach continuing to widen here in America.
This is some Arby's sauce. And you gotta, these ones are the best ones. Like the ones that are like,
Oh, these are good.
the little pigtail ones. Those
Whoever
are-
said Arby's wasn't very good is lying. This is great.
That's weird, isn't it?
Oh, that sauce is good. Did Chico have like one?
No, don't
Oh, he's not allowed to.
No.
He
'cause
really
there's
wants it.
onions
Look at
and
him.
Stuff, gum, garlic, sodium benzoate.
That's not good.
No, onion, spice, and spice extractives, artificial flavor, extractives of capsicum, which is pepper.
May cause internal bleeding.
Probably. Holy shit.
What you talking about, Chico? Chico! Hey, Chico. Chico, my brother. You're my service dog.
We had arrived at the Colorado bus terminal in the nick of time this morning, only to discover there was an issue with my ticket due to Amtrak in this area having outdated technology and a computer from 1982.
Have a child's hand appear on the back of the car.
Totally forgot about it. This morning I woke up, went to the car, there was some dust on the window, and I was like, oh yeah, we should look for handprints. And we looked, there was nothing there. I didn't think anything was there. I opened the trunk, we put the bag in, I shut the trunk, and I see this teeny tiny little, fingers about this long.
Yeah.
3 perfect fingerprints, and then like part of a palm. Scary, super scary.
And
there was a car behind us too, so like these ghost kids like
But
came
this-
out ballsy and like headlights and everything.
But the skeptic of me says you have a small child staying in your apartment block that has walked out in the morning and went, look.
But I don't though, because we have motion lights.
Alright, we're going to sign out, and this is the last of Becca for now, until we meet again.
I paid for another ticket, which was later refunded through the aid of complaining, and I hop on the bus. My bus driver, a psychopath from Texas, yells at Becca for taking a photo and snaps at me to take my seat. The voyage to New Mexico begins. In order to catch the only train in Middle America headed through Kansas, I would have to detour into the state of New Mexico first for a 6-hour wait in a town I knew nothing about. A town called Raton. I could not even Google it, because as it turned out, T-Mobile was an utterly useless phone company.
Next stop is Raton, New Mexico, right over the pass here.
On the bus I met a man. A solitary man. A man known only as Ken. We'll get back to him later. In my overactive imagination fueled by one too many TV shows, I surmised that any unknown town in New Mexico would naturally be crawling with nefarious cartel-like characters, ready to rob me and bury my bloody corpse in the desert. But instead, I arrived to what seemed to be a ghost town, inhabited by no one. The train station was deserted and unmanned, and the streets were all eerily empty. As fate would have it, Ken was the only other person to get out with me at this stop. He would be taking the same locomotive as me to Kansas City, Missouri. I was thankful for Ken, for without him, I would have been utterly alone in this town. Easy prey to who or what may lurk out there in these seemingly empty streets.
Is there a funnel that comes down? If it's going to happen, is it like clear sky like this, and then it suddenly gets all dark and horrible? So that's a very unique sort of weather situation that's created in the middle there.
And it's really dry here because you have the Rocky Mountains.
Ken, an unassuming fellow who may have been a weatherman in another life, seemed unusually knowledgeable about tornadoes, and his attempts to explain the logic behind them did nothing to disparage my lifelong fear of these twisty little windy fingers of Satan.
So they come together in the plains, and anywhere from Texas all the way up into Alberta.
Makes you wonder how anyone lives out there.
I actually saw one form near us, and you had the solid gray from the rain shield, and then we just saw a dimple come out of the cloud in front of that, and then that dimple grew a tail all the way down until it disappeared on the ridge downstream from us.
Oh, wow.
And then it was coming at us, and it even got to the point where it was starting to suck mist from the river towards it, and then it veered off to the other side. That's the closest I've ever been to one, but it was a bit scary.
Was that kind of creepy? Because I mean, just seeing something come out of the sky to me is a creepy situation.
It was dramatic. Is what I would use.
I see some of these news reports, and the sky is like green, like it's like, is that hail or what is that? Like,
that's a lot of moisture.
Right. So it gives a green kind of. It's strange that it turns green, because I see the sky turning green and I start to.
Well, that's a sign of intensity.
Yeah, there's a lot of intensity going on in my own brain when I see some green. So.
See the cells, the flat-topped anvil.
So that cauliflower-looking one is the.
That's a thunderstorm cell building.
That's building up now. So how long would that take? Like hours, days? And we're definitely headed right into that, pretty much.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
You could have a lot of lightning, either ground or not. You could have a lot of wind.
Well, it's certainly going to make some things very interesting.
As we continue to discuss weather and American politics, a tiny dog-like figure emerges. Was he the only one here? Did this gentle beast run the entire town? So many questions.
Yeah. Where's your master?
Hey? These big intermountain valleys that fill Yellowstone, and that's all you see. It's bison and elk and wolves.
Elk? Wow, I'd love to see an elk. And if it's brown, lay down. I can't remember the rhyme.
Well, the colors can be a little confusing because black bears can be brown.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay.
Very black.
Oh, I thought the black bears were just, that's the name. That's the black.
They don't make it that easy for you.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of hard to recognize what you're dealing with there.
Yeah, just,
I heard you put down a bag and they want to see what's in the bag. Is that rubbish? Is that
I've
garbage?
Never heard that one. There's a huge caldera, which is what the Yellowstone Basin is, and it did erupt. And I have no idea how far back, but it was millions of years ago, and it was world changing at the time. It was that big, and
it's
Yellowstone caldera.
So there's some chance that will happen again.
The ground is measurably rising.
Yeah.
And it's definitely going to happen again.
Could totally go off, and then we're talking something like a Hiroshima situation.
Bigger.
Bigger than Hiroshima. You'd get quakes, you'd get tsunamis, you'd get, I mean, it'd probably shift the whole, climate of the earth or something. Like, I would never have predicted that.
So long,
I thought Trump would probably rile some people up, but I didn't think he would get huge support like it.
I didn't either, and I know he's criticized a lot for saying, here's things I'll do without ever having any substance on how. It's just
it's showmanship.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. T-Mobile has been terrible here.
Has it?
Yeah. And people say that's good coverage, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Advertise it.
I don't know if it is.
Time seemed to stretch on forever, like a giant stretchy rubber band, and this mere 6 hours might as well have been 6 days. Then, in an even worse simile, hunger began to annoy the senses, like an irritating, undisciplined dwarven man-child punching me repeatedly in the stomach. And so I left Ken to guard my bag and ventured out into this desolate township alone in search of somewhere I could eat something with Mexican chilies involved in it. Finding nothing but closed establishments, I headed back, only to see in the distance the first human besides Ken since I arrived here. A man climbing into a dumpster for some unknown reason.
The man has climbed into a dumpster and now he's getting back out. He looks very seedy. I'm moving this way, away from the danger.
I ran back to the station. The dumpster man had admittedly scared the bejesus out of me, and I needed to warn Ken of other possible dumpster people in the area, but Ken was nowhere to be found. Both he and the dog-like creature had disappeared without a trace. As I sat there alone with the bags, some Breaking Bad-like cartel types slowly drove past ominously in a lowrider with the windows down, and soon after I'd heard voices in the distance growing closer. In a mild panic, I fled into the station toilet in fear for my life and locked myself in there. It is here I would now remain for several hours. It's waiting around in a toilet until, or a bathroom, as the Americans say. I think that will hold if any sort of cartel members start trying to bang down the doors. At least it will hold until I can get a call out to the authorities. I'm getting a bit of a neck beard. I'm going to have to shave soon at some point. I'm looking a bit wild in the eye. If I'd learned anything from American women, it's that a neck beard is socially unacceptable here. And so I made the most of my new temporary home in the toilet by ridding myself of this unsightly physical faux pas before it could evolve further and become a major social barrier between myself and the American people. One thing led to another, however, and before I knew it, all my facial hair that had been so lazily cultivated so far on this voyage had, like my new friend Ken, been unexpectedly separated from me. The voices I had been hearing grew closer, almost audible. Were a small gang of dumpster-dwelling cretins descending upon the station? Had they murdered Ken and the dog-like creature in a fit of insanity? Did they know I was in here? All valid questions. I finally plucked up the courage to unlock the deadbolt and bravely face my possible doom, only to discover the voices I had heard were actually from a lovely elderly couple who wanted only to use the toilet while they waited for the same train, and probably wondered why it had been occupied all this time. Surely the last person they expected to see come wandering out would have been a freshly shaven Australian man with a look of frightenness in his eyes. But that's just what they got. We ended up killing some time and having a good old chat.
I'm Dan anyway, I don't know what your names are.
Oh, I'm Linda.
Linda?
Martin.
Martin, yeah. Good to meet you all. Yeah.
We don't grow it, but we buy the chilies and roast them and make our own green chili stew.
You been to Kansas City before?
We've gone through. Martin's been there.
I've been there.
It's nice city.
It's nice.
Yeah. Always like fascinated with tornadoes, but I don't know. I don't really want to see one. You know, I don't really want to be in one. I'd like to.
We were in that one in Cimarron. It wasn't a big one, but I saw it. I think in a real severe one, it could move a train.
If it was an F4 or like a bigger thing, a bigger beast. But
the wind, you got 180, 200 mile an hour.
Yeah, you're going to move something at least off the tracks. Maybe not in the air, but like you're going to move it off the tracks.
It lifts semi-trucks up.
Oh, really? But what would the trains would know the weather or something? You'd think so they would stop or they would go faster or something.
In the end, I found Ken outside and very much alive. As it turned out, while I was away earlier, he had sat down on the other side of the building out of sight and unexpectedly fallen asleep in the shade. His gangland-style execution, thankfully only a work of fiction my brain had created. At last the train had arrived, and I boarded it, keen to get underway. It would be a 14-hour train journey from here to Kansas City, Missouri. Just after passing some maximum security prison in Kansas, where murderers and rapists had rushed to the fence to watch our train plummet by with beady-eyed glares, we were informed over the PA that a tornado had touched down 2 miles away from our train. Terrified of tornadoes and envisioning the train being swept up into the sky by an F5, I asked the conductor some hard-hitting questions. His answers and localized lightning I saw in the distance did not calm me any.
But what's the protocol? Like, what do we do if there was but I mean, like, as far as the train's concerned, it stops and we just wait here and hope for the best.
We can actually go as fast backwards as we can forward.
Really? But could you outrun a tornado with the train? It depends if it's coming like.
I have once.
Yeah? Really? Far out. So.
No, it's scary.
You was like, what happened?
They stopped us so that they could tell us about a tornado warning.
Yeah.
And it was pitch black out.
Where were you? Kansas?
No, actually, Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, the worst one.
And
yeah.
About that time, lightning struck. It was pitch black. It was solid dark. No, couldn't see any clouds, couldn't see any stars.
Just black.
And black. And lightning struck, and people on the train just kind of screamed. I turned around looking. There it was.
It was right there.
No, not right there.
Like,
maybe,
well, within eye shot. Like.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, close. And I told them, I said, listen, let's go. They can tell us about it later. So we reported to other trains, and we got past it, but the other trains behind us had to stop.
Wow, and you just hauled ass. Yeah.
Pretty much.
You got to.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
That's what?
When it's about to start.
Oh, really?
A tornado.
Really? That's kind of similar.
That's what I was thinking.
That's not good. I wonder if that is a funnel cloud. Maybe that's what that's called, that vertical cloud. I hope we're not, I hope this doesn't snake around that area. I'm kind of nervous about that only because I've never seen that before. Ever. In my life. Not like localized. You know, it's all together. It's in one little sort of hustle there. That bit of lightning. Yeah, I'm not happy with that.
Look at the lightning.
The sun was going down hard, and we were headed directly into the storm front. No one but me seemed worried, and I overheard a man say, "Ah, well, if we all die, it was God's will." A statement that was of little comfort during this uncertain time.
It's because I can't see, you know? I can't see. If there's a tornado there, I wouldn't even know it.
Yeah, it's pitch black outside.
It's orange lightning. Why is it orange?
I don't know.
That's scaring me a little bit.
And that's when the conductor, assistant conductor told us that we had dismissed the tornado.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried.
Yeah, because you're American.
I had not slept all night, but was glad at least to be awake to see this amazing sunrise in this last section of Kansas. The weather had cleared nicely, and I was excited to see Kansas City, somewhere for years I had incorrectly believed was a part of Kansas because of the name. Someone should have probably suggested it be called Missouri City instead to avoid this confusion, but that chance had come and gone long ago. The train rattles into the home stretch. I'd come so far, and still there was so much further yet to go. I arrived at Union Station in Kansas City in a state of near complete mental collapse due to not having slept since Colorado. I waited to be picked up next to a decidedly haunted ghost piano, which played all by itself. Here I would meet my old friend Brandon and his family and explore this interesting, historic city. The ham-fisted manual upgrade, still barely holding my bag together, had been successful for now, but I wondered whether they would last the journey.
I've been carrying that. I think I pulled a muscle there. Like I feel like I've been punched, like by a boxer.
Right.
There. Like I've.
I'll throw your backpack in there.
Oh, look at that building. I don't know what that is, but
the one over here.
Yeah.
It's the Kaufman Performing Arts Center. It's like for opera and plays.
That kind of thing. I'll never get used to this turning like left from the right side. That's just weird. That's so weird. Such a clean and nice city. I don't see any homeless crackheads. I didn't expect green here. I don't know why. I just thought Kansas, Missouri, flat, red.
Well, Kansas flat.
Yeah.
Missouri has more depth.
Amtrak, who had at this point screwed up my voyage on more than one occasion and were into me deep in overcharges, owed me some free journeys, but required me to fax them some relevant details as evidence of the screwage before coughing up the refund. Thankfully, Brandon's place of work was old school enough to still have a fax machine, so we headed there to sort this whole mess out.
And I had a receipt, so I have to now fax that. They won't accept an email because they're living in 1983.
They flat out said they wouldn't take an email.
They wouldn't. They refused the email, and they refused like just the basic, looking at the ticket with the eyes. So now we're gonna fax it. Meet you. G'day.
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah. So that's all faxed off.
Let's wait for the picture.
Oh, yeah. That looks like a fax from 90. Yeah, I'm thinking like 90.
We've had this fax machine for a while. This seems probably good. Well,
So is there a specific order I need to do these in?
the bag and bin when it comes in, but this is your priority for the day.
Well, have a great day.
Thanks.
Those printing machines are interesting, or whatever they are.
They're embroidery.
Oh, right.
They do this kind of stuff.
Oh, they're like a sewing machine.
Sewing machine,
Right.
yeah.
Street signs for the vision impaired.
Yeah.
They're fantastic.
Yeah, that's all new actually.
Yeah, I mean all around America though have these quite big signs, and we have tiny ones.
I'm not asking for more food, but I feel like they keep giving me more food.
They do though, but it's hard to resist here because it's they just get it's nicer too. The food's better, so you want more of it.
Next, Brandon took me on an epic vegan-offending meat-based pub crawl, beginning at a place called The Peanut, where I would sample what I'm going to openly declare as the best chicken wings in the entire world.
So the Kansas City bar,
yeah,
there's 3 of them locally, and I'm
want him to try some wings. They're the best in the city. I don't know how they fare against like buffalo wings from Buffalo, but I wanted him to try it. Here, when you order a wing, you get the entire wing, which is the drum and the wing together.
Yeah.
Pull it apart. They're probably really hot.
It's kind of slippery.
Oh yeah.
They have cooked that like just
right.
Like you can't cook that.
I think there's a method to two-step cooking these things. See, a lot of people just deep fry them. I think they fry them and then char them a little.
I'm having like a crack fry. Did I tell you about that? No. I was looking for whistle pig.
No.
There's something called whistle pig.
No, you're good. You heard of a whiskey bourbon named Whistle Pig? Okay.
No, see, no one in America has. I've been looking around America, and they brew it in Canada, and they sell it to America in these tiny little pockets. It's like $32 a shot.
I don't think you probably had a Chick-fil-A yet.
No, I've heard of it.
Chick-fil-A, in terms of fast food chicken,
it's pretty good. I'm going to have one before I leave the US. Are they all over? Can I find them?
I'm pretty sure they're predominantly in the South. They're based out of Atlanta.
Yeah.
So I think you should have some.
I've heard him in a Ben Folds song. That's the only time.
He's probably complaining about the...
No, he worked at Chick-fil-A.
Oh, did he?
Chick-fil-A, citing artistic differences. The band broke up in May.
Having had several close encounters already off camera with potentially dangerous scum of the streets in other states, and being aware I would have to spend some time awaiting transport in the dead of night in some potentially dangerous areas, I voiced my concern to Brandon, who suggested I purchase some appropriate weaponry for self-defense. Being a foreigner and a relative pacifist, an illegal firearm would be a step too far, but I learned that unlike Australia, pepper spray was legal here, and I had no issue spraying a man in the face and kicking him in the bollocks should he intend on inflicting bodily harm on my person. So we went to a local shop to seek out this defensive spray for general crackhead defense.
Hey, can you text me the aisle that pepper spray is in again?
Yeah, anyway, we're looking for some pepper spray to spray crackheads with.
For fun.
For fun, yeah. Yeah, just homeless people, crackheads. Well, whatever's there, really. Whatever's in the street, we'll see what we find and we'll spray them.
And we're working on a wall for people like you, I've been told.
Yeah, it's got to be here. There's locks, it's got to be... here we go. Pepper spray. That's only... No, I don't want pink.
If you want pink, they might just back off immediately. There's your button.
So it comes out the front.
Here, it comes out right there, it looks like.
Yeah, 25 bursts, so I can kill 25 people with this. This won't be my bag through the TSA. I mean, that would not be good.
Our next stop was a restaurant by the name of Jack Stacks, where we would sample some more of the finest flesh from American animals found anywhere in the country. My digestive system was already as high as a crack-addled street urchin, and the stomach was in full grown, like a baby bird, desperate for life-sustaining sustenance. Brandon, who knew more about meat than anyone I know, furrowed his brow in intense focus before ordering, much like a Zen master of bovine-based foodage. He informed our Paul Giamatti-like waiter that we would require a minute to first think things over, and thankfully that worked out well for the waiter on a deeply personal level.
We still need another minute.
You got it. That works well for me.
Thanks. It has a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
That way you can.
That way I can. Yeah. It's
what it is we offer.
Exactly. So. That's the best thing to do.
So we take our briskets. Yeah. We put them at the very top of the infrared pit smoker, so that as they slow cook for 12 to 16 hours, all of the flavors and juices that come out of that brisket rain down on all the other barbecue that's being prepared below it to imbue it with that brisket flavor.
I want to keep the fries. Do you like corn?
Yeah. Cheesy corn.
Cheesy corn. Big barbecue
competition. That this woman's bringing out like a bunch of donuts or something.
Oh, the onion rings. I need to get us some onion rings.
Is that an onion ring?
Do you like onion rings?
I've never had one.
This is weird to me. I don't know why. But like that's probably the weirdest thing you've said to me since you've been here.
Really?
You've never had an onion ring.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Awesome. Oh wow, this is.
That's the end
It's
of
delicate too, yeah. One of these off. I like how they come on a thing. It's very. I love this sauce.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This is just more of the regular sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But there is one promise that is given. I'll meet you on God's golden
These are burn-ins.
Yeah.
These are my wife's favorite thing.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
So, the three biggest names in Kansas City barbecue are Fiorella's Jack Stack.
Yeah.
Arthur Bryant's.
Yeah.
Which is old school. It's an acquired taste. And Gates.
And Gates.
Those are the three. Probably
Giants.
anybody. Yeah. Dad died in '94.
Yeah.
Yeah, December '94.
Yeah.
And my mom and I moved back to Kansas City that spring.
Yeah.
So.
And that was it. This was the place.
Granddaddy down here. They only come a town about twice a year.
Before we drove to Brandon's home in Lee Summit, where he lives happily with his wife Monica and children, I asked him some relatively reflective questions about being a parent, but soon become easily distracted from this serious topic by my very first close encounter with a native animal.
Like you can internalize things when you're, well, particularly like I'm single and, oh, is that a squirrel? Squirrel! It's so squirrely. Squirrely.
That's where I went to high school.
Wow.
Senior Frank. I don't know if you see that big tiger head that's on the thing. Stuck a blow up doll in it.
Really?
That was one of our senior Franks.
Deadlock there, which is good. Always good. Alright, I don't want to step out too far, but yeah. No tornado, just
I had awoken during the night from a horrible nightmare involving a massive tornado destroying Kansas City and possibly broke my little toe stubbing it on Brandon's couch. The toe in pain and the body still generally in recovery mode from the meat-based hangover. A sugar-centric breakfast of American donuts helped me through the pain.
Have you seen this before in your life, Logan? Yeah? He knows. Have a hole. He'll take that. That's gone. So red velvet is sugar. It's all sugar.
It's all sugar. Classic glaze.
Yeah.
These are just what they call cake donuts. Just with the powdered sugar on them.
Right. Haven't seen those.
So these are cake.
That's good. That's gonna wake you up.
I volunteered for the army on my birthday. To draft a white trash first round here and away. I've done 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. I came home with a brand new plane.
You can really taste the redness.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of it. There's not a whole lot natural about this.
Just an America pound count. And we're at 14.
I noticed the walls were lined with what seemed to be modern art, but I soon discovered it was art created by Brandon and Monica's progeny, Logan and Austin. Austin took me on a tour of his bedroom, and I noticed an alarmingly inaccurate world map where my entire state of Tasmania had been shockingly eliminated by the map-making community responsible for this grievous oversight. This needed to be corrected immediately.
So we've got King Island there, and we've got,
I even colored in that little.
yeah, we've got a little island down there, Maria Island, but this whole Tasmania's there, it's looking good. Australia looks like Australia again. All is well in the world. And you've got the most accurate
Map.
map in America.
Really?
Yeah.
This morning we would head to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum in the heart of Kansas City for a very interesting and educational dive into regional baseball lore.
Yeah, always.
He looks weird with you can't dress down there. Gold glove to every position in both leagues.
Would you use the gold glove in the game? No. I'm just imagining like just one guy with a gold glove and everyone jealous. Shin guards made out of plywood, just whatever they had, you know. Yeah, I mean it does the job. Yeah, you know what, they look like workman's gloves that you would just use maybe cleaning, do some grouting. Yeah, it's like, it's really not giving you that much of a... The Atlanta Crackers, it seems...
The president was there waiting to welcome us, and they felt underdressed.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. Welcome.
Good, yeah. This is fantastic.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've got a lot of stuff here.
My historical knowledge of Negro baseball was admittedly not amazing, but I pretended to know what was going on and learned some interesting
One
facts.
thing that Satchel made life easy for catchers. He didn't miss.
Yeah. He didn't miss. Yeah. It's nice and easy.
Take your
gloves off, get rid of them.
And he would go to the butcher.
Yeah.
And get a steak to pad his glove. Pad his glove. And he said after the game that steak was hamburger. And so the equipment, of course, is much better today.
Yeah.
And if you were to have seen Double Duty's fingers, probably not. There was a whole lot of protection.
Right. Same with the glove. He was like, that's just an old worker's glove.
Do you have a favorite player of all time?
You know, it's always...
It's a hard question, yeah. A lot of people say that. They're like
Gibson fan.
Yeah?
I just think
Josh, yeah.
Now, Buck like Oscar Charles.
So you're like, back then I guess they would have been moving around the buses and like
buses,
I would say.
A lot of how you've been traveling.
Yeah, that's what. It was pretty. Yeah.
They started on the railway.
So where would they play here in Kansas City, Glenn? Now.
22nd and Brooklyn.
Yeah.
22nd and Brooklyn, right up the hill from the legendary barbecue restaurant Alcatraz Island.
I think we might have passed.
Yeah,
I think we passed that.
So on the other side, that baseball is signed by Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb, of course, is one of the greatest Major League Baseball players of all time. And also, whether it was wrong or not, he was certainly hailed as the Major League most racist baseball player. The truth of the matter is, he really liked anybody. Black, white, blue, green, red, yellow, he ate everybody. But he was very outspoken initially about his dislike of black baseball players and refused to play against black baseball players. So it does make it poetic justice.
Yeah.
Cobb is surrounded by black baseball players.
Yeah.
And the late great Buck O'Neill would tell me, he said, I know Cobb signed that ball first. But he couldn't really be himself. And that was the case for a lot of these guys. You know, they couldn't really be themselves because you're in an environment where nobody wanted you to be there, and then they've got this basic belief that you're something else anyway, so you had to kind of temper yourself. If you were Willie Mays, Willie had that flat, he had the little glove thing and the little basket catch and that kind of thing, and so, you know, as they established themselves, now they're allowed to be yourself a little bit more.
Would there have been a lot of those scouts in those early games that would be hanging out and they wouldn't know that they were there, or they would know?
They had scouted Negro League baseball well before Jackie signed.
Yeah, I figured it'd be.
You had guys like Clark Griffith who owned the Washington Senators. The athleticism that was there in the Negro Leagues was second to none. It's spelled elite, but it's pronounced elite. You make those Negro Leaguers mad if you call them the elite giants. They were the elite giants.
Great to talk to you.
And absolutely. I got to show you this piece. I don't know if you guys can see this.
I don't see any Trump supporters around. I don't see any racists here, which is fantastic.
my supplies that I get for work.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the worst suppliers.
Really? So I was always fascinated with sinkholes because it's scary.
Weird, isn't it?
It's
like
just scary. It's like all of a sudden, whoa, you know, what's going on?
For lunch, our 2-day meat fest continued with a trip to the infamous Joe's KC, a rare and popular barbecue joint that curiously existed deep within the belly of a gas station. Formerly Oklahoma Joe's, I'd learned from Brandon that Joe's KC had changed its name due to the restaurant having nothing to do with Oklahoma, and the problematic fact of Joe himself or his staff not being from Oklahoma even.
What do you recommend?
This is their big thing they're popular for.
Yeah.
Having said that, I wouldn't recommend it. First of all, it's way too much meat.
Yeah.
And it has cheese on it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of cheese on barbecue.
Pork and brisket.
White bread, wheat bread, or bun?
White bread, wheat bread, or bun?
Both.
It's, you want beans?
Beans or fries?
Fries for me. Yeah.
Both? Yes. Jumbo, brisket, pork, combo, 2 of them, fries and beans.
Yep.
Sure you got a product for that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's true. Anything. Some of both. It sounds good to me. So we got the variety.
I actually have a bottle of this at home.
The food here was incredible. Kansas City solidly solidifying itself as the global king of barbecue as far as this humble traveller is concerned.
Pulled pork and brisket.
Brisket.
Yeah. If I owned like a bakery, like it was a Christian bakery, I'd call it Jesus Crossed, and just sell like, I don't know, Christian sort of hot cross buns or something.
Maybe we should talk about this a little bit more. So.
While my poor, strung-out digestive system worked overtime for the second day running, we head back through downtown Kansas City before facing the music back at Brandon's, where I would enter into a warhead popsicle battle with his young son Austin. A race to consume this bloody awful thing before the kid was sadly one I was perhaps destined to lose.
You'll fear me.
Here, no. I think he's gonna win.
He likes it.
He wins.
Whoa.
Of course, though. I can't put his blood.
Warhead.
Yeah.
This one has an orange on it.
Yeah, it does.
This is like green and horrible.
Because it's
Thoughts and opinions on the warhead popsicles?
Well, I'm giving it like a 1 out of 10.
1 out of 10.
I was getting a 1 out of 10.
Worst thing you've had in Kansas City?
It's the most damaging thing.
The time had come to leave, and Brandon takes me to the station in Lee's Summit where I bid the man farewell. The train would take me to St. Louis. Like all my American train experiences with Amtrak, my journey was a pleasant one and nobody died. By the time I arrived in St. Louis, the sun was going down. I would be here alone waiting until 3:45 a.m. for my bus to Kentucky at yet another dreaded Greyhound bus terminal. It was the sort of place that using the public toilet alone at 2 a.m. weaponless would not be recommended for any gender. Thankfully, the station was at least mildly staffed, but it felt increasingly less safe as the night deepened. Fights had broken out in the main waiting area, but the food court where I was holding up I figured was sufficiently far away from the riffraff and crazy people talking to themselves loudly. A young Muslim man who obviously had the same idea sat with me a while, and together we enjoyed the illusion of safety. Before I was crowded onto my Greyhound bus with an assortment of weirdos, I fondled the pepper spray in my pocket. There would be no chance of sleep tonight.
cursed tape.
This tape is cursed. Watch at your own risk.
Put it in.
You idiots. The tape was clearly marked. Cursed tape. You put it in anyway. Expecting nothing would happen, expecting you would all go home and ride unicorns into the sunset. Not gonna happen. This is happening.
What?
Here comes the sun.
My sleepless night bus from St. Louis, Missouri to Kentucky had encompassed an interesting mixed bag of individuals, from nefarious gang member to harmless alcoholic and everything in between. I quickly became thankful that I had strategically sat myself around the sanest looking people I could find.
Since it's been here, here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here.
I was in Kentucky to finally meet my old friend Shane, who I had originally encountered on YouTube a good decade ago. Back then, his legendary comedy group October Road was king of the YouTubes as far as I was concerned. Their unique brand of silliness on their series The Basement and other videos had brought us more classic moments than you can shake a stick at.
It's really tough. Harry Potter! Who are you?
I've come to kill you.
Why are you wearing purple?
I just started wearing purple.
It looks good on you.
Thank you very much, but compliments will not save you now, Mr. Bauer.
How'd you know my name?
Skitty.
Wicked, wicked, had to kick it. I'm not shy, so I asked for the digits. I hope no, that don't make me see what I want. Slip, slide to it swiftly.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you talking shit about me, man?
Shut up.
Who is that, God?
Hey.
Back again with a throwback track. Walls burr, burr. I'm just trying to hang a flag. My whole crew been to hell and back. Grey Goose got me loose, nothing wrong with that. Matter of fact, bring them back to the back. Need a groupie with a booty if she got it like that.
Ah! Not the frowny face, the frowny face!
If Shane's past self could call my future self, I'd say well done. My bus was originally taking me to Madisonville, Kentucky, but it was easier for Shane and family to pick me up in a town called Evansville in Indiana, so I organised with the bus driver to let me off there. This turned out to be a critical error, because as I discovered, Evansville Greyhound Station was an unmanned den of dangerous wandering crackheads. As two of them approached, rapturing me in a classic junkie holding pattern, I texted Shane's wife Mandy in a controlled panic. They were on the way, but my time was running out. I was intimidated verbally, and before things escalated to me pepper spraying the two men in the face, by chance a police vehicle temporarily scared them off, and I narrowly escaped in a taxi, going on to meet Shane, Mandy and their daughter Nevada at a nearby mall. And so we left the evils of Evansville, Indiana behind us and drove onward to the far superior state of Kentucky.
Oh, there we go. Hey, where's the water?
Hey!
we were just shooting.
Yeah, what have we done? We sort of...
we escaped apparently level 3 crackheads.
Yeah, at least level 3 crackheads.
In the booming metropolis of Evansville, Indiana.
And I love people who have never taken Greyhound, who are like, it's fine. Like, you know, I'm getting that a lot. It's just America. It's fine.
Grain silos? Yeah. That's very I see a lot of Walking Dead-ish. I love these trees. It's the foliage. It really is.
We soon arrived at Shane's hometown of Owensboro. It was relaxed and folksy. One of the few places in America I could imagine happily living out the remainder of my days on the earth.
Welcome to Owensboro.
I'm here, I'm really tired. And Shane the man, and look, he's towering above me. Get up here.
This is as tall as I am. I don't know what
yeah, this would be great. But yeah, the man is tall, and I'm not that tall, but he's really tall, so it's like, it's freakish.
Hey ladies, want to see the basement?
Okay.
He led me straight into the infamous basement, where I would be sleeping for the next few nights. I was not disappointed.
Oh, this is everything I imagined and more.
See, we're not crazy underground.
Oh yeah, but it's enough though, because I heard something about tornadoes being like the wind on the ground level is not so bad or something. Is that true? Like, because they say jump in a ditch.
Right.
And with snakes and stuff, like you should just go in with the...
Yeah, just have them move over. Wind swirls on the surface.
Yeah.
If you're below the surface,
you're fine.
You're okay.
Yeah. So that's why the basement's.
Right, and the only thing you really have to fear from the basement...
Everything falling on top of you.
Right, so that's why they say get under something, so we get under the stairs. Sorry, it's so crowded. Under that table is where you would go if, like, it was crazy. But if the sirens are going off and they say tornado is coming toward Owensboro.
Yeah.
I usually put a chair here and a chair there.
Because that's good. You've got like several levels of protection there.
Yeah.
So you all crowd under there.
Yeah.
And what if Kent comes over? Like, how's that work?
Well, usually we let the ladies and the kids.
I think you're going to be shocked at my favorite thing in America.
What's that?
It's this right here.
What? Go ahead. What, a light switch?
Yeah. It's the old school basement, and it feels like being in a dream or something, or like some sort of alternate reality.
The basement, as people remember it, slowly disappears.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm about to present Shane with some gifts from Brandon.
Okay.
Come all the way from Kansas City without actually being wrecked in my bag somehow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very cool, man. Friend that got me a long time ago is Kirkman signed that.
Yeah, he mentioned, I didn't see it, but he mentioned.
Yeah.
Would you like to ask another question since I'm kind of capping you off?
I did have another question, or more of a comment. I have a buddy named Shane in Kentucky, and I'm supposed to, if I see you, tell you that
the character was based on him.
I have a feeling. I'm supposed to ask you for your autograph and then tell you he didn't quite appreciate what happened to Shane from Kentucky.
Oh, well, I mean, sorry about your luck, but, like, whatever. Do you have it with you? I'll sign it real quick in front of all these people so they can be like, what? That's not fair.
He actually stepped out of line to get it.
Lemurs! You'll see footage of me going, you got whistle pick? What the hell is that?
This is a double shot glass.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you
double shot?
Put it to the line there, you get 2 shots.
Oh, yeah.
Halls and bourbon.
Yeah.
After settling in and enjoying some classic Kentucky whiskey, I spot a man approaching the house. It was only Kent, who had been an important member of October Road.
Is your name Kent?
Yes.
In the past, I'd been known to get quite upset any time Kent's contribution to the group had either been brought under question or thoughtlessly fobbed off.
Like, I didn't even know you knew October Road.
You mean Shane? Yeah.
Hey, Kent. What about Kent?
And Kent.
You can't. You've got to acknowledge Kent.
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 Kent. That's how I'm gathering we say your name.
Kent. Kent.
Skilo!
Wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. Wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. Wish I had a.
Damn! That's my wishing hat. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6'4" baller. I wish I was like 6'9" so I can give her to Yoshi, cause she don't know me, but yo, she's really fine. You know I see her all the time everywhere I go.
Just out of that window, there's a pickup truck. It's so Kentucky. Look at it. So Kentucky. It loves America. To me, Owensboro is far superior to Evansville.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's only just because I nearly got rolled by crackheads. I'm more worried about tornadoes in this country.
I'm not in a high ride. Yeah, you picked up your time of year to come to, come to America.
I tried so hard to downplay it, man.
Literally went down the street. Like I have a vacant lot.
And I hear you don't have a basement, you psychopath. It's sort of like the ominous thing that Americans say, oh, it's coming. It's, oh yeah. The ball's on this guy to not have a basement.
I want one.
Like,
honestly, over the past like 2 years.
I would run over to Shane's like every day.
I just don't care, dude. I just don't care.
I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and a 6'4" baller. I wish I was a little bit.
I do. I can talk like this if you want me to.
Oh, please do.
Australia boy.
Yeah.
Man
is back.
But I can't leave this damn house because, as you know, I died here and am confined behind these walls for all eternity. Blah 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 blah.
This woman can cook. Can you attest to that?
You are being really loud.
I'll be quiet.
What are you thinking, guys? Come on. She's got like the scabbard.
Yeah.
And look, the sword comes out of that.
Other stuff I buy my kids is just all.
Yeah, and you look at it and you think they're gonna like it, but
They'll cheer it and you'll be all like, oh no, son. No, this is awful.
Here, put on these sunglasses.
Okay.
Ha! Now you have AIDS.
AIDS! Oh, jeez. Even though we don't see you a whole lot, we keep up with you online.
What are we making here, Mandy?
It's white chicken chili.
Because we never had that, and it sounds fantastic.
Usually, like I said, I put the chicken in the crock pot and it gets almost shredded.
Yeah.
And it's so good. But this will be a little chunky.
Well, where's the toilet? I feel like dying.
Well, I really don't have to take a shit, but they're gonna find my fat body in the bathroom. In the bathroom.
So what's this? This looks like chicken to me.
Yeah,
this is
like
chicken.
it tastes better if I put it in the thing and cook it all day, but we don't have all day.
Fangs.
For dinner, Mandy had made us something wonderful called white chili chicken, and I discovered something with a strange name that quickly became my new favourite thing ever. The quesadilla.
Look at this. I would pronounce it quesadilla.
Why would you do something stupid like that? Quesadilla?
I don't know what's happened to the Q in that pronunciation, but it's gone. Quesadilla, we don't have in Australia, obviously, and there's cheese involved somehow. And it's the most amazing thing ever. And if they don't start making this in Australia, I'm gonna make it myself.
I'm a pansy. I gotta let it cool down.
Because I can't have sour cream.
That's probably good. I'm not a big sour cream guy, except on like a baked potato.
So that's what was in there.
Oh, because that sounds great. Yeah.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic.
Run him over!
Before getting some much needed shut-eye, it's back to the basement for a bit of a jam.
those are digital units, these 3 are. And record them standard into that. And then it's not until you're coming out of that you mix them.
Yeah.
Like you record as raw as you can.
Yeah.
Coming out, I can apply effects, you know, like here.
Classic. Go in there, but I'm afraid it will open up. And the world will get a whole lot bigger. I've been sleeping down here, which is an awesome place to sleep because if there is a tornado, Shane and family will be swept away. And it will just be me down here surviving like a pro. Anyway, I'm gonna have a corn dog for the first time that they've been happy enough to buy me. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we got a nice day today. It's beautiful weather.
Today, we would likely have voyaged to Nashville, Tennessee, but the sky had other plans.
Yeah, this is just my luck that this happens.
So instead, we spent an enjoyable morning at Shane's home, which turned out to be a much welcome break from all the travelling about. For lunch, I'm fed a mysterious thing called a corn dog, made of American dogs, I assume.
Ingenious, really.
Cornbread.
Oh, it's cornbread. That's the cornness that yeah.
This lunch also features the re-emergence of the onion ring, a food-based king in the American battered goods family.
Just batter things. Americans love to batter things.
You went away, didn't say goodbye, but I still love you. Lord, I wonder why, oh baby.
In the evening, a host of Shane's other friends gather for some alcohol and a game of Texas Hold'em poker.
The intensity of the hand. Don't look at the camera, pretend I'm not here.
Working in Louisville, are we?
Louisville.
Louisville.
You're saying it right, I can't say it. Okay, but that's the accent, half the accent's Louisville. That's kind of go Louisville.
I know, that's the weirdest I ever heard.
I can't do it. Look at that intensity of that brow. It's really, he furrows his brow like nothing else. And
we tried to play it down, but the tension in the air was thick. Whoever wins this prestigious home poker tournament would leave a legend, a hero silently praised throughout Owensboro, in lounge, alleyway or barroom alike, for perhaps decades to come.
I'm gonna just do that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that changes.
Alright.
Doesn't change nothing for me.
He doesn't have anything, he's just showing off because he's filming this one.
Just re-raise me then if you.
Alright, then I'll go all in. You just put in.
I'm pushing in. I'm pushing all in. I'm pushing all in. Well, I would be scared of Alvy at this point, but you can do what you want. Are we crazy? Are we like? This is like the craziest hand ever. A straight? Are you kidding me? Oh, 3 jacks? Are you kidding me? 3 aces. Freedom and win, baby! I knew I'd win this game. I was always confident. Thanks.
This morning I would bid a sad farewell to the basement as we head out to explore Owensboro properly before I leave the state.
Oh, this is the basement. I miss this place. It's something special to come here. Will cats attack a squirrel?
Oh
Oh yeah, if they can, yeah, they'll try to. If
But
they
who
like
would
to.
win if it came down to it? Would the squirrel win or would the...
That probably depends on the. Max wouldn't. He's not mean. You know what I mean?
Is it because he's fat?
Well,
He's not a scrapper.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
He was now before we neutered. He like was owning all the cats, but then we neutered him, and now
He's lost his balls.
yeah.
Like this is your typical American mailbox that we see in the movies with the red thing.
Well, that's if you have stuff going out, you raise the flag and they know to come pick it up.
See, a genius again. We don't do that.
Plenty money. Finest clothes in town.
Owensboro, of course, was famously the birthplace of none other than actor and legend Johnny Depp. Like a small gang of car-bound stalkers, our first port of call would be to track down Depp's childhood home, which existed somewhere locally.
He grew up there?
Yeah. Huh. Some say until he was 5, some say until he was 7, so
yeah.
I'm not sure.
But he was there at some point.
As we drove closer to the house of Depp, a certain amount of fear gripped me, since recently Johnny Depp had a run-in with the Australian government for trying to smuggle dogs into the country, with his wife at the time, Amber Heard.
Such strong biosecurity laws.
And Australians are just as unique, both warm and direct. When you disrespect Australian law, they will tell you firmly.
I am truly sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared. Protecting Australia is important.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
There it is.
This
518.
It's 518. This is it.
That's it.
Wow, it's very just normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. It's hard to imagine a little Johnny Depp running around there with a Twizzler or whatever.
There was thankfully no redneck reprisal or hard feelings from the locals.
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of churches around. Like there's like
churches everywhere.
That's a good place to run a dog or something.
Oh, that's someone's yard.
Oh.
We took a break in a beautiful park filled with what seems to be America's most unappreciated furry little animal, the squirrel.
Oh, there's something over there.
Where?
Far over there, something's running around.
Born a poor young country boy, Mother Nature's son.
Oh, look, here comes a bunch from the tree.
All day long, I'm sitting, singing songs for everyone. Sit beside a mountain stream. See a
I told you, I thought they'd say, you fixing to get hurt, son?
Yeah,
you better run.
As we leave the park, it suddenly all kicks off.
That's the tornado siren. There's an F5 headed this way. It's huge.
As it turned out, the tornado sirens were only a drill, blasted out on a weekly basis to keep Kentuckians on their toes.
Every Friday at noon they test the storm sirens just to keep us safe and not dead.
And what happens if there actually is a tornado right now?
You're gonna have half confused and dead and the other half informed and safe.
Before Shane and family drop me off at my bus terminal, I spend my final hours here with them, exploring downtown Owensboro.
My God, that's a lot of flags.
Yeah, that's
Later, we also run into images of Johnny Depp lovingly painted on building walls. It was almost as if Depp's hometown was a living shrine to the man.
It's not that bad, but it's not great. Like, you know what I mean? It's not, yeah.
That's been repainted.
Oh, wow. Artists who did those paintings in the Krim.
It really does relieve fatigue, you know? Like, they weren't lying about that. Owensboro Library, you and your fancy book learning. What you reading for? Security Banks, America.
That's the National Deposit Bank.
Rallies. No, I haven't seen that anywhere in America yet. That's a new one.
It's good food.
Oh, it's mainline in America.
Mainline.
Doing this trip, because you're going state to state and you're like, just like hooked America in the vein and just going, let's open this up. But this is downtown Owensboro, really.
And when you turn the corner here, you're going to love it. It is quintessential downtown America.
It was time for the most important part of any day, coffee. And Shane and Mandy's local coffee shop was just the thing to fill the as of yet uncaffeinated hole in my brain.
Look at the old. I like it. I like just the illusion of things falling apart.
Oh yeah. The bricks that they did.
Buildings you'll see they have lofts.
Yeah.
And they live up,
People who run the place live up there?
People, I don't know.
Oh, just people.
I like his owl stuff.
Redneck chandelier.
I love some of these old churches. I mean, God help me, but I do love them.
An example of Gothic architecture in Owensboro is the workshop building.
So this is the Ohio River. So you wouldn't recommend swimming in this?
Not at all. Never. No. There's some industrial stuff going on down there.
I love industrial stuff. I'm sad to leave. And this might be the only time I actually make it to the bus on time with no sort of stressful situation happening. Yeah. Now these flags are up for Memorial Day because it's Memorial Day weekend. It's actually on Monday, is that correct? Yeah. So Monday I'll be in West Virginia. He strolled along like a man in a park. Not a care in the world.
I do enjoy that.
See you later, man.
It was good
and it's amazing being here.
Yeah.
And thank you both. This bus is about to get here, and I'm gonna.
I just heard it. I'm looking on.
I think this big white bus is the one.
Finally, it was time to say goodbye to Shane and family, and they sent me on my way with the precious gifts of Oreo and sunglasses used in the Sacred October Road sketches of old.
Caught by the line and we're asleep. Never as close as the friends that you keep. Drifting away on one final breath. Further you climb, closer the
My trip to Chicago would require a whole range of bus transfers, the first being the quite lovely city of Louisville, Kentucky. This bus station was well manned and far less post-apocalyptic than the others I had visited. Well done, Louisville. Next stop was Indianapolis, Indiana, and then the dreaded night bus into the bowels of South Chicago, where I find myself in an insane environment filled with the same types of nefarious psychopaths and criminals Greyhound stations have become known for.
I'm safe in the hotel room, barely. Met a cool chick on the bus, Rebecca.
Dan Medzy? Who's that?
So it was all worth it. The trip was really worth it just to meet that woman.
Oh, Dan. I met Dan on a bus between Louisville and Indianapolis, and he didn't even record me at all. Like, not even one single time. Lame. Oh, still recording.
All the Greyhound bus stations are terrible. I mean, you can pretty much bank on it. They're just varying levels of hell. Don't travel that way if you can help it. I mean, in America, cheap equals you might die. Alright? It's not like Australia. It's not like Europe even, where cheap is sort of a bargain and you're still safe. I guess you're paying for a safe place in America. It's not even the sleep. You're just paying for somewhere to hunker down, like a bunker. I've had a grueling night, and I've been travelling on a bus for a long time, so give me some allowance to be annoyed and honest. I don't hate America, I hate Greyhound. So take that. If you're going to take anything from this, take that. What the hell is that? I'm in Chicago. As you can see, the Windy City. Cinnamon baked Oreo or something. There's a T-Mobile building. T-Mobile works all around America, and we're lying to you. It doesn't work anywhere. T-Mobile is horrible. Seriously, do not.
Too cheap to get a regular cab, I organised a Lyft with Lyft, an Uber-like company that has an app that I could actually get working on my phone. A Chicago native, Lyft employee Bob, takes me to my destination.
I forgot I was in Thailand. The snake went up the water pipes.
Oh, did
bit that guy in his penis.
Oh, really?
It was like a 10-foot pipe down. Yeah, this is famous over there.
This is the one. Yeah, I heard about this place before.
They do shows every weekend, so oh man, I know it'll be busy today.
Yeah.
Today I would meet former Apple manual writer Jason Gabassi of the popular Walking Dead cast. I'd missed out on having a beer with Jason while in San Francisco earlier in the journey, so this would be a second attempt. He would be hosting some panels at Walker StalkerCon at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center here in Chicago later today, a kind of celebrity nerd fest for fans of the AMC series The Walking Dead. Since Jason had generously offered me an expensive VIP ticket to the event itself, I thought I would go along to see what all the fuss was about.
I just got here a bit late at the Walker StalkerCon, and we're about to go in. It's pretty crazy, it's a big place. Just got to find this ticket pickup. And I'm guessing it's over there where it says ticket pickup. Thanks for that.
Once you hit the sound, leave it on for both days.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Panel times and photo ops.
Great, thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
I've got the stuff. I'm ready to go. I mean, there's a chance I could see somebody I know here. It's possible. Here at Nerdfest, Walker Stalker, and yeah, I haven't been to one of these, so I don't know how it works. So I'm just finding my way. We got a Rick Grimes.
absolutely mental. God knows what's going on in there.
Here in America, the natives worship their celebrities as gods, and nowhere is this more on display than at these so-called cons, short for conventions. An avid watcher of TV, I recognised most all of the celebrities here, but it was only once I caught a glimpse of some of the cast of Breaking Bad that even I began to get caught up in the worship of humans who were once filmed while reciting lines from a script in a particular way.
Giancarlo Esposito. I think I'm gonna have to do this. It's Gus from Breaking Bad.
I'm sorry.
Unsanctioned filming, recording, or photography was deeply frowned upon here, so I had to be careful. The watchful eye of the volunteer celebrity brigade was ever present.
Just a quick question. I was wondering if is this a meet and greet or what is it? Do you pay to get in this line or?
No, you can just stay in line and meet and greet. That's free.
That's fine, and just no cameras or anything. But
take a picture with him, and it's $40. He's getting ready to leave. Oh, we're right here. There's nobody in line. Go.
Oh, is it a different line for?
Yeah, VIP.
Oh, right. So you just go straight through there. How are you? G'day. I'm good. G'day. We've communicated. Awesome. Yeah, for show ever. They really know how to do it here in America. Good to see you. Yeah, cool. I think I walked past Jason. I'm not 100% sure. That's Melissa Hutchison, but I'm not quite sure if Jason. I'm looking at Jason right now over there, or not. He's doing a bit of a Rick Grimes thing with his beard. If it is him. So am I guess. But yeah, I'm kind of not sure if it's him or not. So I don't want to go up to him. But that's definitely Melissa Hutchison, who I have communicated with before. But yeah, I'm going to return to this area shortly once I figure out if that is actually Jason or not. I don't want to approach a stranger.
Failing in my attempts to record any secret video, I proceeded to instead bug various celebrities with some bad quality hidden audio, some of which I had no idea who they were until they told me.
Yeah. Mitty sent me over. Mitty said, you're cool. Yeah. I don't know who you are, to be honest, because I'm from Australia.
It's all good.
Small island, but...
Well, you know what? I was in Australia and I shot a show called The Singing Bee out there on Channel 9.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, it was a while ago. I did the first season of it and then somebody else took over.
Okay.
So
You look familiar. Maybe I have seen you, but I don't know.
I was in a group called NSYNC as well.
Oh,
so
NSYNC, yeah, I know NSYNC.
That's what I did.
Okay, you've aged.
Fuck yeah. After what, 15 years? I was like, shit, 22,
I saw
23.
your panel before, and I should have known that already. I'm just realising this now.
As people reached for their wallets all around me, I soon realised that having an autograph or selfie was not a free experience, even for someone with his own smartphone and VIP status such as my noble self. Was this a convention, or some kind of bizarre celebrity prostitution ring?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to pay for a photo with every person here, I'd probably be down $700 by now. It's Michael Rooker, but I'm not paying $40 to have a photo with him because I'm not made of $40. Although if they made it free, these lines would be mental, to be honest.
We're gonna do a quick hello, goodbye, no photos, no videos, no autographs, okay?
Gotcha.
Hang on to that. Thank
Totally
you.
gotcha.
He's not from around here. Where are you from?
Australia, Tasmania. Little island where we don't really leave. And,
Did you come here? You didn't come here just for this.
I've been seeing friends in Kentucky.
Oh, really?
And that's way out there. It's hard to get there by Greyhound with the crackheads and all that. Yeah.
Oh,
Are you all right though?
Yeah, I'm fine,
You're
man.
okay?
Yeah, good to
Well,
meet you.
that's
I'm a big fan. So
It's great to meet you, man.
Yeah, cheers, dude.
Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks, man. The celebrities seem a bit sick of it, and they would be, because they're sort of trotted out like circus animals, and sort of lined up in booths, as you can see. Australia
Australia. Just saying good day.
From Australia?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I know you from The Wire and Walking Dead.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm a
So
big
you
fan.
didn't come all the way from Australia just for this? Come and do that?
Right. But loving your work. I don't know what you're doing next, but I'm gonna watch it.
I'm doing a new HBO show. It's called
Yeah?
The Deuce.
The
It'll be
Deuce.
out early next year. Yeah, new David Simon show. David
Oh,
Simon produced
Dave
The Wire.
Simon's.
You'll be able to catch me on that.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
As the celebs continued to be trotted out, like curiosities at a freak show, I followed a mob of nerds to an area where they were gathering in great number. They could tell I wasn't really one of them, scarcely acknowledging my humanity, as if I myself had become the Walking Dead.
Excuse me. Do you even know what this is? Hello? Talking to me.
We're gonna have 1 second. So why don't we do? How many of you guys love the Backstreet Boys? Your favorite song. We're not gonna judge you.
Well, it's our first Walker Stalker comment.
But I just had a big chat with RJ Mitty, the nicest guy here.
The hell is this? Hey.
Veggie bacon. We're watching our cholesterol, I guess.
Not me. I want real bacon. Not this fake crap.
Too bad. Eat it.
He's just sitting over there and very honest about Australia. The weird people that he met in Australia he was a bit scared of. Probably because he went to Sydney, because they are like that down there, let's be honest. But yeah, we kicked it. We talked about Cranston. We talked about him going...
Before leaving, I was invited to come along to an after party of sorts with Jason and Melissa and assorted podcast listeners, but I had to find it first.
Just going to meet Jason at the old Hyatt, which is somewhere up here. We'll get there.
The man of the hour has an air of great power. The dudes have envied him for so long.
Celebrities shooting the shit. I like this big building here. It's a weird looking thing, but beautiful. It's Chicago. And it's not that windy. Look at these trees. The windy city is not living up to its name.
Hard to understand, but a hell of a man. This cat of the slum had a mind, wasn't dumb. But a weakness was shown, cause his hustle was wrong. His mind was his own, but the man lived alone. Ooh,
I can't finish this meal. It's too big. It's huge. I'm not getting to the bottom of it.
Like I just drove back from Wisconsin. He's like, and all along the way it was just Subway and porn stores.
Jason from the Walking Dead cast. We're just here at, where are we?
We're at the Red Barn and Grill Lounge or something in the Hyatt Regency O'Hare in Chicago.
It was easy to find Jason, but there was a skywalk that was about 4 miles long that I had to walk to get here.
But the funny thing is, if you just go across the street, it's very short.
Oh really? It's like a really good way. I went the
Google Maps, it was a 4-minute walk.
I went the long way, I think, and I've come to America without really. I know about it from, like I said, the back of cereal packets and movies and stuff, but like I don't know anything really. Yeah.
My son, who's 4, saw a fly the other day, and he was like, "What the hell is that?" You know, like it's
I ran into one really nice African American woman who came up to me and just said, "Honey, you don't want to be in this neighborhood." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. I'm getting the hell out of here."
the street over it.
It was at this point, for some reason, I proceeded to embarrass myself by pointing out to professional voice actress Melissa Hutchinson that she was doing the Australian accent wrong all these many years.
But can you do an Australian accent? Because no Americans can really do it.
Let's see. Hope I don't miss work this Christmas. How was that? No.
That's good, but you're doing like a 1940s, and this is what Americans always do. They go for the it's like, yeah, it's like the 50s type of outback.
Right.
Yeah, that. Right, let's get, you know, they go right back there.
This is a
yeah.
And you guys, you don't say no, so it's not.
No.
Shit.
It's close.
I'll never book work as an Australian person.
I'll always be.
Also, I did the voice of a wallaby. I was a wallaby in a
So
game.
you're pretty close there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's almost New Zealand. And
Yeah.
I'm going up with my E's and the E's. Well, it's been a month over there.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, you've nailed that because I could hear that you
But
had
I
that.
was a wallaby.
This is the thing too.
I'm from Melbourne, so you'll get a bit of Melbourne from me.
Right.
There's
That's more like Melbourne's like more like Mel Gibson.
Two or three. No problem.
All right, Melly Hutch.
This is horrible. Well, I'm supposed to be talking as Clementine, not really as Melly Hutch, but I'm really happy to meet you, and I need to make it to Tasmania because apparently we're really similar, and I don't think Clementine would actually make it to Tasmania at this point, sorry, but I hope to.
But it's the best
and we're
place.
Gonna hang out in the mountains. It's the best place in the world.
So good to meet you too.
So
like,
nice to meet you.
I mean, honestly.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Stop. We have so much in common. We're nervous. We have anxiety.
I have
and we love the
extreme
mountains.
anxiety. Like a crazy amount of anxiety.
Me too.
Yeah, it's horrible, really. Melly Hutch, voice of Clementine on Telltale's Walking Dead games. She's an awesome person.
Having kept Melissa Hutchinson away from her adoring fans long enough, I decided it was time to leave, and so I bid her farewell with the customary slap of the hand. Because of Memorial Day weekend, it turned out that every flight from Chicago to Pittsburgh was booked solid. As fate would have it, the only flight left flew into Detroit, Michigan first, the place where my life fell apart and my whole America mess began.
Detroit.
As we begin the descent into Detroit, we'll get back to the expected arrival time as well as the current conditions. For now, sit back, relax, enjoy the ride, and thank you for flying Delta.
I waited up all night and headed back early morning into the Lion's Den to face my demons and take the same connecting flight to Pittsburgh that I was so callously prevented from taking due to an arrest by Homeland Security all those years ago.
Each other it all the weight it must be laid wherever you are, and I know you don't think twice wherever you are. All the weight it must be laid wherever you are, and I know you don't think twice wherever you are. So I will hum alone, too far from you. All that I say now is nothing to you.
Well, alright, watch out, watch out.
As my plane hit the tarmac in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, my friend Will and his young son Carson were there waiting to transport me to their home in West Virginia, where I would be spending the next few days.
Hey! How you doing? Will's in the car, and we got Carson back here. Hi! And my bag there that is falling apart. It is mental.
We're stopping at Krispy Kreme. This is the place where they actually make the Krispy Kreme donuts. So we can get a nice, hopefully hot and fresh donut.
And so we entered Krispy Kreme, a kind of donatorium where we would fulfill part of the body's daily sugar requirements with freshly baked donuts, prepared en masse in front of our very eyes.
I love that you can see the whole process.
Those donuts have filling in them.
So they say you don't want to see how the sausage is made, but I do actually want to see how the sausage is made. And in this case, the donut is made. They're not scared to show you, so it must be. That's a good sign generally of food.
What, strawberry shortcake?
That looks really good.
The sugary stuff on top.
Is it sugar?
Yeah, it's basically.
It's all sugar.
I think the main ingredient is sugar. It's
From Australia, huh?
Yeah.
Why did you want to come here?
That's a good question. Now, I've been all over in the last couple of weeks. I've done 18 states. I think I'm hitting. This is the 18th.
not necessarily at the same time. That one's the warm one.
That's the one I want, and then that. It's crumbly in the hand. Look at that. You don't get that. Oh yeah.
Dough fried in grease with custard in the middle. That's probably 700 calories.
Oh god. It's just the right density. Look at it. How do they do that? These are the sort of towers that people live under and become like radioactive.
As stereotypical as it may be, before getting to know my friends here online in 2007, I never thought of West Virginia as anything more than a mountainous hub for bears, banjo players and drunkenly beweaponed hillbillies. But I've since found there's a little more to it than that.
That guy looks like he's going a little fast. Yeah, just a touch.
Next, Will took me to a bizarrely un-Australian restaurant called the Outback Steakhouse, where I questioned the absence of some key Australian elements I felt the Americans had missed.
Like it's already, there's a non-Australian vibe. It's more like a saloon or something. And it's Mexican as well, so like, does it make sense? We don't have that. We don't have any of this. Order a beer. If I could.
In 15 minutes?
Yeah.
We'd wait till 1 o'clock here.
Oh, really? That's un-Australian. They don't have any Vic Bitter. They can be...
I've never heard of it before.
Okay, now Foster's in Australia has not been drunk since 1983. But there's nothing Tasmanian on here.
That doesn't surprise me.
And that. Yeah, I've had too much sugar. I need something without sugar. Like someone, like a 4th grader made a restaurant.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's great. I could run this place.
It's French fries, or as you would call them, chips.
I don't think I've had cheese fries, but I'm definitely going to try
French
them.
fries with cheese, bacon,
That's our second most popular.
Yeah? Because that sounds good. That actually sounds... Anything with cheese, we're down with cheese. Because I don't think I can handle a bloomin' onion right now. I don't see any crocodile here. I'd like to eat some crocodile. You know, koala is tasty. I don't see koala on the menu here. We'll eat emu. Emu will be on the list. Kangaroo is like a staple food in Australia. We don't eat koala, by the way. It's a federal crime. Oh, that looks amazing.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, there's bacon on it too. The kangaroo here is correct. Except for the knapsack there, that's wrong. Actually, I don't think the males, I don't think the male kangaroos do anything toward raising the kid at all.
Probably not.
Pretty sure they don't.
Hi.
In the altar of my face, 'cause you know you left the house.
Nostalgia aside, and exhaustion setting in, we headed to Will's place to briefly relax before my old friend Brittany's party.
It's a breach I'll never cover. It's a breach I'll never cover.
While I resist the pesky naggings of sleep, Will's young son Carson guides me through a video game he designed with his own brain and hands.
I don't remember that day, but that's what Bo told me. So Bo could be lying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
achieve.
no, you have achieved that.
Yeah.
I'm already suspicious of this. Yeah. Bo. Jack. Look. Wee. Wee. What's making all this racket?
Okay, these are cicadas.
Yeah.
Will informed me about a mysterious race, of special American cicadas that came down from the trees every 17 years to feast on the souls of men or something.
Come out once every 17 years. There's a few other times, but they...
It's like a biblical plague.
Kind of. These are shells.
Is that alive? Is that one? That one looks alive.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's alive.
And of course it happened like exactly now, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, it just started. You were probably in the U.S. when it started.
Wow. Peeing on the cicada.
Yep.
Just the level of respect for these cicadas. Unbelievable. Listen to that. I love these big cars in America because they're just like, oh man, they're awesome. They can go through anything. They look four-wheel drive-ish.
And compared to...
It's like a bus.
Yeah. This is a glorified minivan.
It's a breach under the collar.
This first building right here,
yeah,
when I was living there, that was a strip club.
Of course it was.
They put that in about a year after I moved in.
Yeah. So the truckers come through, they want to do that.
This is where the truckers would stay.
Ah, right. So are there bears in this here parts?
Are there bears?
Yeah.
There are black bears.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. Hello, Dad.
Yeah, so
Glad you made it this time.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's been great here. Although I'm so tired and I feel really bad for people that have to be in my presence at the moment because I'm just constant. And I felt this way in Kentucky too. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm all scatterbrained. You know, I'm all over the place. And it really is just due to no sleep.
You have seen more of this country than I have, and I've been here for 45 years.
I know, everyone says that. You're being filmed now.
I know
that. I'm just letting you know you're on camera.
But that's
because this might be the only footage we ever get, so.
That was it.
That was it. We're going to stop the camera now. But yeah, this Michelob. How do I say it? Michelob. Who would have thought? There's a H in there.
It's only 95 calories. If you were worried about it at all. You will not get me in the bouncy house.
Even for this? Even for the just
No.
I feel more at home when I'm in places like this than I'm...
The length of time without sleep, now bordering on the ridiculous, I ease the insanity with some much-needed alcohol and clove cigarettes. The night was still young.
What's your favourite thing about West Virginia?
Sorry, I'm just...
What I love about America is there's pride in gardens.
Oh, they're totally.
But we don't have that, and I feel bad about that.
I mean,
it's therapeutic for us. That's the
kills me. And then there's this one girl in a kind of maroon dress with these really funky earrings, who was just sitting there looking off into space and kind of moving like this.
Yeah.
And it was like she was listening to music.
Yeah.
With no headphones, no nothing. She was off in her own little world.
That sounds like
and that's
someone I
Shannon.
know.
Yeah, it was Shannon.
I'm being educated.
I was telling you about two of our first conversations. One of them was about this Australian guy that you had just met, and that came out of a discussion about an art history class we were taking, and we were talking about columns because he was saying how much he loved columns.
Yeah.
God, you got a really good memory.
I don't.
I quit smoking for 10
I was so
days,
proud of
cold
me.
turkey. But to most people, for me to say, like, I didn't drink or smoke for 2 weeks, they're just like,
I don't remember where the dollar store is.
But
so it's just going to be like a montage.
It's a montage.
And I say, hey, live it like we're renegades. Hey, live it like we're renegades.
I mean, it's crazy. But the only way I could even have the meeting, I couldn't hardly stand up.
functional, you know, alcoholism. But there's something about alcohol for me that, for some reason,
I don't smoke unless
you
I'm
can't get there with medication or anything else. Do you know what I mean? There's something about it.
But when I got up, when I stood up from the table from that meeting, I was thinking, all I was thinking was, don't fall down.
Yeah. If your brain is working fast and you're analysing like yourself and you're analysing people and you're just like too many things going on, and if you get something like alcohol which kind of slows that down slightly, it becomes functional, it becomes normal, and you can process things, and all that stuff is just kind of fades away. But the liver dies.
Yes, the liver dies.
The liver dies.
In Australia,
when I'm in America, I'm just going to eat what the Americans are eating. I'm going to eat what like people are eating when I eat with them. You know, there's some of it was home cooked meals in Kentucky. You know, like whatever people are doing, I'm going to do.
There were like mirrors, like some kind of mirrors around it, and there were pool tables.
I love the flags in this country, like because we're not proud.
You don't have like your Australian flags.
I guess it's Memorial Day. That's probably why you have that, right? Or is that normal?
It's pretty normal.
Yeah, but I like it. It's folksy.
No,
yeah.
It's just folksy.
It's folksy. I like it.
Really, it's just wrong.
Y'all folks are kind of cool.
If you don't stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag in the morning in kindergarten, somebody's going to kick your ass.
Do you know the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag and all the nations. I don't know.
It's very close.
Yeah?
It's pretty close.
There's
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America. Jimmy Carter, what was it? Something about Jimmy Carter, right?
Jimmy Carter is not in the Pledge of Allegiance.
But he built something and it was important to America.
For which it stands.
For which it stands and forever.
One nation. And forever.
And one nation under God.
Yes. That's the part they added in 1950.
Inconsiderate.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
But how's Jimmy Carter coming to this?
He doesn't.
He just doesn't factor in.
Jimmy
Carter. Like, no.
He wasn't a particularly fantastic president, but he was an amazing guy.
Mission accomplished.
Eventually, we made our way back to Will's, and my brain is treated to one of the best sleeps it's ever had. Which is just as well because there's a lot on the cards for tomorrow.
But plus, you know, if they come through your windscreen, they'll kick you in the head and they'll kill you. Most likely, you know, if they get right in there.
West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place.
I mean, that could have been a lot worse.
Titanium plate in my shoulder.
Yeah, and that's accepted. The body's accepted that, all right?
Okay, so you take a shower.
You don't get any rejection of the plate.
Country roads, all my memories.
Will and I began the day by meeting resident mountain mama, Brittany, at a wonderful place called Valley Falls.
I'm not going to burn. I'm going to be fine.
You know, I'll tell you off some more.
I'm going to taste some of these.
They don't taste like that?
That's really good. This must be horrible for you, but it's really good.
All of our food.
There's so much sugar in your food, you poor people.
Like, where I can just lay naked. That's like,
Yeah.
when I can't be in anything other than a bathing suit, I'm like, this is the end.
You could jump in there, but it might sweep you away, right?
Yeah. You want to walk closer?
Yeah. This looks better in real life.
Of course it does.
Yeah, they always do, but I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He didn't know that he.
I really like that.
Like, I don't think I knew you had it.
one of my favorite ones, this one, because it's the owl.
One of my
Oh, cool.
I was like, actually,
Nice.
I'm covered.
I drew that
I
one.
him yesterday.
You drew that yourself? No way.
It was a beautiful morning. The sun was out. Tattoos had been exhibited, and we spent some quality time watching some plump tourists almost kill themselves on the river.
We're watching a death happen here. I hope not. What? Don't do that. I mean, that's not good. I'm sitting here and I can't, my blood pressure's up, and I'm like, this guy is almost going to tumble and crack his head on that rock.
I mean, like, this is
not standing up.
This is
I would crawl.
ignorance and naivety. And
Oh God, oh God.
I actually can't walk.
But I would do it up here.
I wouldn't do it.
He made it, he's alright.
Thank you.
I don't know how. Oh, hang on. Oh shit. Oh, that was close. Well, I'll jump in front of the bus to save a kid, but I'm not going to jump in there to save a fat guy who, you know, just decided to slip off there.
Next, Brittany took us to her family's place in Fairmont, where the festivities for Memorial Day were already well underway. Here in West Virginia, they don't let a little rain spoil what the locals call a cook-out.
Or, you know, keep a spare key at hand and come back and get it. You know, take a taxi ride, get your key.
So whose fault is this, yours?
Oh no.
Yeah, but is it going to be flipped onto you somehow?
There's no flip this onto me.
I've had that happen to me before,
Yes.
so.
No, there are many things that can be flipped on me. This is not.
Yeah, this is not going to happen. So the car's safe, you're safe.
Yes.
We're not going to South Carolina, and what are you doing? Why are you here?
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Middletown Road.
Give a shit. Necessarily a racist.
It is also.
So it's both. It could be either.
You don't have anybody. I'm sorry, you don't have anybody flying a Confederate flag that doesn't at least secretly acknowledge the racist component of that.
Yeah.
This apartment complex is all low-income
Yeah.
housing, and this is really probably the area you can get into the most trouble in.
Oh, really?
Or none at all. If you were somebody looking for drugs, you can find anything you want there.
So it's not like bad.
But,
yeah.
you know, this is where the drug problem lives.
Yeah, right. Right.
After some enlightening discussion, Will took me to meet a lovely elderly woman who turned out to be both an artist and his mother.
Yeah, it's in a silver frame. You did it.
If it's here, it's probably.
I don't believe it's here.
We had a gander at some of her incredible work.
This isn't one of the best ones, but you see the black outlines on all of this?
Yeah, yeah.
She used to do that with black pen and then paint with watercolor.
Oh, really?
And because that's the way she painted when I was little.
She
Well, that's
painted
very
when
good.
She was 10.
Yeah?
It's one of the twins.
Really?
She painted that. That was a
Wow.
self-portrait she started painting. I got some dirty looks for bringing this kid in.
Oh, really?
By the end of the class,
she was just.
I wouldn't have known that was a kid had done that at all.
No.
Like, that's proper art to me. Easy. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's like a chorus of millions outside. That seems to be the main thing that they do. All that's missing is just a bear frolicking off into the West Virginian landscape. Happy. That sounds quite soothing. It's like they're all singing. They're either all singing or they're all going. Ah. Alright, this is sort of Cribs, West Virginia. Going around Will White's place. Shouldn't probably say his last name. This is your standard West Virginian room. Sort of the upstairs area is not going to stick your beak too far in here. Like horror movie style
steps, which are a bit freaky. Yeah, we've got Carson here. Carson's got some amazing photography. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Amazing. Of artistic blood in the White family. Will's mother, for example, we went and saw her, and this is some of her work. Just painting with watercolours, and I mean, just beautiful paintings. This one I like in particular. Sort of a nutcracker incorporation. Really cool. I mean, look at that. Just a whole array of art, just surrounded by art. I would love, you know, to be growing up around art. Art is amazing. Of course, some people believe the world is flat, but let's not get started on that. I just want to twist this around. Of course, my home at the moment, about Tasmania. I've flown all the way around, but for that, you can't get further away from home. They just hired that actress, that young actress, to play. Of course, the real kid would be a fat kid. You know, she might want to be a scientist, but she's definitely not going to be a nutritionist. So we're gonna just empty this. And I like this too. I just noticed this. Real mayonnaise, because there's stuff in America that is not real. A large American milk from a large American fridge. It's whole milk with vitamin D. Good that they've added a bit of that, just to offset the sugar from what we're about to eat. All that over there looks like nice thick cow's milk. Just going to clean that up. I've made a bit of a mess. Our spoons are in the expected place. It's delicious. Raisin bran.
Oh, okay.
And I've discovered we've got something called Sultana bran,
Okay.
which tastes almost exactly like this, but with about like 90% less sugar.
Wheat, sugar, raisins, rice.
I love how sugar's right up the top.
Brown sugar syrup, glycerin.
Glycerin?
Yeah.
I mean, whether I'm discussing a deep dish pizza in Chicago with a man I've never met, or, you know, shooting the shit with an African American, or just, you know, having a bowl of extra infused sugary treat for breakfast. Food's a big part of the American lifestyle here. What's more, Americans have a bond with food, and they like to, you know, they eat over it. They have cookouts. They have, you know, just the gatherings of people and food, and it's very nice. They put on a lot of weight, of course, because the food is very sugary and fatty, but we kind of ignore that because it brings so much joy. If everyone would just eat healthy, we would have miserable lives. And, you know, misery is not something that we should take lightly. I think if we're killing ourselves a little faster and clogging the arteries a little harder, what is the harm at the end of the day? What is the harm? Yeah, thanks a lot for everything.
Oh, good. You're welcome.
Yeah, awesome to
I
be
look
here.
forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, we will. I'm sure our paths will cross somewhere along the line. Gotta crawl out through here. After saying my goodbyes to Will, Brittany drove me toward Pittsburgh, and we stopped off at another memorable spot, known only as The Camp.
Not that hidden, really.
It is when you're going the other way.
I guess so.
Oh, they need to cut the grass so bad.
Whether I kind of know it all. We just leave them here over the summer. Industrial grade barbecues. Puts ours to shame, and we're like king of barbecue. Upon arrival, we were greeted by what appeared to be a small American bear. Oh, you're huge. Holy hell. Are you alright with it? Yeah? Is it a friendly one?
Hey, guppy baby.
This dog is huge.
Oh, guppy.
What type of dog is that?
He's a Newfoundland.
Looks like a bear. I thought it was a bear coming out at me. I can see where the bears come from now.
Like, that's where they start. That's how it started here.
Yeah.
That's a money shot. Oh, Canadian.
It's an elk, yeah.
Oh, it's elk. Is it? What's the difference between deer and elk? They're huge.
It's gigantic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see the horns now. Yeah.
Well,
So
that's all my shit that I hang on it. You remember the video?
now seeing it, I can
That's
see
why
that.
I'm like, oh god, I'm afraid to sleep under it sometimes.
Oh, that could just fall on you and just like impale you. It's really docile for its size. It's not like angry.
Where do we go from here?
There's nothing dangerous in this water that you could swim in it.
Oh yeah, we
There
swim
would be
in it.
no like weird frogs or anything. West Virginian frogs that would kill you. Maybe
No, like-
in Chicago there'd be like a dead body floating by.
We know. Yesterday was hard, and all of us. And all of us.
Gnawing on ice and
Yeah.
chewing gum. I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
But your sister is like proper West Virginia. It's funny though, that contrast, because I'm like, didn't you grow up together?
Yeah. This one's the exit that I take when I go to work. I get off.
you
I
get
get
off
off
here.
back there and then go past that, head towards that way.
And you do that every day?
Every single day. Shannon works up here.
The long road to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania gives Brittany and I a proper chance to catch up, and I'm thankful we had this time together. In a way, I was annoyed Pittsburgh wasn't even further away.
So you're on top of your health so that you can make sure that you can still continue to do bad things.
Exactly.
You should try the dill pickle chips.
Oh yeah, I should do that. Brittany's told me about these dill pickle flavoured chips before from Lay's, and we have Lay's, which is weird, but we don't have the cool ones. I'm like a newborn baby wandering around going, oh, like just putting stuff in my mouth because you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing where you're just rolling around, just Twinkie. You know.
Never had this before.
Yeah.
Come on right now.
What did I drop? I dropped something important. I know it. Some chip.
You have little dick syndrome because you're
Yeah.
short and you have a gigantic truck.
Ah, right.
So it's
yeah.
like you're compensating.
So you might be looking down on them in the same way we would.
You probably hear half the calls from our house party and you're like, that's Brittany.
Fort Pitt Tunnel. Expect like water to come rushing in under the sea or something.
I thought you were going to say something about like a horror movie again.
Yeah, kind of like
everything in the United States you equate to a horror movie, like the pool
But
change.
this, look at that dank and kind of darkness. It looks like the end of the world.
That's it.
Yeah. Anything sort of like old here looks post-apocalyptic.
Big city life, me try to get by. Pressure now ease up no matter how hard me try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now Babylon dip on me case. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure now ease up no matter how hard me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now Babylon dip on me case. People in a shout.
It's kind of San Francisco-y. Yield. I can't get used to this yield.
What do you guys have?
It's giveaway.
This is the first time I would see Pittsburgh properly, and we had some time before my bus to New York State, which was just as well because finding parking in this city proved to be quite a challenge.
Brittany will get us there.
Yeah.
Like in American movies, there's always something dodgy going down in a parking lot.
Yeah, I'll park on this.
3:15, so be down there around 3:15. Alright, thanks a lot.
Language across the seas and the oceans. A permanent itinerant is what I've chosen. I find myself in a big city prison, arisen from
I don't see them. There's people like sleeping there on the floor.
Cleaning the windows.
There's actually cleaning happening right as we speak.
Yeah, he's cleaning all.
And-
It's cleaner than ones in Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
Odd is fine with me. I'm good with, like, most of my friends have something odd about them. Not Brittany though. Not Brittany. Present company excluded. But Brittany's fine.
Totally normal.
But she's normally, like, she's weird in ways, like, I don't know how to explain that, but
I'm
like,
eccentric?
No, but what I mean is that's a good weird to have. You want that weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a bit of that weird.
Yeah,
I won't take things the wrong way. Like I can insult you. I can say, Brittany, you look... I'm not going to say it.
You can't even insult me though. You're like, I can't.
I can't insult you. It hurts too much to do it. But I'm like, if I would say something just horrible, you would probably just go, yeah, you wouldn't take it personally at all.
And you're drunk and you go throw up and you rally because your party's not over, but you go throw up and start drinking.
So that's a thing here.
That's a rally.
Because we don't do that. Like when you throw up, that's the end of the night, man.
Yeah, for me, when I throw up.
Me now, yeah, me too.
Like that,
I'm not having fun anymore.
Like, if I get to that point, I'm like, I gotta go.
Yeah, and then I woke up with like wrapped in a garden hose and there was this dog licking my head. Interesting. Because I remember hearing that because there were like ghost people that were Roto-Rooters in a show.
Brittany and I spent our final minutes together until it was time for me to leave. Only to find that with the leaving comes a sadness, and with sadness release. I had loved my time in this part of America, but even with the deepest of love, always eventually comes a time to let it all go.
Achilles and his gifts, and Spider-Man's control, and Batman with his fists. And clearly I don't see myself upon that list. She said, where'd you wanna go?
Onwards through the beautiful state of Pennsylvania I went. Rather than travel all the way to Buffalo, New York by bus, my friends Laurie and Eric offered to pick me up in a lovely little place called Erie, Pennsylvania. For this I was thankful, as by now I was well fed up with anything that even looked or smelt like a Greyhound bus.
Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. I want something just like this.
I love the sunsets here.
After some careful evaluation of the local public toilets in Erie, we set out for Buffalo, where on the way, Laurie, Eric and little Mariana took me to this Chick-fil-A place I've heard so much about over the years.
It's about the Chick-fil-A and it was beautiful. The end.
Like I'll come in and I'll be like, oh yeah, I owe you this money for my nails because I got my nails done.
Yeah.
I owe you this money.
Just spraying that whipped cream down his throat like a whole can almost. And then I was like, why are you doing that? And he just goes, America! That was his answer.
Somebody I can miss. I want something just like this. I want something just like this.
My house is right here.
Oh, you're right near your school, so you can walk to school.
Yeah, I love walking. We're like all
Are you tired yet? You should be sleeping by now. You should be sleeping like 4 hours ago.
This is the kitchen. This is where like the kids eat that we
First,
visit.
who are you?
I'm Mariana.
You're Mariana. Laurie here with Eric, and they're putting me up. They're putting me up for the night here in Buffalo.
Oh wow!
He goes straight for the face.
He has
no boundaries.
He's on fire all the time. He's a youngin'.
Oh yeah, smell the other dogs.
Shush. MJ was abused by men, so and MJ.
MJ. Whoa.
Teeny.
Michael Jackson.
It's huge. It goes all the way back to my school.
Yeah. So what's her name?
Cece.
And it's a girl cat?
Guys, play off the couch though. It gets really swampy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go inside.
Yeah, we're just here at Tim Hortons, and I've found for my sister at Tim Hortons. She told me to find one and have a coffee there, or she'll kill me. So I'm here with Laurie, and yeah, like a nice big cup. Like we wouldn't even have this much coffee. Okay, well, now this looks amazing. It's a Tim Hortons. What was it again?
Cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll. I can't remember that. It's kind of like a coffee scroll, but like 4 times as good. And cinnamony.
Right. A coffee scroll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is kind of similar, except your glazing is better because I think this is illegal glazing, to be honest, like because we're not allowed that much. And the only thing they need is like a bin for donuts or something coming out there. Like I'd love that if there was something. That's the only thing missing in Cobb.
Well, Bruce Almighty, did you see Bruce Almighty? Jim Carrey? He was.
Was that Buffalo?
That was in Buffalo. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And then it was funny. My sister, the one who passed.
Yeah.
She actually met Jim Carrey.
Really?
And Jim Carrey was like. She talked to Jim Carrey and Jenny McCarthy. It was when they were dating.
And I'm going to a few Jim Carrey locations. I'm going to Montauk, which he did like Eternal Sunshine. This is like The Sopranos. That's
I know
what.
in Florida you don't have to slow down.
It's the start of The Sopranos.
I woke up this morning, got myself a gun. Mama always said I'd be the chosen one. One in a million, I believe I'm gonna burn to shine. I was born under a bad sign.
Get it open.
I'm trying.
Get it open.
You don't like how it smells.
I'm gonna like that.
Do you like orange?
It's like it's like an expensive version of Violet Crumble. And America always said, we don't have Violet Crumble. What's that? This is it.
So I got a dried giant peanut butter cup. But it's homemade, so it's like rich, you know.
But it's like essentially a glob of chocolate. I mean,
Yeah.
it's gone straight to the thighs.
I don't mess around, man.
Nervously, we risked a border crossing to Canada to see the Canadian side of Niagara Falls, arguably the better side. Border Patrol was thankfully quite friendly, and no authorities got in my way.
Hi. No, I do.
I'm from Australia, visiting. Yeah.
And where are you going today?
Clifton House.
How long you staying?
Like 2 hours.
You can get some good food.
Yeah.
Anybody carry guns, weapons, Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Is he Canadian? Because he sounds Canadian.
Yep.
See, that's why I'm. Yeah, it's the Americans I'm.
Yeah, no, Americans
Still gotta worry about. So we're in Canada.
Yeah. I know. Did you
So
check
easy.
in? You gotta check in and say that
Oh, I totally have to.
you left the country yet again.
Alright, we're in Canada and near Bird Kingdom. It's just a kingdom of birds. I've never heard an American say Canada is way better.
Oh, it is. Wow.
What's this all about?
Before heading to the falls itself, we decided to stroll through the main strip, which was sort of a Canadian Las Vegas mixed with a Canadian Disneyland type deal. Laurie brought a large novelty pretzel and we ate it together.
What pretzel? Now, you know our pretzels are hard and big, so... Okay, that's good. I like it. I'm eating a hot dog. Ontario's like a big state, is it? Or is it a territory? It's a province.
Like the whole time they're like moving?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Willy Wonka's or something. So many foods. Canadian maple syrup, they love their maple syrup. So much Johnny Depp on this trip. Like, went to his hometown and then this.
I sure would like a couple of those Reese's Pieces.
At the Guinness World of Records Museum, fun for all ages. It's all here. No trip to Niagara Falls is complete without a visit to the Guinness World of Records Museum.
We drove across the water's edge, and there it was, Niagara Falls. A descending watery mass of water, which actually consists of 3 separate waterfalls that straddle the international border between Canada and the United States. Their combined flow forming the highest flow rate per square metre of any waterfall in the world. Whatever that means. I don't actually know, because I'm reading this from a pamphlet.
Waste of water. Absolute waste of water.
It's fake sugar.
Awesome. Sugar-free mint. The Canada side is definitely better, I can tell you that already. That's a lot of birds. So it's a wonder of the world, they say, and I can see why. But I don't know where all this water actually ends up going. It seems like it.
And so aboard the infamous Hornblower we went. A Canadian rival to the Maid of the Mist, the Hornblower is pretty much the same kind of ferry thing, but with a different name. Whatever your experience on either, one thing is certain, you will definitely get very, very wet.
I feel like a garbage man.
After being sufficiently dried, we headed back to New York State, where things got a little bit tense at the American border. Terrible memories from Detroit still haunting my brain. My nerves were getting the better of me, which didn't help things at all.
Where you live?
United States, New York.
Where you coming from?
Clifton Hill.
Where you live?
Australia.
When you going back?
New York on the 4th, out of JFK.
13 Silver SV2 docks. Take that. Park on this fence. You both gotta go to the building on the left, alright?
Cool. Okay. Alright, me and Laurie just got pulled over, as you could see a little bit of. I don't know how much was filmed, but we were coming back into America. We had a little trouble, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And they kind of said, I don't know what it was. They would like, here's your thing, where you from, really a little gruffly. And then we just said, like, America, Canada. I mean, America, Australia. Like a little Homeland Security area. I don't know what it is. Is it Homeland Security?
It's like customs.
Yeah, the customs thing. And it was sat there with like 50 people, some English people going, are we criminals? We don't know. They were like just freaking out a bit. And then I think they were happier when they saw us walk out of there. But yeah, they pulled us in there and they said, how do you know each other? Friend of the family, best thing to say. If you would have said internet, we'd be done for. I know that already. So we said, yeah, friend of the family, just traveling. When are you leaving? So get out of the country. As far as customs go, this has got to be my best experience. Although it is weird that you come into Canada and they're like, hello, a boot.
Yeah, welcome.
You know, whatever.
Fire trucks look like that?
No way. This must be a special New York fire truck.
We have chocolate covered potato chips.
I see the word thrift a lot here.
For dinner, Laurie, Eric and Mariana took me to Duff's to try some authentic buffalo wings. I was not disappointed.
Is this like the home of the buffalo wing, or like, it's one of them? Like, well, I'm eating the chicken here.
You can never quite get enough of witnessing the effects of gravity on water, so that evening we headed back to Niagara Falls yet again, only this time from the American side, which, while clearly not as good, was its own experience.
It's not the best, but it's a different experience. Just casually walking into Niagara. Yeah, it's busy.
Laurie and Eric spent much of the night showing me around the city of Buffalo, and afterwards were kind enough to stay awake and drive me to the station to catch my 2 a.m. night train across the state to a place I'd probably looked forward to the most on this journey, New York City.
start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray.
It was a long, mostly sleepless night from Buffalo to New York City, with loud-mouthed mothers and babies alike ever present to offend the ear.
In a city that doesn't sleep, and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap.
But being one of the cities in the world that intrigued me the most, I was pretty excited to get there and take a look around. As if the toilet on the Amtrak train wasn't impressive enough, the futuristic facilities at Penn Station also never failed to impress.
If I can make it there, I'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York.
Just arrived in New York. I'm looking for Mark.
I was here in New York City to meet a long-time friend, Mark, who had himself travelled down from Connecticut to spend the day showing me around the city. But I would have to use my brain to find him first.
Good, so I'm going to have to use my brain. How you doing? Oh man.
These little town blues.
Is this Madison Square Garden?
Madison Square Garden. Penn Station is underneath.
Ah. So Shane was telling me there's like another Penn Station, an evil one, in Newark or something.
Finding a cab proved to be difficult, so we quickly gave up and moved our attention to the more pressing concern of locating the extremely rare whiskey and beer I'd been searching America to find.
So yeah, the search for Allagash White and Whistlepick continue. We're in New York here. Mark.
We're going to find this one.
We're going to find it. And Mark's been on the hunt. He knows a guy.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Who can get things.
We decided to cut through the famous Central Park and take a leisurely walk to the other side, where hopefully we would have more luck getting a cab. I was delirious by now with travel exhaustion, but Mark was gracious enough to deal with my inane ramblings, as he always struck me as a man accustomed to dealing with the over-caffeinated and generally bewildered.
So is that Central Park? So it's almost like Jurassic Park. Like getting that from America that the dangerous animal here is the humans.
Yeah, there's a heavy police presence in the city.
Yeah. See, look at that. They're there. NYPD. Blue. This must look really awesome from up high somewhere. Oh, yeah. Because it's sort of sitting right in the city.
Yep. It looks unnatural.
NYPD is keeping an eye on these freaks driving around. You know, look at them. Look at these gangs. I mean, it's worse than LA. Look at it. What's the word? You yield to them. Okay. Because we give way.
You give way, huh?
Yeah. And pigeons walking around. This is new to me. Different colours. There's a coffee one.
Quick to the point, no faking. Cooking MCs like a pound of bacon. Burning them.
Well, they remind me of our dingoes because they're very similar.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, they're the same instincts. They travel in packs. They kill people in packs, right?
Well, they don't kill people.
We do have the naked cowboy, guys. Is he still around? Is he 50 yet?
You hear horns, and then when the window's down, you hear, "You fucking idiot! What the fuck's the matter with you?" Like that kind of stuff.
well, road rage seems to be like almost a national sport here.
Yeah.
I can't walk 10 feet without something either weird or something looking cool. Why is that there?
I noticed that Mark didn't walk. He strolled, carefree with purpose to his steps. We spent some time discussing the colourful history of New York City and the ways it had more recently become less of a so-called shithole.
This seems a bit more sophisticated.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good word. Yes. You go back to the mid-90s, this whole place was a shithole.
Really? So was it really the mayor that cleaned it up? Because that's what people tell me.
Yes.
Like, Giuliard, what's his name?
Giuliard. Times Square was all like porno theaters and like homeless people and crack whores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like you'd never take your kids anywhere near 42nd. But now it's like Disneyland. Like there's toy shops and there's, you know.
When I see kids in America or like any sort of children or parents, most of the time I feel a lot safer, as a rule.
Yep.
But that I discovered that's not always correct.
Well,
like if you get into like a ghetto kind of areas, they'll have kids anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like it's
yes,
not
sure.
like a blanket rule, but it is a good rule of thumb generally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rather than walk all the way to Times Square, we tried again with great difficulty to search for a cab that would accept us. Mark talked me through the local cab hailing method we would need to employ if we ever wanted to catch a ride.
What do you do?
It's very complex. Let me show you.
No.
You put both your feet on the ground about this far apart.
Right.
And then you step closer to the road like this.
Yeah.
And then you lean out a little bit.
Oh, just slightly?
Slightly.
Yeah.
And then you extend your finger.
Always the index?
Always the index.
So little finger, no
Yes.
good?
No. This gives a whole nother message.
Right.
You want this. It's imperative that it's the index finger.
Yeah.
And
You lean
definitely
out.
not the middle finger.
So you're not waving like a madman?
No, it's as simple as this. Let's walk on down a little bit further. 63. We are almost there. We're right here. We gotta go to there.
Okay, we might as well walk
Might as
it.
well just
I think
walk
we're
it.
just going to get annoyed at cabs. Yeah. Is that a normal thing on the walkway?
If somebody like faints or something.
Is there a rule that we get out of the way now?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
all right. I thought so. That's sort of universal, that one. Ah, the foliage. Again. I mean, look at that, the beauty of that. Is that a weed?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what that is, but that's one of the most awesome things I've seen today.
Okay. Pipe of smoke.
Yeah. It's good. I like it because I have no idea what's happening.
I don't know either.
It's almost like there's some kind of something going on underground, and it's venting out the volcanic, like whatever's in the underbelly of New York. It's just coming out, just venting that out. I just feel like an ant in New York City because it's so big. It's ridiculous. Where would the towers have been? Not here.
They're down at the end of the island. Last time I was down that end of this island, it was still just a hole in the ground.
Really? Because I heard they had a memorial there and that was it for a while.
They had a temporary memorial, yeah.
Yeah.
But, they were like digging it out. Like, I don't go down that far very often.
Oh, okay. You're usually the village, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I would love to go to the village if we do have time.
I think it would be a lot of fun. I think you'd really enjoy it.
With an election looming for America, we decided next that it would be topical to head to Trump Tower and explore the natural habitat of this laughable Republican candidate who, unbeknownst to us at the time, would soon become the future president of these United States.
Trump Tower that he's into gold. He likes to be, he's an ostentatious man, this guy. Yet he can't afford a decent haircut. But that's inexplicable. But
what we saw inside would haunt us forever.
This really is like the Biff's Casino.
It's Biff's mansion, it is. Donald Trump's signature collection shirts and bathrobes, Trump kids.
Ew, Trump kids.
So just people looking on in disgust. I love it. I love it. I mean, Trump kids, that's almost crossing a line of some.
Yeah. This is creeping me out.
This is the one. This is of all the ones.
What child would wear that?
This is like the weirdest thing in America today that I've seen. Like a young robe of some kind. With the end, like it's almost like the Hitler Youth.
Yeah. I'm sure they're like a novelty, much like the man himself.
Crippled America really sums it up. What he's done. That's the hat that I saw being worn. In Seattle, we saw Trump butt plugs. Let's go up. Let's get away from this obscenities.
Trump candy. It's like that's what he uses to like
lure the children. It's like the Pied Piper, and he's come out.
Yeah.
To, you know, but this is nice. Like having said that.
Yeah.
Like he might be evil, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah. The guy makes a good water fountain.
Yeah. There is money involved. There's money involved here. So is there a Starbucks? Is there somewhere?
Yeah, right around.
It's just weird because Starbucks is not the thing I would expect.
Yeah.
Is he trying to be a man of the people?
Donald Trump, the man who has it all. Surely he will have stashed a bit of whistle pig in his bar here in Trump Tower. Would my long search for it end here?
We are in Trump Tower, and we are going to go into Trump's bar, and we're going to try to track down some whistle pig.
Yeah, been looking for whistle pig as we know, all around the country. And if anyone's got it,
it's Trump.
Yeah.
Elections country, we need to be supporting Donald Trump. I told individuals all over the country why I support Donald Trump. We need to win. I think I predict he's going to have a big win.
Whistle pig nationally.
No.
Do you know what it is? No? Alright, we'll look elsewhere. Cheers.
Oh, absolutely.
She didn't know what it was. So even Trump, who has his own children's line, does not have whistle pig. We cannot find whistle pig for love nor money. And Trump, who is a multi-billionaire, I'm assuming, who, you know, basically tortures small animals for fun. I don't know what he does.
No, that works.
But he probably does that. Is not getting hold of whistle pig. I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't know how we're going to find it. But you know a guy.
I know a guy.
Yeah, so,
we're going to do
this. He knows a guy that even Trump doesn't know.
Yeah.
And that's pretty impressive by any standard. Don't get in here.
Cherry vanilla. Those are my three. Alright, man.
It's the NYPD doing their job, protecting Trump Tower from hooligans.
Having utterly failed to get a cab, we opted instead for a more fun and terrifying way of getting around the city. Rickshaw. We got one immediately.
I'm from Australia. I'm loving New York. It's a great city.
Oh yeah, it's fucking expensive.
It is fucking expensive.
What about you? I'm from Connecticut.
He's just regular.
When I post something, I turn into a fancy dog.
Me too. I'm the same. I can't. So this is called a pedicab.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, it almost sounds like like the Trump thing that we were looking at earlier.
I think I should support this business.
But we're of age, so that makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm spilling my ice cream. There's something going on behind us.
What? Where do you guys want to go? Just at Rockefeller Center.
Okay, where? I thought it was Rockefeller. What's the protocol on a rickshaw when there's a cop coming?
That's it, huh?
Let's get out of here.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, man. Have a good one.
Well, I'm just wondering how the hell they get through all this when they need to.
I know, right?
You know, like if it's a serious thing. Now this is what I imagine New York to be like. Like things going nuts.
Yeah.
Like
sirens.
But this is a magnificent structure. I mean, this is like if, you know, God himself made a building. I love that about New York. There just could be a monk walking past. Like, I don't know if self-immolation is going to happen. Anything can happen in New York. Yeah, it's just casual. Wow. Anytime I'm in one of these buildings, I feel like I'm somewhere I shouldn't be, that I don't belong here. And I don't make, you know, 200,000 plus a year, so I don't belong.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to walk through here, but that's not the case in America. Apparently, like the riffraff can just walk through. It's fine. I don't know if we're allowed to film in here. I'm not really sure, so they will tell us if we're not allowed.
They will absolutely tell us.
I feel like I'll be told. Generally.
Like, I agree.
I'm actually convinced by this rickshaw thing. I think everything should be rickshaw. I think we should just change everything. Make them all rickshaws.
It's safer.
Yeah.
First of all, it's cheaper, no gas.
But would we end up with like a rickshaw road rage? Like, you know, like so far the rickshaw experience is, well, quite calm. I was saying.
As we get swiped.
Where that's from? I'm from Australia. From Tasmania. Yeah.
First time New York City?
First time in the US, technically. Without going into it, without telling you a 3-day story.
7th Avenue.
It sounds famous. Very good. I love this city. This is my favorite city so far. It's very easy to be your favorite city in New York. I think, you know, like it instantly just kicks the ass of the rest of America. What was your name?
My name is Sherzad.
Thank you for a good ride. It was very good. Yeah, this is a very good.
Actually, this price I give you flight time.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're at Radio City Music Hall,
which is there.
Which is, you can see it literally from here. And we wanted to go to Times Square, so we tried to get a cab, failed. Got a rickshaw instead. Asked the guy how much it would cost to get to Times Square, and he said, $10 each, $20. And we said, all right. So he took us all the way around. We get to Times Square, he drops us off, and we look over there, and we were 1 block away from it the whole time. $20 to go 1 block.
Yeah, we got done in New York City, which seems common here.
Yeah, we got played, but you know what?
We had fun. We had fun doing it, and he was a nice guy, and he even gave us his name so we could actually tell people what the racket that this guy is pulling. Oh, we Times Square?
Yeah, we're in Times Square.
And
that's in New York City.
Yeah, I think we know that. I think everybody in the world knows that. We're sort of sat here by a bin. It's more of a cone.
Yeah, it's a traffic cone.
We are focusing on that instead of Times Square.
Nice bin, man.
Well, let's walk across this thing.
This is something you will never see. An empty billboard in Times Square.
Wow. Are people really paying that much attention?
No. I myself have never bought any product.
Me
I've
neither.
seen advertised.
On a billboard, ever. So I don't know why it's so common and popular to pay so much money for them.
I don't get it.
There must be idiots around.
Just move on up. For peace you can find into the steeple of beautiful people where there's only one kind. So hush now.
This is kind of weird.
That is kind of too many M's for the McDonald's there. They've really gone to town with the M's. we just keep with the one M. We don't seem to put like 50 M's in Australia. Just one is enough.
And keep on wishing. Remember your dream is your only scheme. So keep on pushing.
It was yet another bad Adam Sandler movie. I noticed advertised. He doesn't learn. The man does not learn.
You probably don't want to go over there.
That's a mobbing of people who want money and stuff.
Yeah, and they're not just people. I mean, they're very dirty, disgusting costumes, and they will touch you.
Really?
Like I said, you can see lice. I was joking, but like only half joking.
Yeah.
It's like the ghettoest costumes ever. Like you can. Oh, it's really gross. I guess you're doing. Hey guys, comedy shows, or you want to get high?
I want to get high and go to a comedy show. That's what I want to do. Like I heard that the Seinfeld thing is near my hotel. One of the exteriors is right near there. It's on the street or something.
It's very possible because there is a lot of locations like all through the city, like like the deli or the restaurant.
The restaurant, like Tom's, whatever.
Yeah.
That's somewhere near there where we are.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I was reading that. That's why I wanted to stay there.
I found the soup Nazi place one time.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
You know, son of a woman. Hoo-ah! Hoo-ah!
Very good. Very good. You know something?
No soup for you. Come back 1 year.
Yeah, that was like way back. That was like
I tweeted that guy and he tweeted back to me, which was awesome.
Really?
Yeah, I found him on Twitter somewhere.
Oh,
through Jerry was following him or something. I was stalking him. America. It's just such an overload of shit.
Yeah.
I think that's what's so popular about Times Square. It's like it's converged on itself.
Yeah.
It's almost like Inception. It's, you know what I mean? It's like when it all bends around, it's like it's so much stuff that you can't even take it in. There's no one getting anything out of this, but it's there.
Yeah.
Like it's not even subliminal. There's too much.
Yeah.
You're not thinking about NASDAQ.
Yeah.
A guy was trying to teach me how to do like an accent, so I could fit in with like the regular people.
Close.
I can't quite do it. I have no interest in anything in life.
We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, okay, let's move.
That guy almost touched you.
Yeah, I know. There was almost some groin grabbage there.
I don't know what he was doing, but
yeah,
it was not pretty.
It was going for the groin. Straight for the ghoulies.
That's the famous Paramount Theater, by the way.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's the Paramount Theater. Standing right here, for goodness sake.
Alright.
Oh, shit. I'm following your lead.
Alright, I'm just getting out of the way from all these people.
I just feel like I'm like in Afghanistan or something, trying to dodge things.
Like machine guns?
Yeah. It's like, oh God, get down here. There's another guy. It's like a Spider-Man trying to grab my groin.
I'd heard about New York pizza the world over, so stopping to enjoy a nibble on a small slice on our way to the village was definitely a mandatory experience.
We going in here, do you reckon?
I'm not entirely sure they do slicing. I think they only serve like large pizzas.
Well, we could split one.
Okay. And then sometimes there's chocolate chips in it, and then you dust it with powdered sugar, and you eat it like a little.
So it's cannoli is a sweet thing.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was savoury.
No, very sweet.
Ah. I want one of these. This one. It's the pizza Nazi. No pepperoni for you. Ow.
I don't know how much these guys get paid per hour, but I guarantee it's not enough to justify wearing this.
No, that's. I would not be. I'd be on the street before I'd be wearing a hat like that. It's oily? There's oil involved.
A lot of oil.
Yeah. I can't even eat this. I can't even eat it.
How greasy is that?
Very greasy, but it's good. But I'm putting on weight as I sit here.
Deeper into the heart of New York City now, the cabs were getting easier to hail, and we caught one that took us further on our journey.
Do you know what I mean? You've got like subcultures within your cultures of types of people. So it's just so much more complicated, and then that's different in another state as well. So just think of that as new information coming in. It's just too much. You can't process it. Like The Simpsons, you know, when like I had to kick someone with a boot and stuff. That's kind of real. Like
I was the third brother of five, doing whatever I had to do to survive. I'm not saying what I did was alright. Trying to break out of the ghetto was a day-to-day fight. Being down so long, getting up didn't cross my mind. But I knew there was a better way of life, and I was just trying to find. You don't know what you do till you put under pressure. Across 110th Street is a hell of a tester. Across 110th Street, pimps trying to catch a woman that's weak.
Before this was like a nice park, this is where they dumped all the bodies. There's only 20,000 dead bodies on this park.
really? And they're there to this day?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Sidewalk closed. Sidewalk.
We stumbled across Washington Square Park, which meant something to us both because, amongst other things, it was the location of a YouTube meetup of all our mutual online friends that took place here about 9 years ago.
I read that on Discovery Channel.
I just recognised it as you said that. This is like really, really cool right now because I was here on Stickcam.
I know, yeah.
In person.
Yeah,
in Australia in my little... Oh, there is a mini door. It's like the dwarves of the Illuminati. But what do they do up there? Like, what's the point of climbing up there?
I don't know what it was built for, really.
Like, gangbangs? What's going on in there?
No, it was built for like probably like ceremonial reasons or something. I don't know.
Masons.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Like these swords, they do look weird.
Could the village be a place I finally put lip to glass around the mythical Whistle Pig? Only time would tell.
I don't know. Oh, they probably do actually.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance.
Yeah, I love that. If there's a tornado, you're sorted.
Finally arriving in the village, we rejoin our search for Whistle Pig by inquiring at a local liquor store, but unfortunately received the usual response.
You guys stock Whistle Pig? Bourbon?
What's the name?
Whistle Pig?
Fourth wine? Fourth? No, bourbon like that.
Okay.
From bar to bar we went, irritating bartenders across the village with the same burning questions. Do you have Whistle Pig? And if not, have you heard of it? And where in the hell can we find some of this mind-blowing nectar of the gods?
I guess that's where like Bob Dylan started out.
Really?
Yeah.
This one here?
Yeah, you can actually go up. There should be like pictures of all the famous people who played there like in the 60s. Because this is where like folk music was in the 60s. Like this
Greenwich Village. Yeah, right. That's where it started. So Bob Dylan would have made his beginnings, like his humble beginnings sort of right there.
Let's try the grizzly bear and see if they've got Whistle Pig.
Yeah.
And then we could try to talk the wag.
That looks like the grizzly pear to me.
That's exactly what I thought. That's why I hesitated. I'm like, the grizzly,
But we're going in there, we're going to ask them for some Whistle Pig. We might get beaten up at some point. Yeah, I'll look up one. I like that we're getting like scent places. This is cool.
Getting no solid leads, we figured we'd take a break. and stop for a more easily obtainable beer and a chat at the famous Olive Garden located above one of New York's most famous stand-up comedy clubs, the Comedy Cellar.
Greenwich Village, like I never knew that. I didn't know where this place was. I knew it was in New York. I actually recognised this bar because they shot me there.
This is really cool.
This is like the coolest thing I've done in America.
They beat out Trump Tower though.
I think the Trump Kids thing. Is it. That's pretty bizarre. I mean,
well, this Blue Moon shit with a little bit of this orange in it is perfect.
Yeah.
You know what I like to do. I know they like to stick it on the side like that. I like to just go ahead and yeah. Don't be shy. Just
I'll squeeze it first.
That might be a better technique.
And then
you get a little bit more
juice out of it.
Yeah, I think that's a technique. Don't be afraid to lick the fingers.
I'm afraid after being in the city. I'm a little afraid. I mean, I think the grease from the pizza kind of burnt off any germs.
Yeah, there was definitely grease involved.
Oh yeah. So now I got a protected coating of pizza grease on all my fingers. So.
Yeah, it was. I thought that guy was Lenny Henry, but then I remembered he was dead.
He's dead?
He died, didn't he?
Lenny Henry died?
I thought Lenny Henry died.
Thanks a lot.
I love that.
That's the only joke I remember from that series where they were writing funny shit on the table.
Alright, so we're here looking for Allagash White. And
settled for Blue Moon.
Yeah, we've gone for Blue Moon, but this is just our little break in between looking. And we'll go all night if we have to.
All night, yeah. I mean, I didn't come to the city to not drink Allagash and to not drink Whistle Pig.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out if Whistle Pig is in fact the best drink in the world. That's why we're here. And people seem to be hopeful that it is in New York. People know of it. I'm surprised people have heard of it.
Did you see Jim Morrison?
Yeah, I just didn't want to make a...
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure you know.
Yeah, I saw it. My ass is probably where Louis C.K.'s ass was.
That's a comforting thought.
Have you heard of, or do you have a drink called Whistle Pig?
I have heard of it. It's very good whiskey.
I've been trying to find it all over America. I've literally been everywhere.
You're gonna have to go to a liquor store. Try Swift.
Where's that?
They probably have it. It's on 4th. No, it's 5 minutes.
You know where that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on 4th Street between Lafayette and Bauer.
Really? It'd be so cool if we could find it. Like, seriously, I figured New York is the place I'm going to find it if I find it.
Alright, what was the one you said again?
Daddy-O's.
Daddy-O's. Yeah.
Write all this down. We're going to need it. It's research.
Kind of tucked away. See that? Not the sushi place, right there, right?
With this shocking new lead from the amazing staff at the Olive Garden, the search was on once again. Time was against us, and the sun was quickly going down. But hope was alive and well, and its gleam followed us even into the darkest of underground watering holes.
Oh, I like this. I'm just going to throw this out there too. We're looking for something called Whistle Pig. Been looking for that everywhere as well. So it's like a whiskey bourbon hybrid. You've probably heard of it. No?
I've heard of it.
Yeah. All right, we'll look for that. Thanks a lot. Very helpful.
The saga continues. We're getting closer now.
So something on 7th.
Yeah, and basically everything we want is on 7th.
Like, we don't have something like that. That's like a water tank on a building. Yeah. That's like seeing an elephant take a shit in the middle of the road. And a payphone without a phone. What is that? You know, it's like remnants from the 80s. Like, I'm starting to get toward the age of when
my dad was like, like I was like 4 years old, you know, and like I was 4 years old, my dad was my age, and I'm starting to have a memory of him at my, it's weird. You know, that's when it starts to get weird.
Alright, Waverly Place.
Wizards of Waverly Place. We're going into Whiskey Social, and if any place is going to have Whistle Pig, it's a place called Whiskey Social.
Finally, at Whiskey Social, we had done it. We had found Whistle Pig. Lip a-trembling in excitement, this rare $18 shot of rye was at last about to be sampled.
Oh, you do? Yeah. We found it. My God, like, not the boss hog though.
No, just the rice.
That's fine, the rice, fine. How much of a shot would we say?
18. I'll tell you right
18.
now.
Oh, you don't know how long we've been looking for this stuff.
It's very rare.
Well, I can tell you, I've been across America.
Whistle Pig rye.
Whistle Pig rye.
There it is, number 18.
18.
Okay, so what's the difference? I've never seen this Old World stuff.
The Old World is...
it's slightly better.
I think it's 15 years, so I'll double check. But I think it's 15 years, but we don't have that right now.
Oh, you don't have that, but we'll take the regular one is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Alright, I would like them. I would say don't have that on the rocks, please.
No. I would kill myself.
We did not come all this way to dilute this shit.
I'm not watering this shit down.
Do you want to sit?
We can sit. I mean,
we're going to sit.
Yeah.
You want to sit at the bar or the table? It's up to you.
We'll sit at the table.
Alright, table. Just give us a taste of the quality we're looking at.
Yeah.
And maybe help us determine.
What if we hate it?
Why you gotta ruin it?
What if we're like, this is shit, this is horrible shit?
Well, then we're gonna do a shot or finish the shot.
I'd love if it was the biggest scam in America.
I know, it's like the cheapest whiskey.
It's like everyone's looking for it, and it's like $2 whiskey.
Yeah.
It's a whiskey bourbon caramelized hybrid. Just think of that. The sound of that.
Yeah.
Like the mouthful that it takes to say that.
I know, yeah.
Mark and I could hardly contain ourselves. This historical moment would forever be remembered. There was only one thing left to do now. Drink.
At the same time?
Yes, sir.
Hang on, let's get this out here.
Alright.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my God.
That is like candy.
I feel like my brain exploded.
This is like the smoothest, most delicious.
Have you ever drank anything straight and not gone?
No. Yeah, exactly.
It goes right down. And this is like 57% alcohol. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the consistency of that. I mean, I'm not even a connoisseur, and I know. I'm going to go ahead and say it's the best whiskey I've ever tasted. Whiskey bourbon hybrid.
I'm gonna probably agree with you.
And this makes Hennessy look like someone pissed in a public toilet.
I'm afraid to take another sip. I don't want it to be over.
I'm in heaven.
I can't get over this.
Like my chest is going la 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 la, like it's singing.
Yeah. Oh God, it's late. Oh, it's cool.
Would you be interested in maybe trying the other one if we do have it? Because I have to check with my manager if we do have the Old World.
Oh, really?
Would you be interested maybe?
If you have it, I'll $50.
If we go halves, we're going to be all right.
Yeah.
All right. It's so worth it. Like, this is like the best moment of my life.
This is like the best. I expected it to be good. I didn't expect it to be this good.
I thought it would be pretty good, but this is like blown my mind right now. Like, I'm feeling this in my balls. Like deep in my balls. My testicles are jumping for joy. There's something going on downstairs. Yeah.
Oof. This was worth the wait. This is worth the freaking trek, the adventure.
Honestly, this is actually worth going across America, like the whole thing. This is like Lewis and Clark.
something about a Kentucky Purchase or something.
I don't know anything. All I know is
Louisiana Purchase.
Oh yeah.
They purchased Louisiana for a cheap price.
For like 20 bucks.
Yeah, it was like really cheap. Yeah. So this old world stuff is how many years?
The one you guys are having is 10 years old. This is 12 years old.
Yeah.
This is 15.
That's 15. So this is your big boy, and I've seen Boss Hog as well. Have you heard of that?
I believe we do have.
Amazingly, as well as having a stock of Whistle Pig, this same bar also had the rare beer Allagash White, recommended to me by Better Call Saul writer Gordon Smith. It also exceeded all expectation.
Cheers.
Do the honors. Cheers. Is it a good beer?
It's like dog piss.
Really?
No.
As the night came to a close, we cheerfully basked in the alcoholic glow of our own achievement. New York was the last major American city I had seen, but also, despite only having a day to spend here, was easily my favourite.
Like a real, if Guinness, like a real Irish Guinness, was a light beer. Like it was not a dark coloured beer, you know, it's like goes down, it's got a little bit of head, you know. Say goodbye. This is Mark. I'm probably not going to see him for a while. So Mark, thanks for a great day. And you showed me around New York, and I appreciate it. And I had a great time. And we found, like, you are intricate to finding the Whistle Pig and the Allagash White that I was looking for.
We did it together as a team.
With that, we leave you.
9:30 at night, just got a cab on our way to Grand Central so I can go home. And
I'm gonna head to my hotel.
It's been a surreal night.
Yeah.
We had a long journey to find the Whistle Pig and the Allagash.
And we did it.
We accomplished it. And I'm proud of us. I really am.
I really am too. And we actually got this cab, and this guy was cool enough to pull over.
Yep. Took a chance on us. All the cabs.
And of all the cabs in New York, this man.
Yep. It was destined, man.
Yeah.
Destiny. Passing the arch at Washington Square Park, heading through the village.
And we went to the cellar too, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Made famous by the Louis
C.K. Comedy Cellar. What was it? The Olive Branch?
The Olive Branch, yeah.
Yeah. We got to see comedian Jim Norton.
Yeah,
and,
we ran into, what's his name from 30 Rock?
Judah Freelander.
Yeah. Randomly, just walking down there.
Yeah. So all in all, I'd say it was a success of a day.
Yeah, I mean, hell yeah. And yeah, we're headed to Grand Central now. I'm going to have to look up my hotel before this dies. So I can't remember the address. So I better turn this off. But yeah.
Right.
Thanks for a cool day, Mark. And,
my pleasure.
And yeah, we'll see you again another, like when you're 50 or something.
Absolutely. I might not be as spry.
See you later.
The border, we're going to get the wall. We are going to have a policy of America first. Make America great again. We will do it. Get out on the 7th and vote, and boy, you better vote in November. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We love you. Thank you.
What a What a look at him go. Stepping down to triumphant music, Trump descends into the crowds of loving supporters and wankers that surround him as he saunters off into the mist of ignorance. and ineptitude. God bless America.
Things like that drive me out of my mind. I watched it for a little.
Well, that's a bagel, and yeah, I'm not going to talk.
Cheese, wow.
Oh, that's so good. Cheese.
Next, I travelled just out of New York City to Long Island, where I met another long-time online friend, Tony, and her husband James.
I just like this whole Hamptons.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah, it's like.
And there's a reason why all the rich people come here.
Yeah, I guess because it's so sort of sprawling and it's not tight.
Yeah.
Any one of these houses could be 9 million or plus.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, this close. That's probably minimum 10 million right there.
Well, that looks like a lot. Just looking at it, but like the location must be half of it.
People
Like,
buy to buy a house
in the Hamptons.
Holy shit!
What?
I wanted to show you guys. I'm not into the whole like ghosts and feelings and stuff.
Right.
My whole life, there was only one house I ever had an odd feeling in. It was an old farmhouse I did some renovations on.
Yeah.
They tore it down and built a modern house.
Oh, so it's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh,
It was like an 1850 farmhouse.
Yeah, he's not sensitive to that kind of stuff at all.
Oh, okay, right. And that even creeped you out, so.
I just always had like an eerie feeling.
Yeah.
That modern houses. That was where the farmhouse was.
Well, yeah,
I
could
mean,
be
nothing ever happened. I never saw anything.
You felt something bad. There was a thing of badness.
We decided to visit Montauk and a popular lighthouse there that struck my interest.
Oh, that's too funny.
Got a small ticket for the tower climb. That's for all three.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's one out here.
You know what? Actually, is the that probably cost a fortune. I was gonna say I should get a jacket or a sweater or something.
I brought one.
They decorate this
at Christmas
beautifully
time.
for Christmas, yeah.
That would look really good.
Yes.
In America, just to have like snow in Christmas, because we're sweating, of course, and like they're singing about reindeer. They're like, you know,
Have a white
there's-
Christmas.
right? And
Let
you got
it snow,
fake
let
snow
it
and everything, and we're sitting there with 123 degrees, going, "Oh, shut up about snow." Yeah, it's really humid. I mean, horrible. What's that? There's some kind of a radio.
Well, that's part of the old Camp Hero Army base I told you about.
I was going to say, it looks like NORAD or something.
Well, it was a radar installation.
Ah, right.
And the lore. There's lore attached.
Is there?
Alien lore.
Tell us about that.
I don't
Montauk Project.
Yeah, the Montauk
That's where they
Project.
do time
Google
travel.
it. Google the Montauk Project.
I will. I'll have a look.
Created the Montauk Monster.
I've heard about there was some sort of monster that.
Wasn't it a pig?
No,
Was it a dog?
a dog or a raccoon.
I don't know what that was because I've heard it like around, like, but someone was like,
That was ridiculous.
it's was it a balloon?
And I'm happy to drop the fact that I'm from Montauk. Oh, it's Montauk
Monster.
Legend has it the Montauk Monster had once roamed this area and after its demise was washed up on a local beach. Was this creature the result of a mutant experiment from the nearby Plum Island Animal Disease Center? Had it killed before? And do mutants like it stalk the Montauk residents in the night, quietly consolidating their powers against the humans? Or is it all a load of bollocks, and nothing more than the washed-up remains of a suicidal raccoon slightly uglier than its brothers, who couldn't take it anymore? Perhaps we'll never know the horrible truth. The lighthouse keeper Doug explains some very accurate and I'm sure quite interesting facts about the history of the area, but somehow instead the topic kept coming back to the Montauk Monster, through absolutely no fault of my own.
So how does the Montauk Monster come into all this? Like, doesn't factor in.
One more time. The crew was rescued using a Lyle gun, a very small mortar that could fire a shot line.
The climb to the summit of the lighthouse revealed my fitness levels for what they were. Absolutely atrocious.
I'm glad they have a rope because I'd just be tumbling down this thing.
I'm not the most graceful person in the world.
I'm clumsy enough to fall down here and go rolling down.
Don't fall down.
Oh.
I guess 20 seconds in here, I think. No, we're not.
Ow.
Watch your head.
Yeah,
I'm not that tall, which helps.
Oh, you can't walk around here?
No.
I'm remembering the wrong one.
Oh, at least you can go out here. That's pretty cool. Oh, wow. Wonder if that light... Yeah, it is still working. It's going around. But yeah, I recognise all this area mostly from the affair. But the lobster roll was in the affair. That lobster roll.
You can probably watch the first season of the affair on Amazon Prime.
You probably can, but you'll recognise these places and you'll freak out.
Oh, look. We have to stop and see what they've done to the lobster roll.
No, Whitney, we don't have time.
They don't call it Long Island for no reason. It's so long, in fact, that we need to take a ferry to get to the next bit, taking a relaxing ride on a confusing carousel upon docking.
Whoa. Which one should get it? Just steal one. Alright, I'm gonna get a ring. I got a ring. I don't know why. What do we do with them?
We give them back.
Oh, at the end. How many are there?
Probably not, I don't know, like 50%, right?
Can you keep getting them?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Jerry Seinfeld owns this estate here.
Back there.
Really? I bet he doesn't come here though.
Oh yeah, he had an accident with his Porsche.
Oh really?
You know who's out here a lot too? Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon, yeah, because I saw Jimmy Fallon with Seinfeld because they're doing that comedians in cars thing where they drive around.
Yeah. But it's like the lottery, like in this country.
Yeah.
Probably 80% of people that win the lottery within 5 years are broke.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, most people don't know how to handle money.
Yeah.
So.
The Ocean Dunes. This is a beach club.
Oh yeah, that looks well to do. Looks like you'd need to be a Republican to get in there.
Now.
The song "Memory Motel" by the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
This is it.
Oh really?
Yeah, because they used to come out here.
Just see the sign.
Yep. Memory Motel. It's like nothing.
That's insane.
When I was a kid, when they were here in the early 70s, the house next door to us was a rental house. And there were Rolling Stone groupies. There must have been 30 of them living in the house.
Just living there.
And as
Jim
a 12,
was in his
well,
car.
I was, because let me tell you, these girls were very loose, and you know, there was some naked prancings and stuff like that. So when I was 12 years old, it was a good time.
Yeah.
The Memory Motel is on the ocean. I guess you know it well. It took a starry night to steal my breath away.
Where's sausages?
Down on the waterfront.
Sausages? The whole air smells like
Well, I
sausages.
get updates on my Facebook every day from them. Well, a friend of mine I grew up with owns it.
It's the final day in America, or half day. I'm about to head to JFK. Tony's going to pick me up. I shouldn't be making this video. I'm late. I'm just still packing up stuff down there. I'm rushing as usual. Hope to get to JFK not only on time, but so I'm not making Tony late. I'll be there. It's just I don't want her waiting around. Anyway, I've had a great time in America. New York has been amazing. It blew my mind. It's going to be a long, crazy. It's probably going to be the craziest part of this journey, just getting back, and it's the part you're not going to see. So you'll just see me sort of crying at home or something at the end of this. Possibly, just a head in hands, missing America. I've had a great time. I've loved the people that I've met. All of you are fantastic. none of you disappointed, none of you were axe murderers or psychopaths. You know, so you've done your country proud, sir. And yes, I've enjoyed each and every one of you immensely. Not in that way, and but you know, in every other way. I'm getting out of here because I got to hurry up. I'm going to be drinking this water quickly. Just get some water down the gullet. I haven't had time to shave, so neck beard's going to be the new look. And that's it. See you later.
She got a mind of her own, yeah, and she used it mighty fine. She drove a pickup truck, painted green and blue. The tires were wearing thin, she turned her mind to. When I asked her where she headed for, back up to Boston, I'm singing in a bar. I got to fly today on down to Baton Rouge.
Finally back in Melbourne, and I've still got a bus and a boat ride home in a couple of days. I'm going to leave it a couple of days to rest up in Melbourne. I'm about to head back to Tassie tomorrow on the Spirit, which will be a 12-hour sea voyage, same way that I got here. And yeah, the America trip's, it's finally over. I'm a little sad about that, but also feeling really safe walking the streets of Australia. I know that I'm not going to get robbed here. I can walk alone anywhere and not feel afraid anymore. No, but seriously, it is safe in Australia, particularly in these outer suburbs of Melbourne. That hasn't changed. The familiarity of it is comforting. But having said that, I miss seeing new places, and I got the travel bug. I've caught it.
As I readjust to being back in Australia, it is also somewhat bittersweet taking the train around my home city of Melbourne, where I grew up. The sights and sounds, these very streets that a fresh-faced young Medzy once roamed with abandon in the mid-1990s. Days spent bunking off school, and nights filled with sneaking into clubs and underage drinking.
Guess I'm contagious. It'd be safest if you ran. Fuck, that's what they all just end up doing in the end. Take my car and paint it black. Take my arm, break it in half. Say something, do it soon. It's too quiet in this room. I need noise. I need the buzz of a
Just walking down South Bank, and I've accidentally ordered a vegan burger, which is not too bad considering, but tastes fake chickeny. I'm at Japan in Melbourne. I'm about to go on a poker tournament. There's a free one going at the moment.
streets of San Francisco. I don't have an agenda. All I do is pretend to be okay, so my friends can't.
I've just busted out of a tournament in a satellite for the Aussie Millions. I got done.
My favorite way to die. Take my head and kick it in. Break some bread for all my sins. Say a word, do it soon. It's too quiet in this room. I need noise. I need the buzz of a suck. Need the crack of a whip. Need some blood in the cup. I need noise. I need the buzz of a suck. Need the crack of a whip. Need some blood in the cup. I need blood in the cup. I need blood in the cup.
An old friend of mine, Adie, lives in a nearby suburb of Seaford. I organised for her to pick me up, but I miscalculated the time and arrived embarrassingly early. So I spent that time drinking alcohol hidden in a Coke bottle as the storm rolled in.
And looks like there's a storm brewing. It doesn't look good. Well, I'm here with Adie. Hey.
Hi.
And we're having I'm having some kind of a pie. It's some kind of a pie. It's huge. And it's putting America to shame.
Kind of.
And we're having a beer and a meal here at, I don't know where we are. You saw me in the rain on the pier. And I walked out to the pier. And then I walked back. And then Adie was waiting for me. I was like literally like 4 feet from
and we sat there
for like half an hour.
Probably more.
Probably like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And we were like 10 feet from each other, which was weird.
It's pumpkin tortellini. Let's look inside. Ooh, look at the pumpkin.
Yeah, look at that. And this is, again, it's like a beef pie. Sorry.
It's actually the biggest beef pie I've ever seen.
It's massive. I've been drinking all day. And we're drinking again. And this is pretty good beer, whatever it is.
It's called Furfies.
It's called Furfies, and yeah, I'm stuck here because of Tasmanian floods, and apparently spiders are gathering in Hobart. Because of the floods, the spiders have gone all to the south. So
this could only happen to you.
I know. And exactly now, as I'm coming home, I could have stayed in America for another week. I would have been alright, but the waters have risen to about 20 meters above regular.
We're building an ark.
The main theme of the Denver New World Airport murals is an apocalypse. Liam's mother, Diana, was allegedly the daughter of James Goldsmith, a German Jew. As they gather around and touch the light of Lucifer, who appears as a genetically engineered plant.
My name is Diddy. How can I help you today?
I had a ship booked, obviously because of what's going on. It's been cancelled and sort of changed around. My problem is I've got to get back for work and that sort of thing.
Okay. Looks as though I've got space for you to go from Melbourne to Devonport tomorrow morning, which is Saturday. What I can do is change it for you right now. And there's no charge.
But there's only morning sailings, isn't there? My main problem is because I took the bus up and they're telling me there's no evening bus that goes back to.
That's right.
So then I'm sort of stuck in Devonport.
You're stuck, aren't you? Yeah.
Just want to get home at this point. Train coming that I'm going to miss. All sorts of stuff happening.
Finally, on the last stretch back home to Hobart, Tasmania, I reflect upon my time in the United States. Part of me is concerned for my friends and people of this fascinating land. The wave of support behind the scenes I had witnessed for candidate Trump in the upcoming election had been alarming. Thankfully, though, I had to believe deep down that America as a whole would never be dumb enough to elect a psychotic reality star as its leader. Only time would tell.
And I will never, ever let you down.
Escaping home, where my music's playing home, where my love lies waiting silently for me.
Just about to hop on the Spirit of Tasmania back to Tasmania, funnily enough. And just here at Station Pier, Port Melbourne. And another 2 hours and we'll be underway. I'm here ridiculously early. And gonna check my baggage in and wait around on the ship for a bit. I'll be home in the morning. Take a bus back and that'll be that. End of journey. Survived it.
The past month had felt like a year. The faces of those I had met along the way flash before my very eyes. Were they better or worse off in life for having encountered this strange Australian man on his epic voyage? Who can say? One thing I will say though is I'm better off for having encountered them and having wandered through their strange, beautiful, interesting and sometimes frighteningly unpredictable country. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to have had the opportunity.
Where my thoughts escaping home, where my music's playing home, where my love lies waiting silently for me, silently for me.
The train departs from. As I checked my baggage in, I wondered to myself if this was one of those unspoken situations where the local American culture... I don't know what that accent is. I was reminded of my time in jail in Detroit, where I was slipped a little pink ice donut for breakfast through the slot in a very similar looking cell block. But back in its time, there were no pink donuts to be found divvied up amongst the rapists. But back in its time, there were no pink donuts to be found divvied up amongst the rapists and murderers of this godforsaken prison, and walking through the halls with posters stood erect, like shrines. Being shat on by... We're gonna try that again. Okay. Being shat on by birds must have been half the torture for the inmates of Alcatraz. In my time there I dodged my fair share of falling bullshit. Bird shit. In my time there I dodged my fair share of falling bird shit, deliberately excreted from the feathery butt cheeks of the weird I can't say feathery butt cheeks, it's too hard. We talked about the homeless problem, we talked about 9/11, we talked about a lot of things, and then left the pub through a back alley. I was utterly astonished by the low public alleyway crime in Seattle. Late at night and without a bum in sight of any variety, this was my first fearless alleyway experience in America so far. I've always said that a society grows great when its alleyways can be walked down without fear of murder or rape, particularly in the dead of night. And here, in this alley, on this night, I certainly felt no fear. Right. Our next stop was a restaurant by the name of Jack Stacks, where we would sample some more of the finest flesh from American animals found anywhere in the country. My digestive system was already as high as a crack-addled street urchin. I'm not going to get through that. I had awoken during the night from a horrible nightmare involving a massive tornado destroying Kansas City and possibly broken my little toe stubbing it on Brandon's couch. The toe in the pain and the body and all that, still generally in recovery. I noticed the walls were lined with what seemed to be modern art, but soon... Can't say art. As we drove closer to the house of Depp, a certain amount of fear gripped me, since recently Johnny Depp had run into the Australian government.
I'm not going to film in there because that would be inappropriate.
Terrible.
Because we've got so many alcoholics in Australia. Because the whole country's alcohol. Yeah. Like, the word alcoholism doesn't exist in Australia because everyone drinks every day. What will the F1 do? Will it lift me off the ground?
Yeah.
So I didn't think you had tornadoes here.
Get sucked right off.
Yeah, but if it's brown, you lie down. If it's black, you like you punch it back. Something like that. I can't remember there's a rhyme, and I know you lie down with the brown ones.
She should be using the teddy bear as a pillow.
She shouldn't be like putting her head on the bricks. Like, you put that under your head. That's basic.
Yeah.
You know, and this guy cold in the corner, you huddle together in this situation. It's like body heat. They haven't even learned basic science. Honestly, I should not have Valium with alcohol. And go up a mountain and just like huff like oxygen and get high and fight bears and stuff.
Brominated vegetable oil.
I don't know what that is.
Brominated vegetable oil is something, it's like super toxic.
Great. I get why people are so excited about Waffle House now. Because it looks like you would see someone in flannel in there, you know?
Yeah.
I expect to see a Bigfoot out here or a bear.
Yeah.
Like a big bear, just come running down the mountain. Just keeping an eye out because there could be bears or just people with guns.
And then he'll come down back.
But is he trying to get you or is he just like looking at you?
Stalking me to follow you. That's what cats do, you know?
Yeah, but he's not like, you're not prey or anything.
No.
That didn't sound like a confident no. Trout. Bears could probably, like a smart bear could probably get in that. If he was intelligent, if he was especially skilled. They like the Brontosaurus here. It's like a national symbol.
So the coats are meant to keep you cold, even on the north face of the mountain.
Oh, right. So that's why it's called that. Because, yeah, that's a real popular coat company.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a tornado in the snow. I don't think that would happen. Has that happened before? Because that would be cool. Like, I mean, it would be horrible, but it would be awesome. America. In America, we drive like Americans.
Yeah.
Terribly. Oh, the lack of gloves. I got snow in my feet, like in my shoes. But snow and wet and ice in my shoes. And it's seeping into my socks.
And only you can prevent forest fires.
And the flag's out there, loud and proud. So.
According to the internet, that apartment complex is the outpatient mental hospital. That's what it says. They come out of the mental hospital and go straight there. I have no idea.
It's a revolving door of
no
mental
idea
health.
True.
Yeah. Oh, rhubarb.
Not the whole.
So I would just cut this like celery and then eat it.
Be productive
and be good.
And pay taxes
Yeah.
and not cause trouble.
Guinea pigs, happy little guinea pigs
Yeah, so
in the machine.
I don't know. I have no idea. I wish I knew.
I don't have a theory really, but I'm just thinking that.
I think your opinion would be really interesting to a lot of people after you leave. I think you should like discuss it.
So what are these guys, bros? What'd you call them?
Those are obviously military.
Yeah?
Clearly.
Really?
Shaved head. You see it?
Pick up
And
the
the
clicks.
disgusting spitting. That's.
I see that a lot here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them. Yeah.
So they're a fan. Everyone's a fan. No wonder they're such a big, conglomerate.
And mine was hot, had hot sauce on it, so I'm probably going to get some reflux, but it's worth it. It's totally worth it. It's like that X-Files episode where we're late to the party and the aliens kill everyone.
Yeah.
Like it should be legal everywhere. Like I keep saying it, but it should be like like I come here and I'm like, this is what freedom's about, you know?
It's
like
so stupid. Yeah. We're technically breaking the law because we have.
Oh, so we are breaking the law.
Yeah. Don't do it again.
I'm dragging that whole thing down, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm just sitting there dragging off. The Arby sauce, have the Arby sauce if you're over there. Don't try the buffalo, it's shit. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It doesn't even taste like a buffalo. The people on this bus are insane. Now and again, you'll just watch me whip it out. Not in that way. And then there's like this Texan. There's like this, because Texas people freak. I don't want to say it too, like publicly.
Too loudly.
Yeah. You speak when you're spoken to, son, or whatever he said. I didn't know they were actually oilmen type guys, and they were, the hat and everything. He had everything.
Lockless doors that they have here in America in bathrooms sort of increases the chances of unexpected walk-ins.
All I'm doing is taking a shit. Why do I need a mirror?
Yeah, that's an interesting
You
point.
give yourself, hey, that was a great shit. Maybe you need to. That was a great shit. He's never had mutton.
No, I've never had mutton.
She does.
Mutton is nasty.
I used to like mutton, and I worked at a place that makes mutton.
Really?
I worked at the World Bank.
But isn't mutton just like old sheep?
Don't you ruin mutton for me, Kent.
I like this big muff though. I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
big muff. Like
is
that, you know, that's big vagina.
Oh yeah, well this
Yeah.
is called the English muff.
Yeah, muff. Yeah, the vagina.
This.
I mean, I feel like sucking these down to the bone.
It's really hard not to.
Like I want to do it. It's like it makes Popeye's chicken look like a piece of shit.
And all the water in the water tower started draining out.
Really?
Well, underneath the water tower are businesses inside the base.
That's going to ruin everything.
It did.
The only time we'd actually see like a clock tower like that would be in a movie.
Yeah.
And usually there's some gunman on the top of it, like picking people off or something. Like that's about the only time we would see one. Not in like a nice context like this. So it's nice to see a peaceful clock tower in the mix. Boy, I'm always happy you like art, you like school. Do you like school? Still like school?
Yeah.
Is that still true? Is it still true? See how long that holds out. I don't know what this Angry Birds, I know it's a game. It started out as a game, but now there's like an Angry Birds movie. I don't know why the birds are angry. Yeah, look, he's got you.
Right. Dang it.
I know how you're gonna survive that.
What?
I don't know how you're gonna survive this situation. It's a bad situation.
I know. Nobody can survive this.
This
Unless
isn't good.
a good scenario
No, this is not good at all.
And they require bear canisters for backpackers.
Oh, you can spray them.
No, I mean to put all your food.
I thought you meant to spray them in the face.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so you can do that. That will get, because I thought it would just tick them off to spray them in the face. They just rah, and it'd be like a kind of DiCaprio situation. Kind of guarding this, you know, the baggage. So I've sort of been put in charge of that, which I'm not really a deterrent for crime. So, you know, if someone comes here, you know, I'll give it a good shot. I'll try and fight the good fight, but I can't guarantee anything.
Shaving on the road is, you know, can be quite a task sometimes. And we'll be headed to Kansas City, and we're going to look at some toilets there and see how they compare. See if there's a more cramped residency of bus station toilets and public toiletry in general. I've got a bit of pain in my rib here, which I don't know what's happening there. There's some bruising going on randomly. I'm not really sure what's causing that, but that's a medical update.
And the Union Station is wonderful.
Yeah, it's fine. Like no homeless, like
Station.
a lot of homeless around, or
Well,
like dangerous homeless.
No, not that I remember.
you need to do some editing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in Australia, we have often we have the toilet separate to the bathroom, so the bathroom's more exclusively for shower and pampering yourself.
See, that makes sense.
If you're a woman or a man, I don't want to see anyone peeing. I don't care, male or female. I'm not. If you're going in to like murder children, no, you know, don't do that. I'm not happy.
The bathroom is not the place for that.
I'm not happy. There's no place for that, to be honest. I don't know if we're going to solve this today. but yeah, I like the idea of having this one bathroom that's separate from others, and it's like if you want to go in there, it's like Switzerland. You know you can do what you want in there. You know, if you want to masturbate in there, you go ahead and masturbate in. Like whatever you want to do.
They've started to have more and more baby staging places in men's bathrooms.
Baby staging, that's an odd way to put it, but yeah. But I'm sensing a real hatred in America towards cyclists.
I want to learn how to bake his cookies.
Right.
I want to learn how to bake mine.
Right. Do you believe in Bigfoot? No. Like, don't call it a black bear if they're not strategically black.
Strategically black.
Right. Who does that? What kind of psychopaths are on this train that is sleeping like sitting up? Dickheads. He was a crazy man, and he couldn't drive the bus. He was like swerving all over the road. It was like Speed, that movie Speed. We got tons of bush turkeys. The same as your turkeys, really, but bush. It's a ghost town. There's nobody here. And it's like, no, they're all sleeping, but where are they? They're underground.
Okay.
White guy, but like a spider on his face. You know, skinhead with a spider on his face. I don't know. It was a weird looking guy.
What I hate is my mother.
Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland.
If someone has a swastika tattoo, they're a racist.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Sutherland. Oh God, I'm
Donald Sutherland.
Sutherland. Do they care about foliage there?
Actually, there's a lot of people. There's some people have lawns. Some people don't. I personally hate the idea of having grass because it's a desert.
I don't want to take care of stuff.